Waking Up Jacobin presents Election Day 2020 with James Jacobin live. 7 hours of streaming coverage of the 2020 election. No commercials, no breaks. Election Day 2020 with James Jacobin live. Featuring co-host Matthew Stone and special guest Mike McKenna. And now, James Jacobin.
Happy Election Day. On the Gregorian calendar, the year is 2020. And what a year it has been, and indeed it is not over yet. Some 307 days ago, as the calendar turned from 2019 to 2020, everything started out rather normally. New Year's celebrations began to break as they always do from Perth, Australia, down through Eastern Europe, up through the deep water ports of Italy, down to Western Europe, and across the pond here to America. Unfortunately, at the same time, traveling the world with good New Year's cheer was the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which causes the disease COVID-19. That turned the world upside down. What started as a bizarre news story out of the country of China, shortly after that, we started seeing reports around the world. People in Iran, people in Italy were locked at home, on lockdown, worldwide. Funerals took place. Nobody went. People died alone. And that was just in Europe, Asia, Africa, South America. Now, the Americans never wanted to be outdone. By the time COVID hit here, our year in 2020 started with the obligatory impeachment process, of which has become the American body politics destination of choice. Twice in the last 20 years, we've impeached a president. We did this in early January. A little bit later on, America lost a sporting legend in Kobe Bryant. At the time, you would have thought the impeachment trial and the death of Kobe Bryant, at the end of this year, at the end of the year shows, you'd have said those are the two most consequential things that would happen in American life. How wrong you would have been indeed. Adversarial. But amidst all of this, we here today in the United States of America are celebrating the 59th quadrennial presidential election, as is our constitutional duty. People from the Gulf Coast, the cradle of the Confederacy, California, to Appleton, Wisconsin, Inglewood, California, New York City, Nebraska, Michigan, all come together, braving more danger to vote than they've ever done before. And yes, we've had elections during war. We've had elections during the Civil War. We had elections during the Great Depression. We had elections during World War II. But we have never had a COVID election. Because what COVID did, you would have thought it would have united the world and united the country. That's not the case. Here in America, it gave shadow for the two political parties to politicize the event continuously. And in the backdrop of that, we're trying to have a presidential election. There's a lot of questions that have been asked lately. One of them is, what's the key issue tonight? What's most important to the American people? Is it to defeat Donald J. Trump, our 45th president, at all costs? Or is it by inspiration, elect Joseph J. Biden and make him our 46th president? The answer may already be determined. For the first time in history, 1/3 of the eligible voting public has voted. You're probably one of them. Between 100 and 130 million people mailed in their votes. So tonight, you have 2/3 of the population yet to vote. But the polls are now closed on the Eastern Seaboard, and here in just a few minutes, we'll get you your first electoral updates. The headlines as we wake up today, according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump and Biden fight it out to the end. Now it's up to you, America. I would offer this up. This election actually started in June of 2015, when Donald J. Trump turned the American political process on its head when he announced his candidacy for presidency of the Republican Party. Here we are nearly 5 years later. The 45th president is soon to complete his first term, but in so many ways it feels like the 26th election never ended. Think about it. Usually after an election, there's a grace period between the political parties before they set upon each other again to look towards the next election. That did not happen here. And the questions we look to answer tonight as we go through our live 8-hour coverage here on Waking Up Jacobin 2020 Special Election Edition, we look to answer those questions for you, or at least guide you down the path to find the answers for yourself. Now, elections are fun. In fact, I have a deep love of politics, a deep love of presidential elections. However, I'm a nonpartisan. I bring no predetermined bias. I just bring a lifetime of expertise and political science to the table. And I think that's why this show will be a little more entertaining than what we're normally doing. Because if you really want to think that if candidate A, Donald Trump, wins, that the sun will not come up tomorrow, that's your privilege. If you think that if Joseph Biden wins tonight, that the sun will indeed not come up tomorrow, then it's also your right. But I'm pretty certain either way, the sun's coming up tomorrow. And I can't give many guarantees, but in 2024, we're going to have another election. Hopefully this one will be over by then. Joining me tonight as part of the Jacobin team, the Waking Up Jacobin team, my co-host, Matthew Stone, former member of the United States Navy. Although Matthew was born here in the States, he spent the majority of his childhood growing up in the Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands. He then joined the United States Navy and traveled the world. When he came back home, he lived in such states as Louisiana, Florida, Colorado. He comes from the generation of millennials. His experience traveling the world and traveling America, and as a young parent and a service member, he has a very unique perspective on the events as they unfold. He is also a nonpartisan commentator. That makes two of us. Joining us a little later will be award-winning author and journalist, Mike McKenna. At times, Mike will be providing the news breaks, stock market updates, and breaking news. He will also sit in this seat and take over. Matthew will be providing electoral updates, key Senate races, general commentary, and do his best to keep me in line.
Absolutely, James. I'm going to try to. Thank you for that elegant introduction. I don't think I could have done better myself. I'm certainly ready to dive into the evening and get this going, aren't you?
Shall we begin?
Well, I think we've waited long enough.
If you look right there at that board, you see we've already colored in a little differently than your average website or your average cable news company. Joe Biden starts the night with a very distinct advantage. He starts the night, by my Jacobin calculations, with 223 built-in electoral votes. The president, 108, leaving 135 up for grabs. You've probably been hearing that there's a lot of swing states or battleground states or bellwether states, and this is all true. But if you dig deep behind the numbers that I've done for the last 4 years, you'll find certain things that aren't as accurate as you may have been led to believe. The only states really up for grabs: Minnesota, Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, and then the blue wall, famously crumbled by Mr. Trump 4 short years ago. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan. That entire election was settled right there in the upper Midwest. 76,000 votes was the difference in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. That propelled Mr. Trump to a decent electoral victory, although losing the popular vote. The challenge for former Vice President Biden, a long-term serving member of the United States Senate from the state of Delaware, is to go back into Obama country. Obama won those states handily, and those states have not gone for a Republican candidate, any Republican candidate, since 1988, since the days of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan took office 40 years ago. It's a long time. What did Donald Trump do right in those states? The answers to that just depend on who you talk to. Some say it was Russia, others China. Some say he suppressed the vote. But if you look at the pure facts, the one thing Donald Trump keyed into, it's the same thing that Barack Obama keyed into in those same states. Bill Clinton before him, Reagan before that, even Carter. The entire upper industrial Midwest was racked with chaos in 2008, 2009 on the financial collapse of the housing industry. A lot of the answers and the hopes and prayers and dreams of the people in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, lay in the hope and change model of former President Barack Obama. Barack Obama may or may not have lived up to your expectation, but when the people in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan voted for Donald Trump, they spoke very loudly. The question then becomes this: is there indeed a secret Trump vote? We hear about it. We hear about it all the time. Is it a secret Trump vote, or is it a Republican-based vote plus 5? Because a Republican candidate walks into any election with 40% of the electorate. Trump motivated the base, inspired people to vote, a lot of first-time voters, a lot of religious voters, oddly enough. And he pulled 5 more percent, and that's where he ended, at 45%, and he lost the popular vote. Do those people, do those voters of those 3 states, do they go back to their more natural home as Union Democrat blue voters, or do they stay with Donald Trump? These are questions that you don't know the answer to. You, the American people, will decide. Matthew, here's our first update.
James, all right. You're a difficult act to follow. Let's go ahead and talk about the electoral update. We have a very simple count. Their first candidate who reaches 270 votes will win. At the end of this night, whichever party controls 51 Senate seats will take control of the Senate. Currently, the Democrats need to turn 4 seats if Trump wins. However, they only need 3 seats if Biden wins. The key Senate races in the country that we are watching tonight come from Alabama, where Tommy Tuberville is challenging the incumbent Doug Jones. Jones won special election in 2017, filling the seat vacated by Jeff Sessions when he became the Attorney General. Tuberville himself is a former head coach at Auburn University. He is expected to win this and give the Republicans some cushion in the Senate race. We're also looking at key races in Kentucky, where Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is trying to hold off Amy McGrath, as well as in Colorado, where Cory Gardner is attempting to distance himself from Trump's campaign. John Hickenlooper, former governor, is challenging Gardner and expected to unseat him. This flip from Republican to Democrat would cancel out the gains we previously talked about in Alabama and return us to where we started, with Republicans needing 4 and the Democrats needing 3.
That's not a lot.
It's a very narrow margin, James.
It's not a lot. Now, the interesting thing about this is the Republicans are literally playing defense everywhere, right? Forget the polls. We know where the Republican National Committee is spending their money, and they're playing defense with Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, with Mark McSally out in Arizona. The Senate race is going to be very closely tied, Matthew, to the presidential race. Again, with Arizona. And Arizona is going to be one of the keys tonight. Is if Trump carries Arizona, he probably takes Mark McSally with him. But if he doesn't, he loses the electoral votes, and Ms. McSally goes home, and they're 1 seat closer. But this is something that our research team will be updating on us throughout the night. In addition to that,
absolutely, James. We currently have already seen the polls close in the East, so we do have numbers rolling in with no confirmations yet. The next polls will be closing at the bottom of the hour. Anyways,
No,
well,
go to Sigmund.
I do believe, if I've got this correctly, Kentucky is closed. Has it been called for by the Associated Press?
Everybody.
We're gonna get right back to you on that.
well, we have heard indications that Indiana is being called for Trump, or I don't know if it's been officially, but it's projected to go Trump.
Yeah, and there's no surprise there. Usually Kentucky and Indiana, because of they close early and that they're heavy red states. The only surprise coming out of Kentucky tonight is whether or not Mitch McConnell holds on and by how much. Coming up shortly, we do have poll closings in Georgia, South Carolina, West Virginia, and I do believe Florida's coming up at the top of the hour.
Absolutely, James. Let's move on. I'm sure that all our viewers are interested here that you've claimed to be able to do the fastest historical breakdown of presidential elections in 5 minutes. Do you think you have what it takes, James?
Well, I mean, I did it once before on my own podcast group there last week. Before I get to the fastest 5 minutes in politics, I'm remiss and do apologize to the audience. You can text us at 830-JACOBIN, 830-JACOBIN anytime. Text us at 830-JACOBIN with a question, or try to stump Matthew or myself up here at the information desk. And if you have something we need to say, we'll probably read it on the air and take credit for that ourselves. Also, a few matters of housekeeping before we get to the fastest 5 minutes in politics. Coming up in about an hour, we're going to have a call-in from Ted Carlson, the publisher of the Sheets online publication out of the state of California. A little bit later in the night, we'll be hearing from Angela Birdsong from Radio Justice Los Angeles. And even after that, Mark Matthews from Washington State, an entrepreneur and music mogul, with some thoughts on how the election will affect the entertainment industry and young Americans. As far as the fastest 5 minutes in politics, are you ready?
I'm ready, James. Let's get to it.
All right. Well, there's many a slip to escape the lip, my friend.
See, that's how it comes fast.
All right, we ready? Okay, here we go. Presidential history is pretty simple. The American political system was born out of the themes and theories of the Enlightenment. When the British monarchs came over here and colonized America, they were not called Americans, they were called British subjects. They threw off the monarchy. The very first president was actually installed with unanimous vote who were going against the father of the country, George Washington. After that, the next 3 presidents were Secretary of States, concluding with Jefferson. So at the time, Secretary of State pretty much was the launching board to the presidency. After that, we move on to the era of good feelings. That was James Monroe. He won a unanimous electoral victory. And after that, I think the era of good feelings, I think we can call the era of good feelings over in politics. Then we went from Tippecanoe and Tyler to the log cabin president of Abraham Lincoln. At the time Abraham Lincoln was elected president, he was from way out there out west in Illinois. Reagan, honest Dave, the old rail splitter. Reagan won his election by sitting on his place. Lincoln won his election by sitting on his porch and not giving speeches and basically having his servants go out and campaign for him. Imagine that today. Shortly after Grover Cleveland, the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms in office, his slogan was, "Hey, hey, Ma, where's my paw?" Off to Washington goes. Not real witty, but he was involved in a scandal involving a child, so that's what they came up with, and he actually won that election. The country changed as populism, the last wave of population. Williams Jennings Bryan, loser of 3 presidential elections in 4 in 4 cycles. Then that rolls us up to World War I and Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, though of the League of Nations. Although the League of Nations was not a success, that did probably lead in some part to World War II. And at that point, we had our only president to ever serve more than 8 years, up against Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Rolling through that, the electorate changed once again when television was the advent of the new way of American communication. John Kennedy bested current sitting vice president Richard Nixon by some 100,000 votes, as it still stands today as the closest popular vote in American history. But what it did that day, for nevermore would you be able to run for president without personality. The way it is. The misery index and the stagflation of the 70s, hence the stage was set for a political ideal that has not been seen since the days of Calvin Coolidge. Ronald Reagan brought the conservative movement to America. It held for 12 years. And the man from Hope, Arkansas, William Jefferson Clinton, declared the era of big government over. Pretty interesting for a Democrat. Ross Perot, George Papa Bush, and Bill Clinton fought it out in '92. Bill Clinton held on. George W. Bush came back in the year 2000 and avenged his father and took the presidency. That then led us to the hope and change candidate, Mr. Obama. And now, here we
Quite impressed with James that only appeared to take you 4 minutes.
That's why it's the fastest 5 minutes in politics, man.
Well, maybe we can do the rest of this show that quickly.
With the extra minute, though, what we've done here is something special. We have these red and blue balloons here taped together, and these represent the swing states. This one is the state of Michigan. So which one of our candidates loses this? One step closer.
James, what do you got here? Oh, these are our doomsday clocks.
These are our doomsday clocks.
Okay.
How much fame is heard about doomsday clock? You're advertising online, get a lot of questions about it. Matthew.
Well, let me go ahead and tell you about these.
I'm going to set these while you talk.
In case you're not aware, in 1947, the Atomic Bulletin of Scientists introduced the doomsday clock. The purpose of it was to help predict global man-made catastrophes. In 1947, at its inception, it was set to 7 minutes to midnight. The underlying thought was that if it moved to midnight, it would signal the occurrence of a global catastrophe. At that time, it was primarily used to judge Cold War tensions in anticipation of a global nuclear event between, obviously, the United States and the then Soviet Union. The purpose of our clocks tonight, James and I will be using, is to show how close President Trump and elect candidate Biden are towards their own doom. So, our clock, the closer it is to midnight, will show how close that candidate is to losing their race.
Social distancing. Social distancing.
Social distancing, absolutely.
Okay, so here we go. The original minutes to midnight clock was set to 7 minutes to midnight, and that pretty much meant they felt the world was on the brink of destruction. So we're going to go ahead and put Mr. Trump right there at 7 minutes to midnight. And don't worry about where the deskies are. That doesn't really matter the position. Mr. Biden, as we've already established, comes in tonight not just as a favorite in the polls, not just as the leader in fundraising, not just in the leader of momentum, but by James Jacobin rating of Jacobin calculations, he has 223 electoral votes built in. We're going to put him at 15 minutes to midnight. And the only way these get changed is if one of our two candidates can flip a swing state, or we have other information coming in that would lead us to believe that one of them is more likely to lose. For instance, if Donald Trump loses Florida, he's in a lot of trouble, so we're going to move him to 1 minute to midnight. If Biden loses Florida, we can move him to about 7 minutes, because then he is going down the same path as Hillary Clinton just 4 years ago.
Absolutely, James. Just for some perspective, the furthest that our atomic clock has ever been away from midnight was in January of 1991, in the years following the collapse of the Berlin Wall, the Eastern Bloc, and the Soviet Union dissolving. Oddly enough, the closest that the Commission has ever put the clock to midnight was on January 1st of this very year. At 1 minute 40 seconds to midnight, it is a very telling sign for what would come this year.
Yeah, well, isn't that interesting? It was at 1 minute to midnight. And I looked this up, and I couldn't really get a clear answer on why they put it at 1 minute to midnight. But as we talked about in the opening, the SARS-CoV-2 virus was already shadow casting the world at that point. And that was before everything else.
Yeah, James, it was starting to spread. There were rumors of it, but at the time, nobody seemed to take it very seriously, except for apparently at the Atomic Commission.
Yeah, I want to talk to those people.
What do they know that the rest of us don't?
You know what, I'm going to get them on the phone. Can I get that number, please? But is this plugged in?
Oh, you were in charge of that.
I will get back to that. Fire my assistant. There goes the Trump clock.
Okay. Well, we're going to pull this one down so nobody accuses us of being controversial.
Oh, that would be biased. Right. Now, we've done a lot of waking up Jacobin surveying over the last couple of years, and a lot last few months. We'll get that a little bit later in the evening. Where are we going next?
To Nasser.
And we're back. First of all, everyone, thank you for tuning in. We're doing this for you and your entertainment. The one thing you can do to help is please share the link that was sent to you or that reached you by social media means with some friends and family as the show is going on, as an alternative to just flipping back and forth between the 3 cable networks and the major networks, because we're going to have a lot more fun here. We're going to provide a lot of context, maybe some humor. And there's also some built-in generational differences here between my co-host and I.
What are you talking about, James? Well, like 2 years apart.
Back in 1988, there was a presidential debate between George H.W. Bush and Michael Dukakis. Michael Dukakis at the time was leading George Bush by 17 points in the polls, which is backlash to the Reagan era. Now, Bernard Shaw is notable in history for a few reasons. One, he was the first African American to anchor a major American news broadcast on CNN, the cable news network. Now, Bernard Shaw stayed the entirety of his career with CNN. Anchored a news program nightly, provided commentary, wrote a lot. But what I always admired about it was the way he could handle a debate. And I think if we juxtapose that to the way debates have been handled in the last few years, I think I said this on my Truth and Other Lies podcast, which you can find at jacobin.com, that you get to watch 3 cartoonish debates and you get to spend $200 million a month on the election, and nothing ever really changes. Because you cannot get the candidates to answer questions. Now, Bernard Shaw sat there in the debate hall and asked Michael Dukakis, the Democratic candidate, from the state of Massachusetts, the very first question, he asked him a question about the death penalty. Because Mr. Dukakis had come out against it, Mr. Bush was for it. It was a big issue back in 1988, not so much anymore, but it was that. The very first question he comes out, basic question. He asked him, if your wife and daughter were raped and killed, would you be for the death penalty for that person? Now, Mr. Dukakis had a chance to say a number of things, really anything. Very tough question, extraordinarily direct, possibly a little bit inappropriate. However, Mr. Dukakis went ahead and said, well, everybody knows I'm against the death penalty. Between that and a photo op of a tank, Mr. Dukakis lost the election. And I tell that story to prove the point of the absolute sheer power that a candidate has to make their case to the American public on a debate stage. And also the absolute undefeated prospect of the debate moderator to guide the debate, to ask questions that all Americans want to hear the answer to. I think our last few debates and the last few election cycles from whatever cable network political party learned something from Mr. Shaw. So we salute Mr. Shaw, and we look forward to a better day when we have better debate moderators. Moving on now to Timothy Russert. Timothy Russert is a giant and a legend in politics. He hosted a Sunday news program called Meet the Press on NBC for years. And as a much younger version of myself, when politics was much more civil, I used to tune in and watch Mr. Russert. At the time, I didn't know if he was a Democrat or Republican. He was just a big, gregarious guy with a smile on his face. So you didn't know everything about everything. And he would get on everybody, UN ambassadors, presidents, politicians, anyone and everyone. He'd sit in a chair with a smile on his face and ask them the hardest, toughest questions you could possibly imagine. You need to get them the answer. There was no shouting, no insulting, just very well-crafted questions. And you got answers. And then you, the viewer, you, the American public, decide. Unfortunately, Tim Russert passed away in June of 2008 in the run-up to the Obama-McCain election. And there's those of us who think that a lot of things die in that. So this is my tribute to Tim Russert. In the 2000 election, George Bush and Al Gore were tumbling towards history without knowing it. And Tim Russert was as well, and he didn't know it. Because history does not set upon those who seek it, it's set upon those who make it. Mr. Russert sat in the NBC studios in Rockefeller Center with Tom Brokaw, and I believe it was Doris Goodwin Kearns, a very famous author and historian. And as the hours ticked by, just like they will tonight, Florida came into question. It was initially called for Al Gore by Mr. Bernard Shaw for CNN. And this started a cascade of events that to me hasn't been resolved, even to this day. It gets called for Gore, and then the history and the annals of presidential television, since we've been doing presidential elections on TV since 1952, they called back Florida. An hour later, it was then projected for George W. Bush. But then what happened? In the interim, Governor Bush of Texas at the time had garnered enough electoral votes when they called Florida for him, he's your president-elect. All the networks called it for him. I think you see where I'm going with this. A few minutes later, they pulled it back. In the interim, Mr. Gore had called Mr. Bush and conceded the election, and he took back his concession. So what happens in the biggest, longest-running, most successful democracy for Samoans when they can't get the presidential election right? You got pure chaos. Tim Russert sat there, Tom Brokaw, and at one point, he looked around and he held up a board and he said, you know, Tom, you can have all this technology and all this computers, but let me tell you what it comes down to. Florida, Florida, and Florida. That board now sits in the Smithsonian as a symbol of great reporting, instinct, intuition, and giving candidates fair play. Mr. Russert lived in legendary media industry. History, legacy. So what we're going to do tonight, I'm going to play a little game. By no means can I pretend to be Mr. Russert, but I've got my own whiteboard. It's a little bit bigger so I can see it. And I'm going to write something on here.
60 seconds.
And we're going to cover it, and you guys can text in to see what I write on here. See where I think the election's going to occur. And whoever can pick the right one is a prize. You know, like I was saying, even the people who are trading this business are big studios. I think they would love to reach high enough to be like a Mr. Rushing or a Mr. Shaw. Not a bad standard to try and reach for, I guess.
Well, absolutely, James. That's the kind of the business, isn't it? Certainly, no higher PC you can reach.
Well, there's words called integrity and authenticity. Professionals, and being comfortable with those.
Absolutely, James. We have some election updates here. Kentucky is closed. However, it has not been called yet. The votes are still being counted. Indiana has gone to Trump, carrying 11 electoral votes. And Vermont has been called for Biden. Vermont's 3 votes are going to elect
Biden, okay.
Joseph Biden.
So we've got some numbers now. Donald Trump is ahead in the electoral count at the moment, 11-3, but we're on reality. I think he's losing overall.
Absolutely, James. Do any of these numbers move our clocks?
No, they don't move our clocks. Delaware has been going Democratic, I think, since 1988. Indiana, in 2008, went for Barack Obama in a historic flip. But that was the coattails of him being in Illinois and reaching over to Indiana with a strong pull. He gave it back in 2012. So no surprises here.
Absolutely. So as a recap, what states will we be looking at that will affect our clocks tonight?
Well, let me tell you. Okay, here's how this is going. The polls are still open out west. And in a lot of elections, the out west polls don't matter. They'll probably matter tonight. We're pretty certain that Biden's going to carry California by about 5 million votes. He took it by 4.7 million last time, and that's a tsunami.
Certainly, well, that would be a huge upside if California were to flip to Donald Trump.
Well, I certainly didn't write California on that board. Okay, here's the states we're looking at. Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa, Michigan, all the ones we talked about in the opening. If you see this, if you see Florida, go for Biden, especially early in the night. They're going to close here in about an hour. Mr. Trump has problems. That's 29 electoral votes. He only has so many more electoral votes to play around with. He's also in trouble in Arizona. Those polls there, this is the state he won easily 4 years ago. If that state goes blue and Florida goes blue, that's 40 electoral votes. Trump is now behind. And he's going to have to flip a state somewhere. And by this math, the only state that would do it would be Minnesota. Now, we can go up there to the main third and cherry pick that one electoral vote like we did last time, but that's not enough to do without it. You have to have Minnesota, and definitely needs to carry Iowa.
It seems that Trump would be at a disadvantage. He seems to have done little to bring in new demographics to his party. We've seen him double down on his previous stances, but it seems difficult that would bring any new voters to his party.
You bring a very good point, Matthew, is Donald Trump solidified a base. And no one since Ronald Reagan got the Christian coalition voters in his camp. Also an interesting turn of phrase because Donald Trump wasn't being known for those kind of views. So he did not expand the map. In 2008, Barack Obama ran a 50-state campaign. He wanted to keep in every state. Even if he couldn't win there, he wanted to get inroads in there. He just wanted to defeat them and also help out local candidates. Donald Trump is following the John F. Kennedy model from 1960. Right? He is going to the states he needs to win, and that's it.
Absolutely, James. And we do have some updates from Florida. They currently have 80% of the polls counted. Currently, Trump is trailing with 49.4%. Biden with a narrow rise on him at 49.7%. And
if someone
this could go any way.
If someone wants to fact check me on this, at the same time 4 years ago, former Secretary Clinton and then candidate Trump had the same numbers at the same time. Now, with 80% of the vote, and like we talked about in the opening, Florida is the only state counting the pre-mail-in votes. So those are all counted by this morning. Their polls close soon. We're going to find out who wins Florida tonight. All this hubbub about we're not going to know who won the election. Let me ask you this, Matt. In the last 5 major elections, any prediction by the major media, have they been right?
Well, very few, James.
Very few. Very few. And there's a lot of surprise faces 4 years ago.
It does seem that we will not be getting any early calls tonight. It will go down to the wire with the current vote trending so closely together. There's no way to make any early prediction on how Florida will fall.
And let me tell you a little more about Florida. Here's where Trump won Florida. Right here, where is Florida?
Here, James.
Can we turn that red real quick, please? Okay, Trump takes Florida in 2016, and how did he do it? A lot of people always say that the Florida elections, it's like two different states, Broward County, big, Miami Beach, coastal cities, big populations, and Trump's not going to perform well there. But what he did do is he didn't perform nearly as badly as his predecessors, say, Romney or John McCain. Now, that didn't win any elections, but it didn't, definitely didn't lose it. Come up on these inside coastal cities in the Central Coast and counties like Pasco County on the Gulf Coast. Trump took that by a blithering wide margin. He was not expected to. So he's taken all these little counties right here near the Gulf of Mexico and picked them all off. What we're going to be looking for here tonight, as soon as we can find out, maybe from the Secretary of State's office in Florida on the website, where the raw votes in Pasco County is. If Trump blows them out in Pasco County, he's looking good. If he withdraws or doesn't win it, could be Trump. There's the I-4 corridor, which shuts down the state.
Exactly.
Tell them your thoughts.
Well, in the coastal Gulf Coast region, it's much more of a blue-collar area. People that work largely in the oil fields, part of fishing communities, and in the south, we have a lot more money down there in Miami County, a lot more blitzing land. Certainly can be considered two totally different states. Also, with the time zone splitting them, it creates another divide separating those two.
Yeah, so there's cultural divide, there's time zone divide, and definitely a political divide.
Certainly culture, land, and all that divides.
So let me ask you this, Mike.
60 seconds.
Down there in Florida, when you were there, the Republican voted then.
Absolutely, that would be my personal analysis of
The exit poll I want to see is where the Christian right went this year.
that. Will be
That's
very
going to be very
interesting.
interesting. Let's go back to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please present to you for the first time, we're doing our news break. I'm happy to say,
This is Newsbreak with Mike McKenna. And now, Mike McKenna.
welcome back into the program. Hope you enjoyed that commercial break. We all need to buy new vacuum Mike's cold. Social distancing. If I take a minute to introduce our news break extraordinaire, award-winning author and journalist, Mike McKenna.
Thanks, James. Thanks for having me. Well, we're going to start off by talking about the stock market during our first news break here. And the good news is the last couple of days, stocks have gone up. They were close to up about 2%, 550 points today, and yesterday and Monday they were up as well. One of the interesting things about the presidential election, especially one as combative as this, is that the financial experts are actually saying, don't panic. Let's be calm. Caution is what is advised, especially in the shadow of an election. 2016 was really odd afterwards. I think there'll be a lot of nervousness one way or the other. And so doing a little bit of research on this, looking at a wide variety of views on this, the basic feeling is that if there's a Democratic sweep, we're looking at a big stimulus package. We're looking at a boost in spending because of that, especially in areas like clean energy, transportation, housing, expecting taxes to increase on big business and on the wealthy. If Biden wins but gets a Republican Senate, that'll be a bit different. The stimulus package is expected to be less, but then the tax hits should be less as well. Trump, from what my research has shown, it could go either way. If they don't, what the stimulus package would be the big question. That's the sort of the unknown. And the taxes, of course, he's not going to try to increase taxes much at all. So that should be interesting.
Mike,
yes, sir.
I mean, interrupt.
No, please do.
However, You never know with this president. Ronald Reagan was known for cutting taxes all the time. Much lesser numbers, he raised taxes 16 times they felt was necessary. He got the Democratic Congress to sign off on it. I'm not saying that Trump is Ronald Reagan, but we're going to be open for that. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's the big, there's so much I know. It is exciting, it is interesting, it's also scary. Who will have the power and what they can do? As we heard in the last presidential debate, the whole debate about how Obama got limited by having a Republican House and Senate. Although he did have the first 2 years when he did inherit the challenges of Bush.
We're going to jump into that a little bit later when you come back around. But what's the rest of the news break?
The rest of the news break is the other legal challenges. Ohio, Florida, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fear that we're going to keep battling over this for possibly months to come. And you mentioned Florida last year, in 2016, 36 days?
In the year 2000, 36 days, it was decided by the Supreme Court on December 12th, and now both will see that.
Yes, and so it'll be interesting to see how this turns out and where we go with any of these.
A side point to that is the longest time that it took was 1876. I believe that was Rutherford B. Hayes and William Tilden, governor of New York. It took about 4 months because back then the inauguration constitutionally didn't take place until March. They didn't move it until after. Anyways, I'm getting off track here. It took almost 4 months in 1876. And we'll circle back around to that later as a discussion point. But this is not unprecedented. It's not unprecedented. It's definitely, I think, more politically volatile due to social unrest and COVID and all these things with the stress on them. But you never know, though. Never underestimate the American people. They might come through as a resounding victory for something.
They sure could. You know, in 1876, Facebook was pathetic, so we didn't have much social media going on, and so we didn't have opinions flying around like that.
So not much has changed?
No, nothing at all since 1876. We're all here at portion buddy. One of the things I did look into further on this is a Kiplinger report on, whether or not we're going to have a doomsday, depending on who gets elected. And really the feelings are not that way.
Can you tell the answer to Kiplinger?
The Kiplinger report. I don't even know how to describe it.
It's scientific. Let's move on.
Scientific. Okay, yeah, thanks. That's one of those names that I always hold up there in high regard.
It's like the Solomon Brothers.
In skiing?
No, that was a joke. Sorry.
Anyways, what's really interesting is that the first 2 years of when the president's in office tends to be the lowest growth, regardless of whether they're Republican or Democrat. And so that was really interesting. I think there's been fear and a lot of misinformation going on both sides of the aisle, depending on who comes in. And ultimately, the impact isn't quite as huge as we think. I know we'll get into this a little bit later.
Yeah, let's probably understand that. We're going to come back and we're going to dissect that. Okay.
And then, then the next big thing that's going on is voter suppression, fraud, all these rumors that are going on, and how true they are, no one's sure. We have a little technical difficulties, so thank you, sir. So that's been really interesting. The other aspect I want to really quickly get into is the sports world. I know the president has been really happy that ratings have gone down for a lot of professional sports, NFL, NBA. I'm not sure how the World Series viewership went.
But that was one of the lowest World Series ratings ever.
Which is sort of surprising. Tampa Bay's not a big market, right? And they have a big market for hockey.
To take COVID and the social unrest out of this year, take that off the table, let's go back to 2008. The Tampa rate raise was in.
Yeah,
and that was the lowest rating one of all time, too. So it just depends on when we insured, right? You give it an honest view. 2008, they were terrible. No COVID. Barack Obama got elected. All sunny in Philadelphia. I don't know how much you can bring sports rating in the current political climate. This president often seems however his skis with the things he says, so who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Kentucky has been called for Trump.
That's breaking news.
Breaking news.
Kentucky's been called for Donald Trump. Again, no surprise. It is 11 like 12 votes. The reason it's important for the sitting president is Donald Trump has a little margin for error. Yes, sir. He needs to take, everywhere that he gets his finger. He can't give anything back. Because if he gives anything back, then Donald will fall. Now, Kentucky's called for Trump. What's that thing?
Chances of each candidate.
Oh, going to the path to victory. The path to victory for each candidate kind of break down like this. Now, had we walked into this morning and there was different information, had the show started, and all of a sudden Mr. Our staff's giving us these breaking news updates from the Associated Press that Arizona's been called, or that Georgia and or Texas there's troubles for Trump there. It's swung purple. None of that has happened. So if you take the empirical evidence of the last 4 years, what was actually happened tonight, not what the polls said, not what people want, what the voters are saying, it's right there in front of us. That goes for Trump. Check. Over for Biden. Check. This is looking like 2016 all over again already. We're going to get there now. Already.
Dominoes are falling.
Dominoes are falling. Again, I'm going to take a minute here. 830 Jacobin. Texas is 830 Jacobin. And if you're enjoying yourself, please pass this link. Pass this link on to your friends and family. We're live on YouTube for 8 hours, commercial free. I am James Jacobin, the newest name in news, along with my friend, Mike McKenna, award-winning author. Mike, if we have a minute, why don't you tell people a little bit about yourself?
Okay, well, I was originally from Boston. Been living out west here for many, many years here in the great state of Idaho. Journalist, newspaper guy for 20 years, magazine writer as well, but I really enjoy writing about fishing. So I sort of made my name writing fishing guiding books. So I'd be happy to always talk about fishing.
You want to tell us the name of that book?
There's one called Casting Around the Eastern Sierra, which covers California. I also written one called Angling Around Sun Valley, which covers some of the best fly fishing waters in the country here in the heart of Idaho.
I know a lot about fly fishing. Do you know how? I saw the Brad Pitt movie.
Oh, yeah, that was surprisingly accurate up there in Montana.
The Blackfoot River?
Blackfoot River, yeah, that makes sense.
Based on a true story.
Yes.
All right, we have some breaking news in here to the Waking Up Jacobin special 2020 election coverage. It looks like Pasco County is trending towards, is that Biden?
Trump, 59% to Biden's 39.9.
Okay, so that's holding the exact same lines in 4 years. Wow. Okay. So, again, we'll talk about polling and exit polling a little bit later, because I don't think it's quite as bad as everyone thinks. But again, you can just photocopy these numbers from 4 years ago at the exact same time of night, in the exact same place, in the exact same important state, and here we are.
Pasco, Florida.
Right, so this is exactly why we set up the map the way we did. And so, moving through that, I believe we're going to the other counties that are going to be a big effect here. Let's go back down south. Again, to reference the Florida 2000 election, there was recounts in 4 counties. Those counties were Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and the other one is evading me right now. And the reason those are important today is that those counties are historically huge Democratic areas.
Mm-hmm.
But what people tend not want to think about is there's a heavy Cuban population down there. 2 key things that turn Cubans away from Democrats, which is a natural home.
He's been on 12.
Mayor Piggs, 1960.
Pass.
Alvin Gonzalez, the year 2000.
Mm.
So now, that's all lost in history to us. But the people that live in Florida still infuriated by this. And you know this because the numbers bear them out. If you just pull the statistics from 2016, go inside the demographic of where the Cuban vote went, Trump didn't lose it, but he barely lost it. Now, that speaks volumes, because Trump is, what we're told is not popular. Now, is the Cuban vote in Florida, is that an outlier in those counties? Now, he lost those counties, but he lost them by just enough to squeak through last year by just 50,000 votes.
He's been hitting Florida hard recently.
He has been hitting Florida hard recently. And Mr. Biden both, because, listen, neither of these campaigns, for as much shenanigans that goes on and for how dug into the trenches everyone is with their candidate of choice or their party of choice, these are not stupid people. Right? No, these campaigners.
No.
They know what they're doing. They're taking this Facebook and this Twitter and all this, and they're microdating this information. They're not just looking at polls, they're looking at what people are talking about. They're throwing it into a big, what they call an algorithm, and they both got the same answer. If they didn't get the same answer, why have they both been going to Florida? Oh, no.
Absolutely,
Yeah. The Biden, Florida, Arizona.
Biden, Florida, Arizona, and New Mexico. Those are big states that he has a chance at, especially Arizona and New Mexico, we think of them as being more on the Republican side usually.
Do you really think about New Mexico? Because New Mexico, it wasn't, again, let's go back to the 2000 election. Let's just do the whole show about the 2000 election. Let's just do a retrospective.
Flashback, we'll get our Back to the Future DeLorean. Here we go.
New Mexico and Oregon both, and this comes into play with the legal issues. New Mexico and Oregon both could have went legal because they were so close.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Gordon ended up taking both of those, but Bush could have sued them because it was so close to the recount that they decided to just settle in Florida. But since then, New Mexico has pretty much stayed with the Democrats. And I think there is zero chance New Mexico wins. Now, this is going to be an outlier because the region over there, the Southwest region, when you talk about immigration and the changing of the demographics and the moving out of the older populations, you would think that well by now Mr. Trump would be swamped in Arizona. But Arizona is similar to Florida in two regards. One, there's an elderly population of times, snowbirds, right? And these people are elderly, so they care about what? Their Medicare and their Medicaid. Of all the bloviating, Mr. Trump has not touched Medicaid. And why? Because he needs the voters in Florida who are retired, and he needs the voters in Arizona. Now, he may think it's the right thing to do, but he still hasn't touched it. That's the way it is. And this is why Florida and Arizona are there. If you see Arizona go, then Florida's probably going. Obviously, that contradicts the updates we've been getting. So Arizona is the last bastion of hope for Republicans. Colorado's gone, Nevada's gone, New Mexico's gone. If he loses Arizona, it's not just a sea change for this election. You can see a de-alignment in the Southwest, where the Republicans would have a lot of soul searching and a lot of political autopsy to do to dig themselves out of that hole. Now, that autopsy was coming after the Romney loss, but that was before what? Before June 2015, when Mr. Trump famously took that ride down that escalator, and he put the brakes on there. Because if you remember, the Gang of Eight, 4 senators from each party, were getting together in a big immigration meeting.
Yes.
So what happened when, I guess, Mr. Trump brought his populist leanings to the office? Nothing. So the Republicans may get a press for this for a long time, but they might get the temporary payoff of returning Trump to the Oval Office. We'll see.
Yeah, those are interesting states too, since they're growing so much. New Mexico, Arizona, Idaho, Colorado, where we have more folks. It's not just the retirees, it's the whole move to the west to get to open spaces. And those trends that the prediction of Arizona going purple are really fascinating.
Yeah, very fascinating. My monitor is down. Like, what's going on over here?
So Northeast Virginia, and how do we compare that to 2016 to today, and how's that going to push that big
Well,
state?
Virginia's interesting. Obviously, it lays in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. You have that big rural, long-term, 7 generations out there in the Shenandoah Valley.
Beautiful country.
Have you been there?
I sure have, yeah.
No, wow. Geez, forget this, man. Tell me about Virginia.
Virginia's really pretty, yeah, especially once you get to outskirts of Shenandoah. But, it is interesting that you have sort of the hub towards DC where you're going to have more of the city and liberal.
So here's what's going on in Virginia, and this is why Donald Trump's playing defense tonight. Virginia was strong Democrat. I mean, obviously, it was in the Confederacy. So, and it had not gone Democrat since 1964 until Barack Obama went in 2008. When Barack Obama took North Carolina and the sister state of Virginia. Right? These are tough states for a liberal Democrat from Illinois with no experience to mollywop John McCain. Now, he gave North Carolina back. So that would answer this question. What the heck happened in Virginia? The population changed. You had different demographics moving in, other demographics moving out, and plus, statistically, most people that live in Washington tend to be more liberal. And what do they do? States like Virginia. Northeast Virginia. Yeah. So, Virginia is going to the Republicans for they said it was close last year, but I don't think it was ever again. Because again, you got to remember about counties. Those huge counties in those suburbs right outside DC, they went 60-70% for Hillary Clinton. But now Hillary Clinton's not running the show, although a lot of people like to think she is. Stop talking about it. Is that Biden is looking to bring back that Obama mystique. Now, I don't know if anyone's going to confuse Mr. Biden for Mr. Obama, but it's yet to be determined on is he more likable in these states like Virginia, North Carolina, than Hillary Clinton.
Did he also get votes though because of the fatigue and the frustration of what was happening in 07 and 08? Yeah, I mean, just voting for a change, which we thought we may see this year,
Sure.
people who wanted to change from what's been going on.
I think you're 100% right. He did get the votes for change. If you look at this in the context of 2008, the Iraq War, the Great Recession, the housing collapse, all the corruption, Jack Abramoff, Tom DeLay, people, the Republicans were up. See, people forget, it wasn't just that, there was the corruption. Every day there was a big change, Valerie Plame, all these things, all these little pieces that add up. So that answers the question in 2008. What about 2012? So again, Hillary takes in 2016. The people in 2016 were more frustrated than they were in 2008, and they still didn't get it back for the Republicans.
Fascinating. Yeah, interesting what's going to happen there.
As far as the direct comparison to 2016 elections today, and it looks like this is going to make my job easy tonight, is come into 2016 and you have two highly unlikable people. This isn't me saying this. If you look at every single
Us
poll,
or the presidential?
both of us, probably us, yeah, after the way this show started, is Mike, and for the folks out there at home, forget the political polling of 4 years ago. Was it right? Was it wrong? It doesn't really matter. Trump's been president for 4 years. It's just what did we learn? It's what you need to do. Learn. So what did we learn politically? This political analysis. What did we learn? And we learned this.
1 minute.
We'll get to that in a second. Is that nobody liked Mrs. Clinton nor Mr. Trump. And in every personality poll, these two people polled the lowest since polling began. And so when people went to the polls 4 years ago, yes, there was a strong Trump base, and yes, there was a strong Hillary base, but everyone else was voting against the other person.
Yeah, America nowadays, right? We don't vote for who we want, we vote for who we don't want.
Right, and I would say the comparison from 2016 today, which is what we've been trying to
One to
pull down,
7:15.
is this. The unlikability numbers for Trump are probably lower. However, he still has his base. I'm talking about his personal likability, not about his policies or what we think of his personal likability. Mr. Biden is proven to be a little bit more likable than former Secretary Clinton, but no one's inspired by him. I've talked to no voters who's like, I can't wait to go vote for Joseph Biden. Hold on, I'll be right back. No, most likely what they said is, I really would like to be done with the era of Trump-owning politics behavior. And they say it not that nice.
Yeah.
So, where are we going next?
Well, it looks like McConnell is going to hold on in Kentucky, which is, I mean, that's one of the biggest Senate seats in the country, and that's got a lot of national debate, people pushing one way or the other, trying to push folks in Kentucky to go one way or the other, which of course I'm sure people in Kentucky don't care, or anyone in Idaho or Massachusetts or Florida thinks. But that's a big move here nationally.
Well, and anyone who were watching it, you were watching that closely, because for Amy McGrath, Mr. McGrath, in fact, anyway, went ahead and raised more money against him than anybody, never been challenged before. And they figured they could hone in on him. If they could get rid of him and make history by getting rid of the current Senate Majority Leader, they could also rid themselves of the problem is that Mitch McConnell is very good at what he does.
Absolutely.
Okay, like him or not, he's an effective politician. He
Sure is.
down there, said they know the game. They've literally been there forever.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could weaken him, right, then you can build towards 2024 and 2028 to turn Kentucky blue. Because where's everyone moving? States like Kentucky, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are coming from coastal cities, New York, California, Florida. New York's population knows that. And those people aren't coming here.
Well, maybe.
Well,
We've had a growth here in Idaho as well. I mean, fastest growing state in the country for the last year at least.
yeah, you're right about that. I'm gonna take that back. They are. Where are you from?
I live in Idaho, but I grew up in Boston. Did the same thing.
You're not
Quarter of a century.
Are you carpetbagging out here, Mike?
Well, maybe. That's why I don't have my accent anymore.
Okay, so Tennessee is predicted for Trump 11. Again, no surprises. But the larger story here is that everything we see how quickly these states are being called.
Yes.
This means that those big metropolises like Nashville have no effect on this election. And in Kentucky, Louisville, no effect on this election. But the Republicans are set up very poorly going forward because of population shifts.
Mm-hmm.
It's why in 2008, like that was in Carl Rove, they wanted to not redistrict things, but they wanted to create what they call the permanent majority. That's the wish list of any political party in the history of the world. And the Democrats want to do that right now. Mm-hmm. And so what happened though was obviously the Republicans' idea of a permanent majority went down in flames in 2006 and it wound up literally in 2008. Trump comes back. Trump, a Republican in name only. If you had to put a political tag on Donald J. Trump, it'd be a populist, whether he knows it or not. When you hear him talk, he talks the way William Jennings Bryan did back in the late 1800s when silver was fighting gold and anarchy was fighting the establishment. And one of his early political advisors, Steve Bannon, did an interview where he talked about meeting the president for the first time years ago, well before Trump made it into the mainstream. And what Bannon said, according to Bannon, if you want to believe Bannon, he said, no, Mr. President, you're a populist. And Trump said, no, you're a popularist. And Bannon said, no, you're that. And Bannon said, no, you're a populist. But Bannon probably thought, okay, no, that's what it is. Trump did know what it was. He said, no, I'm a populist. Leading you to believe that he knew what he was doing from the beginning. It really wasn't about his policy so much as about him, the personality.
Oh, yeah, playing the media game as well.
Well, he played the Heights show on NBC for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, he was extraordinarily famous as a boxing promoter. He helped launch the UFC back when the UFC was in the Stone Age dungeons. Obviously, we had the big beauty pageant.
Oh, yeah.
So he's known how to play the popularity game, the business game, the success game for a long time. The astonishing thing is he turned that into his business. That's the astonishing thing. So,
Well, it is and it isn't when you look at people like Reagan came in and sort of did the same thing. He was a movie star as opposed to a TV star or a social media star. But I don't think of Trump as being the first guy to take his ability to be good on camera.
no, the first,
over
the
himself.
first guy to do that was John Kennedy.
Yeah.
Talking about election.
Because in the 1960 debate, the very first presidential
We'll just
debate,
let them talk
Vice
for
President
25
Bush,
minutes.
John Kennedy, the debate was televised. The people that watched it on TV, Kennedy won by a wide margin. The people that listened to it on the radio, Nixon won. Wow.
I did not realize.
Fact of history, man. So Trump, every president since that day that can marshal the power of the newest media is going to win. Barack Obama, the BlackBerry, the microdata and the Facebook, all those things. Obama mastered those. Trump with Twitter. Joe Biden, maybe there's not enough new stuff for him to master.
Yeah, and he's just not as slick by any means in front of the camera as the other guy. Trump by any stretch or Obama was incredible. As we just spoke before the show about how Obama came almost out of nowhere politically, skyrocketed to the White House, and the backs of how great he was in front of television.
Oh, sure. I mean, that 2004 convention speech, I mean, I think that got left him alone.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
People looked at him and said, there's our next president.
Yeah, I mean, I know I was impressed with that speech.
Absolutely.
It's one of the greatest televised speeches ever. But, you know, when you get back into the electoral and the solid South and the red states and the blue states down there, there's a key difference between a red state in the South and a blue state in the South. First of all, there's not too many blue states.
Yeah, I can't think of a blue state in the South.
So Virginia would be the only one.
Okay,
But
yeah.
the Democrats have a plan. Look at Georgia, with the Stacey Abrams damage. She won the governorship just 2 years ago, lost it almost in a recount. You know, the industry down there has changed. It's more entertainment, there's more media, and this tends to bring different kinds of personality types. It's no longer a rural, agrarian state. I'll just say it, some old attitudes, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's become a very attractive place for middle-class Black Americans to move.
Oh, yeah, Atlanta's one of the hottest cities in the country, not just for NBA players going to get them a pepper chicken.
No, sure. No, I have some friends that live in Los Angeles who moved there just for that. It's an upwardly mobile middle-class state, specifically outside of Atlanta. And so there may not be too many blue states down there now, but it could go that way. And I don't think Biden's the one to smash the hold of the Democrats on the down on the hold of the Republicans in the Great American Confederacy, but it could happen.
And does some of that have to go with our overall population basis, where the baby boomers, who seem to be more Republican as they get older, are starting to fade out, and the younger populations are bigger, getting more active, especially in election like this? Could that flip that a little bit too?
As fate would have it, a little bit later on the line, friend Matthew Stone
That's
is
what
going
I
to talk about that in detail, and he's probably going to talk about
I'm not a homer.
it. Doesn't matter to him.
Gray hair, don't let it fool you.
Okay, so it looks like we got Washington, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, they're predicted to go to Biden for a total of 16 electoral votes, Oklahoma, Trump for 7. Again, nothing surprising, these are coming in all as scheduled. And if you look at the board right behind me, the map that I put together for this program, it's spot on. There's zero chance that the other candidates have chances in the states that we didn't identify. The rest of it is just to fill our time from media. Thinking, oh, well, there's a good possibility that Texas could go for Joe Biden. Sure, okay. Yeah, and Trump's going to win New York and California.
Yeah, refresh.
Now throw in Hawaii for good measure.
Well, when do you think that will start to change then? Is it in 4 years? Is it in 8 years? I mean, we're talking about these national trends, states that are mostly red starting to go purple. It does look like it's happening today.
That's actually an astute observation and a great question. Here would be an incomplete answer, but an answer just the same. We have not had a de-alignment election in a long time. The last one was in 1980, when Ronald Reagan smashed the media coalition into bits and pieces, takes 44 states, 4 years later takes 49 states, and leads to the rise of the conservative movement. Because people went into politics because of Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
If there is any shortcomings to either Bill Clinton or Barack Obama, both two-term presidents in their own right, however, they didn't bring people with them. Because if they did, the person running for president today, we'd have known them as an Obama disciple. Our governor supported
Oh, yeah, great
VP
point.
supported Nelson the age of Mr. Biden and the lack of energy. He's not running, Joe Biden's not running on the Obama record. He's running on the Trump record.
Oh, not going down to like.
Right.
Yeah.
He's so bad. Conservatives ran on the Reagan record, well, they do it to this day. They do it to this day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's called the Reagan Revolution for a reason. So since the year 2000, we have not had an alignment deal. The year 2000, the red states and blue states became famous. They crystallized like a concrete chart, stopped spinning, and there's very little movement.
Even in 08.
Well, I don't, we'll take it in order. The year 2000, you get, I believe it's 19 states for Gore, 31 for Bush. Gore takes DC, wins the popular vote by 500,000, and loses by 5 electoral votes, mainly because he lost his home state of Tennessee, and he pulled his home state of Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That was a main deal, and only in the South.
Mhm.
It's when Democrats in the South became unpalatable for voters due to social issues, gay marriage, abortion, all those things. 2004, just issues, nothing happened. Bush flipped 2 states, Iowa and Florida. And then that was it. And I think he gave New Hampshire back. He wins the slimmest electoral re-election ever.
So she has the power
We go
now.
to
You're not changing
2008.
seats.
Barack Obama
When she drops
did
it,
win a
it's
massive
not-
electoral victory, but he did flip the historic states. He didn't change the dynamic. He flipped Indiana, gave it back. Flipped North Carolina, gave it back. And so,
Everyone he wanted the states he didn't go to the
Anyone
Senate.
you want.
The Democrats didn't
Yeah,
go to the Senate,
makes
the House seats.
you're 100% right, in Indiana, and by law set.
Mhm.
So Obama, for the victory he had, that victory was for him. He didn't really have coattails. Because in 2012, Obama was beat, if you recall. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But he lost ground in the House and Senate, and then 2 years later in 2014, got crushed in the Senate. People liked Obama personally.
Okay.
No
That's
John
a way to
Obama.
put it.
Because if there was more coattails and he'd done a political realignment where he brought a portion of the country with him, like a Reagan, or like an LBJ, to give an example of a conservative and a Democrat, then we wouldn't be in this mess. I'm not blaming President Obama, it's just that's how hard it is now to de-align American electoral politics.
Is it because we just naturally want to balance it out, that you may vote for Obama because you like him, but you're still going to say, hey, I want these senators and these Republican congressmen.
Because when you're giving a political party too much control, Bill Clinton in the early 90s, George W. Bush in the 2000s, Obama in the 2000s,
60 seconds.
Bush just a few years, Trump just a few years ago. They always dump it back after 2 years, every single time. And why? Because they screw up.
Yeah.
And the American people are like, okay, we gave it that shot.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, isn't that one of those famous sayings?
It's a very bad Hollywood movie. It's starting Clint Eastwood.
You know, Clint Eastwood did not make it.
Did you give him the paddle?
Well, Mike, as we're coming to the end of our time here for this introductory segment, we're going to have you back several more times tonight.
Thanks.
Please go work on the newsletter tapes and the stock market, and good luck in this book.
Waking Up Jacobin presents Election Day 2020 with James Jacobin, live. And now, James Jacobin.
Nothing happens since you left. That's going to correlate.
Well, James, there might not be anything happening electorally, but I do have an interesting news story to key in on. I have been busy while I've been backstage.
You're on my side of the table.
Oh, 16. Okay, I understand. So, James, there's a story coming out of Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia, being reported by Fox News Atlanta and the Atlanta Journal. Apparently, a storage room that was holding over 30,000 mail-in votes had some kind of technical difficulties. A water pipe burst. They're saying that no ballots were damaged, but it has effectively ensured that those polls will not be counted tonight.
That's 30,000 ballots. How many votes are we going to tally total in Georgia? I think last one was 5 million people voting in Georgia, so 30,000 out of 5 million, it's 31. Probably not enough to make a difference, unless it comes down to a very small margin, and then this will be the lead story in the world.
Certainly, Georgia is absolutely expected to go red tonight, but this will be an interesting story to follow tonight, see if it becomes a bigger story.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of stories like this tonight, Matthew, because, and let's take the fair sky behavior out of it. Let's just say everyone's on the other end, right? For the sake of this discussion. When you've got 100 million votes being mailed in individually in pieces of mail, counted by human beings, you're going to have mistakes.
Absolutely, we can't expect 100% accuracy on this. There is, a margin of error,
Sure.
which is why many people are, very skeptical about mail-in voting to begin with.
Well, like everything these days, it breaks down solidly along political lines. Let's just say you're over there and you want to play the Democrat or the Republican.
Okay, but I don't like either of those options.
Okay, I'll say this. What you have now is a huge Democrat surge with their information flow, with their voters truly believe that the Republicans are attempting to nationwide suppress the vote campaign. They define that by the legal challenges that Trump campaign is pushing, by alleged threats of sending armed people to the polls to keep people home. Okay, so the Democrats allege voter suppression, maybe. The Republicans allege voter fraud, and both of these things are very hard to prove.
Absolutely, every party is going to look for every angle they can.
And maybe even, dare I say, look for every angle to keep raising money, so they can keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars on campaign ads.
Well, this certainly isn't a business now, is it?
But for some people it is. Now let's talk a little bit about absentee ballots. Absentee ballots are often mail-in ballots, but now it's right because they are not going to mix with them. An absentee ballot, like I was saying in our pre-show, is a special circumstance ballot. You're a member of the United States military, you're traveling abroad, you're injured, can't leave your home.
Well, James, while they are certainly different things, effectively, what are the differences in policy and how they're counted, how they're affected?
Well, there's a higher threshold for confirming the absentee ballot. I think a lot of states felt they did what they had to do due to COVID. Because remember, everyone wants to talk about things how they are right this moment. 2-3 months ago, when these decisions were made, the country was horrified. It was still on lockdown. Small businesses were crumbling. Schools were closed. Sports were shut down. I mean, there was shock and terror in the streets. And so I think it's a reasonable thing. I mean, I don't like mail-in balloting as much as some, but you have to go to the vote. What if COVID was still in full swing right now? Like, as in, you catch COVID and die. So these plans were made in a very big moment of uncertainty on what exactly was going on with that disease.
Well, absolutely, James. Even though there are some uncertainty and perhaps it's not a foolproof system, but some provision was needed to take to allow people to make their votes. As you said, we didn't know if people were going to be able to leave their homes.
Sure.
It was something that needed to happen, and I'm sure that we will continue getting better at it, but at this point, it's just that we have.
And the one thing I definitely know, Matthew, is that when this election's over and as they look back on it, whatever the two major political parties say to do with mail voting in the future,
60 seconds
we'll know
until
they're only doing it to
7:15.
benefit them, not the American people.
Well, absolutely. It just certainly depends on what side you fall on. If the Republicans lose tonight, they will blame it on mail-in voting.
Sure.
But if they win, they will say that mail-in voting worked perfectly.
Yeah, and the same way with that, Joe Biden and his team have already set this up, is if they don't pull out the Trump win, the Biden win, the Biden campaign is going to simply say it was voter suppression and they're going to roll with that. And we know these political parties know that they can get these stories. Like, look, we had a story war that was creeping into the American consciousness. Right after the election last time, I think it was called, Russia. It's 4 years later, with all the governmental investigative bodies, with all the media investigations, with everyone claiming on at the bottom, whatever it was or wasn't, we're still talking about it, and there's still no clear picture of what happened. Now, what I find interesting, you talk to a Democrat, Russia collusion. You talk to a Republican, it's nothing. This is another example of that, where things are just crystallized left and right.
Yes, James. So we're going to move on here. Tonight we're going to look at some historical context.
Is this the two consecutive two-term presidents?
Yeah, James. We're going to look at the consecutive runs of presidents.
Give me a minute. Let me set this up real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Matthew is about to go through a very fun part of the show for us. There have been very few two-term presidents elected in United States history, and even fewer consecutive two-term presidents. Matthew's going to take you on a ride through the journey and the history of that, and then we're going to discuss it.
Oh, very well said, James. Well, like I said, we look for patterns in everything. They help us predict the future. In Vegas, they use patterns to set lines. Your insurance company uses patterns to set your premiums. Tonight, we're going to look for clues in the presidency that can give us some idea of how the current election will turn out. Let's dive into the history of the power of the incumbency. That is the strength of the sitting president to be re-elected. So far in our history, 21 presidents have served multiple terms. However, only 13 presidents have served 2 full terms, meaning that they were elected to serve their first term, were re-elected, and completed their second term. Already, we can see that there is a historical precedent that favors the challenger in presidential elections. However, many people might argue that we have not seen a president fail to secure a second term since 1992, a lifetime for many. This is where we get into some interesting data. Since the conception of our country, only 2 times have 3 consecutive presidents served 2 full terms. The first being our 3rd, 4th, and 5th presidents Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe from 1801 to 1825. This occurrence did not happen again until 1993 to 2016 with George W. Bush, William Jefferson Clinton, and Barack Obama. Interestingly enough, there's only one other instance in our history that came close to meeting this criteria. This occurred when Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, and Dwight D. Eisenhower nearly served 3 consecutive terms.
Just click here to watch Election Day.
However, Truman assumed his first term when he took office after the death of Roosevelt. Since he was not directly elected into office for his first term, it is not considered in this pattern. Another interesting side note is that because of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who ran and was elected for his 3rd term, we now have the 22nd Amendment. Before this amendment took place, it was an unwritten convention that a president would only serve 2 terms, which was established by our first president, George Washington. The 22nd Amendment made it constitutional law that a president can only serve 2 terms.
Okay, keep going.
So if the incumbent President Donald Trump emerges victorious tonight, he will have broken a trend by becoming the first president to be reelected to a 2nd term after the 3 previous presidents served consecutive terms.
Yeah.
The implications of this are worth noting, James. Will Donald Trump alter this trend? Have the tide shifted, or are we now in the midst of a new era where we as the people prefer the comfort of the leaders we know versus the uncertainty of the new?
It wasn't. I hadn't updated the page.
Has Washington, corporate and private money, the ever increasingly glamorous spectacle we call the election, changed the landscape forever? Or will history prevail, James? Not only are we sitting at a junction of unprecedented power to the incumbent
I'll go to YouTube
tonight,
and search for Waking Up Jacobin.
we have seen a dramatic rise in the incumbency amongst the Senate as well.
Well, I would agree with that in large part.
Yeah, on the TV,
Sticking with
search
the
for Waking
presidents
Up Jacobin.
it's a fascinating statistic it's fascinating that twice in American history, you only have 3 two-term presidents. And before Clinton, W, and Barack Obama, it was 200 years ago before that.
It is absolutely, James. If we take it for granted now, as I said, it's been, 30 years since we've seen a president not be reelected. Many of us take it for granted that 8 years is a standard term.
Exactly. Well, I also think the incumbent feels entitled to the 2nd term. The reason it's fascinating is because when you go back and you chart this and you dig into these specific elections and you go to primary source material, there's always something that happened that upsets that apple cart. You find 2 common factors. 1, you find the entrenchment of the establishment. And 2, there's usually some oddball event that keeps the president from being elected. And I was having a discussion with a friend of mine who happened to be conservative back in February. He calls up and says, "Hey, Mr. Waking Up Jacobin at JacobinBrothers.com. How do you think Trump's doing this election?" I said, "Well, this is before COVID, right after impeachment, before Super Tuesday." I said, "He's sailing to re-election.
Keep looking. There should be one that
He's
says.
not going to expand the map, but he's easily going to do.
Yeah, keep looking.
At the
There
time,
should
it
be one that
certainly
says
seemed
live
like
on
he
the show.
faced a little challenge.
Exactly. And in that conversation, and I think this person texted in with his thoughts on this. By the way, how's our text line going?
Well, I'm looking at our text line right now, James, and so far nobody has written into us. You want to remind people of the number?
Do we know if the text line is working? Can someone send a test text message that says, "Matt, you look great in your suit"? Okay, so, and in that discussion, I talked about something I like to talk about often in politics. It's the gravity of politics. It's the unknown, the X factor. What happens around that corner that the president or the senators or the campaigns aren't seeing? Donald Trump had no way of knowing in early February that he'd be in this position. 2 key things happened. The spread of the coronavirus, which causes the disease COVID-19, and also the social unrest that was put into motion by several controversial police incidents, including George Floyd by Derek Chauvin, in Minnesota, the Breonna Taylor murder. So Donald Trump found himself where he never thought he would ever be. But here's the point, he still could win.
Well, to shift just a little bit from the presidency to the Senate, James, it's interesting that we also see unprecedented power of incumbency with the Senate. I don't know the exact numbers, but we know that well over half of the Senate will maintain their seat. In fact, in the majority of situations, the only time that the seat is upset is due to death or retirement.
I know, or both.
Sometimes they do happen at the same time.
Well, that's a good point. There hasn't been a supermajority in the Senate in 50 years. And there hasn't been more than, I think, an 8 Senate margin since the year 2000, I believe, held by the Democrats in 2006 and in 2014, the Republicans. Because the American people, specific to the Senate, don't want to give too much power to the other party. Or that's one way of looking at it. Or when you look at it, the red state, blue state right
It is quite amazing that with our current system, our current two-party system, that we have never managed to tip the scales very far either way. Throughout our history, we remain very narrowly divided on these issues.
Sure, I mean, some of the greatest landslides in presidential history, you don't get the highest popular vote ever in Johnson. I believe FDR got 59, Nixon, and Reagan got 59, 84. So less than 6 out of 10 voters voted for these candidates, and these were the biggest victories ever. The Constitution was set up specifically for that no one group, because there's no political parties back there, but no one group of government, the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judiciary could usurp too much power from the other. So there's been this constant battle.
Well, absolutely, James, it's one of the brilliant systems of checks and balances that we've ever seen enacted in the government. However, we have seen a few things that seem to tip that scale that are not necessarily covered by our Constitution, such as when corporations are able to act as people and throw their weight around in the political arena.
Let's mark the time. Okay, we've been on the air now just over an hour, and you've now mentioned the Citizens United decision. I promise you,
Did I bring that up too early, James?
maybe a little bit, but I think we skipped
We can table that.
We skipped our Supreme Court discussion because we had some technical issues we got to look at later. We'll come back to that as well.
Well, you're
But the
change
Supreme
your
Court also
radio
looked at
to
the
channel
issues.
10.
Pandemic, economic, Supreme. So we'll come back to those.
Okay, James, let's move on from that. Would you like to discuss just briefly what qualifications Vice President Pence and Harris carry?
Well, and again, the vice presidential nominees of each party this time probably are of far more significance than in modern times, because we have the age of the presidents. I believe Mr. Trump is 74, and if Mr. Biden were to prevail, he would be 78. So you have Mike Pence, former governor of Indiana, and you have Kamala Harris, sitting senator from the state of California, former attorney general of the state of California, and former prosecutor. The qualifications, let's start with vice presidential nominee, Senator Harris. Senator Harris has only maybe three years in the Senate. Now, she has had an interesting road to the vice presidential nomination. When she not kicked off her campaign for the Democratic nomination, she was the front runner for her term. But like what so many times happens with novice young politicians, they kind of gum that.
Mm-hmm.
So Ms. Harris kind of faded away, and then
Okay, give him 60 seconds.
steamrolled Bernie on Super Tuesday. So the question we're asking here is, it's not about Ms. Harris's qualifications, because the only qualification to be president is to get yourself elected president. Look at Donald Trump. Barack Obama was a senator for 2 years before he became president. Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia. You just have to convince the American people to elect you.
Well, certainly, it's a job that you weren't on the job, and no one really knows what it entails until they sit in that office.
I think that's a true statement. And as far as the qualifications for Pence, he's been vice president for 4 years. There's a lot of people who didn't like his response to the COVID outbreak. Very popular governor in Illinois.
James, briefly, can we touch on the 25th Amendment?
We can touch on the 25th Amendment. The 25th Amendment also made the news cycle numerous times this year. The 25th Amendment, it gives the power to the vice president and the cabinet to to remove the president from office if they feel that the president is unfit, if he or she is unfit. But also there's a clause in there where the president himself can sign a piece of paper addressed to the Secretary of State, turning his powers over to the Vice President if he feels like he can't continue, such as
Essentially, you're resigning.
resigning temporarily. For instance,
Oh, a temporary removal of power.
when George W. Bush, I think he had a tooth drill, he put him under for like 45 minutes. And so he enacted the 25th Amendment, gave power to Dick Cheney, although many people thought Dick Cheney had the power alone. He officially did. Good move, by the way. Not really accurate. Okay. So then George W. Bush, the president himself, then signed another order and took his power back. Now, could the 25th Amendment come into play no matter who gets elected here tonight? Yes, it could. Donald Trump, by his political detractors, has been accused of being that man for office since the get-go. They just have to convince his vice president and his cabinet. Joe Biden has been accused by his detractors of being not as well as either.
Well, absolutely, James, and some observers may say by Trump's own actions that he is actually looking for to lose the office tonight.
Well, you know, I never thought I'd see someone try and pull the feet out of the jaws of victory.
In fact, James, not only Trump, many people watching the political process might say that nobody wants to win this election. It's almost
it's a race
to
to
lose.
it's a race. What's a race to the bottom? Because no one has pulled away. No one has pulled away. We have no updates coming in anywhere that any of these swing states are called yet, and a lot of these swing states they have large divided populations. So that might take some time through the rest of the night, but I think we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, James, I know that you're only slightly older than me, so this may be before my time, but I can't remember a time where there was no likable candidate. There always seems to be someone who carries a lot more weight. And tonight, I truly can't tell who the favorite is.
Well, it's different because Kennedy and Nixon, lesser of two evils, but the tone here.
Suffering from a severe case of recency bias, James?
I would say recency bias and also information bias, and maybe a little bit of confirmation bias. Let me keep checking off biases here.
We consider more important the recent events. We forget that history has already happened. The same things that we're saying has happened a million times. But those things that happened to Nixon, Reagan, and every other president weren't as important because they're not happening to us. So while this may not truly be the most important election of our lifetime, it is the election that's happening right now. And it's what's most important at this moment.
They're not Mr. and Mrs. Right, they're just Mr. and Mrs. Right now.
Fine way to put it, James.
The likelihood, let me go back. The difference between now and here is one thought. When the election was over, it was over. People went back to their jobs, went back to their lives. In 1960, for example, there was 3 television networks. It wasn't until 1963 that all 3 networks were news. Everyone got their information by newspaper. And I guarantee you this, I could read this newspaper article here and think one way or another about it. I could watch this newspaper article and argue about it on one of the cable channels and be really emotionally tied into it. And it's like this for a reason. The visual power of the television medium and the internet medium is very powerful. And so the election never really ends.
I think I see where you're going with this, James.
Yes.
But tomorrow night, we're going to be talking about 2024, is that correct?
Depends on how the ratings go. It's become more or less, there's a lot of sports fans out there. And when you like a sports team, you like them almost unreasonably, a fan is short, fanatic. No matter what your team does, you can rationalize it. It seems like people now, especially in presidential politics, have become fans, meaning they can't see beyond.
Well, James, one thing I've keyed in on is that many of these things seem to be completely emotional. People have separated facts and actual policy away from politics and simply let their emotions run their decisions.
Certainly, and you see it, you see the American population mirroring or reflecting. Take Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi. They're both in their 70s days, been in Washington forever. The 2 most powerful people in Washington. most likely, even more than the president. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell engaged in the flip side of the same coin. Nancy Pelosi, Madam Speaker Pelosi, constantly rips on Trump. Constantly. Now, he's easy, an easy target. Mitch McConnell rarely says anything. What does he do? He gets every Supreme Court judge pushed through. He gets every federal court judge pushed through. And what does Ms. Pelosi do? She beats Mr. Trump in the government shutdown. She embarrasses him in a State of the Union. Won't let him give a State of the Union.
Well, it's an interesting point to make, James, that here tonight when we're looking at a possible change in office of the presidency, we tend to overvalue the power that he has when, in fact, he only holds equal power to the Senate. And we don't give them nearly as much attention.
Or as much grief.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about this, in every public polling survey, in every non-election year, people trust the media like a 10% level, and people trust the legislative branch, the Congress and the House, even lower than that. I think they polled at 9%. But come election day, literally 90% of them get reelected every time.
Absolutely. The president almost seems to be a scapegoat for what largely happens within the Senate.
We're going to have to leave it there on that.
Okay. It sounds like we may have some updates coming here.
Well, you know, what I'm interested in, I believe a bunch of states will be closing coming up here at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Now, a famous Democratic operative who helped me build it, like the guy who coined the phrase, "It's the economy, stupid," James Carville, said that he was pretty sure that the election would be called by 10:30 Eastern time. for Joseph Biden. For Joseph Biden. But here's the thing about Carville. Although he's a partisan, he's really sharp. He's not so partisan you can't take him so seriously, and he's been a pretty good procrastinator. But what I would say to him, and anyone has that feeling, what are you looking at? I mean, we're an hour and a half away from that, and we only have 6 states called, and they're all the states that we knew where they're going to begin.
Yeah, so far there's been absolutely no surprises, no upsets. We know a little more than we did 2 hours ago.
We do. If we could here at some point in the near future, at the top, we set up a few races that were very important to see how the night was trending. One of those was former Auburn football coach Tony Tuberville. And this is an interesting race down there because he's in the Deep South, Alabama. And with
Absolutely, what is Tuberville's claim to fame, James?
he's a football coach, that's all you need. But Jones is a Democrat. And ask me why did a Democrat end up holding the Senate seat in Alabama?
James, how did a Democrat end up holding a Senate seat in Alabama?
It's a very odd situation. So Senator Jeff Sessions, who was one of Trump's first supporters, if not his first supporter in the Senate, also an ally of Steve Bannon. There's a theme here. Jeff Sessions, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump. So Sessions becomes Attorney General under Trump. Trump then gets
This is Newsbreak with Mike McKenna. And now, Mike McKenna.
And we're back after a brief difficulty. James has taken a break. I'm here with Mike McKenna. We're going to continue on. We do have some updates to get to. West Virginia is being called for Trump. That carries with it 5 electoral votes. Right now, Florida is leaning towards Trump. That is a big state, but however, it still could go anyway.
It could. 50.6 for Trump, 48.4 for Biden, which this must be based on exit polls.
Exactly. I don't have the numbers on how many votes have actually been counted, but that is, it's not insignificant that Trump is carrying that. It will certainly lead to a very much easier path to victory for him.
Oh, absolutely. Florida is a key for this. Yeah, and that's fascinating to watch how that state turns out and what goes with that.
It is huge. The largest swing state we have. I think by double, it carries more electoral votes than any other swing state we have. Oh, another update. We believe that
Wow.
91% of Florida has been counted. So
Wow.
we are getting down to the wire there. We'll see how long
So
it
it's
takes to finish that.
Yeah, looking promising for Trump in Florida. Pennsylvania's at 10% of the vote in, and Biden has a commanding lead with just 10% in, almost 2-1 at 65 to 34% for Trump. But that's very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. That it's hard to call at this point. We will keep track as they get more votes counted.
Well, Pennsylvania is one of those states. Today, breaking news was that the Postal Service could not meet the federal order to have the deadlines of having votes counted by the end of today. And so this will affect Pennsylvania, Colorado, Michigan, Georgia, and Arizona as among our key states that we're looking at. And this further holds
Absolutely.
off.
So if any of these races are close at the end of the day, it will be difficult to make any calls on them.
Yeah, it was
We could be
interesting.
looking at this for days or weeks.
We sure could. It was interesting because there was a federal order for the Postal Service to make sure it was all done today, and they just came out today and said, we don't have the staff to do this. So really fascinating turn there.
Well, we did expect there to be some bumps along this road. The first time that we've ever attempted something like this.
Oh, yeah.
So, we'll keep trucking on, and we'll get all those votes in one way or the other.
Yeah, with everyone, with all the mail-in votings going on this year, particularly because of COVID, it's really been a new challenge. And on that note, there was a couple of states that have extended their deadlines because of issues they had today. Most notably, Georgia was having some issues this morning, and they have extended it. 28 states, though, are still drop dead today. So at least more than half the country is supposed to have them done by midnight tonight, or as a lot of polls are actually closing. That's as we come up on the 7 o'clock hour local and the 9 on the East Coast.
Absolutely. And even though we are having these issues, some of these states, they may be able to be called even with difficulties.
Absolutely. When we know they're going hard one way or the other. Polls in the Northeast and the Midwest are closing right now. And there are states certainly that we've been able to mark off. And James's map's been pretty solid there, and no surprises really.
That will be significant as we see the Great Blue Wall, how those end up counting tonight.
Absolutely. They do expect states, a lot of the smaller western states, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, Wyoming, Nebraska, Hawaii, Vermont, and the smaller East Coast states like New Hampshire, Vermont, and Delaware should all be done by tonight too. So that we'll at least have a good percentage. But you're right, if Florida is going, that really makes it interesting.
That will definitely tell us a lot about what we can expect.
Absolutely. Another news update is that big crowds are apparently gathering around the White House right now for both Trump and Biden, and so far they're very peaceful. Interestingly enough, the past few days, the White House has been surrounded by what they're calling non-scalable fencing or walls around the White House, and I couldn't help but make a joke that there's at least one wall that got built during the first 4 years of President Trump's administration.
Well, that is good that so far those have all been peaceful, because there have been rumblings over the past days about scenarios where a candidate may refuse to step down or concede a race. There's a lot of tension going on right now in the country. So far, thankfully, none of those have erupted into any kind of violence.
Absolutely. That's one of the down attacks against mainstream media that I totally buy in, is that, that fear factor of what's going to happen if Trump wins, we're chaos. If Biden wins, we're chaos. And the streets will be full of rioters. And hopefully we won't see that in any case.
Absolutely. Well, as unlikely as it is, it's a story that sells a lot more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's very, very exciting. It's easy to sell.
Absolutely. As a long-term journalist myself, we always say that byline or that lead is what should get everybody's attention. So the more interesting, exciting, and inflammatory it is, the more people are going to pay attention. Okay, quick top of the hour news break. One of the things that's been interesting is the voter fraud and suppression issues that are going on with that. This morning news came out of Philadelphia that Trump's director of elections, Mike Roman, started tweeting that there was some voter fraud and some issues going on in Philadelphia, especially with signage. I don't know, did you get the chance to see any of that today?
No, I haven't gotten the updates on this, but I'd like to hear more about it.
And it turned out that the Philadelphia's DA came out and said those are altered photos. Everything's on the up and up. So it was interesting to
Also
see
some fraudulent claims.
fraudulent claims about fraudulent
Very
bantering. And so it's
interesting.
fascinating to see that was how the morning sort of started. But Philadelphia's come out strong and said, the brotherly love said, we've got our act together, leave us alone. We know what's going on here. Looks like Arkansas has been called for Trump as well at 68.2% of the votes for him. And that it seems like Arkansas hasn't gone blue since Clinton was in office. But
certainly no surprise there. However, that is an impressively commanding lead that he holds with 68%.
Absolutely, and having friends from Arkansas, I guess I'm a little surprised by how dominant he is right now in that state.
Yeah.
Little Rock's a pretty good sized city, and at one point when they were so, when they were so proud of their Clintons, and I have been to Hope, Arkansas, which is on the south side of that state on the border of Texas, and that was nothing against people from Arkansas, but that's one of the most miserable towns I've ever been in. And when I went there, I said, if the president can come out of this town, then America is truly great, because it doesn't. I wouldn't want to raise my children there. So
it is amazing. They come from all walks of lives and all corners of the country.
They sure do. So the stock market, as I was getting into earlier, when James and I were on, and I did mention the Kiplinger report, and he asked me, what is the Kiplinger report? And it's almost like asking what the Wall Street Journal was. I wasn't quite sure how to answer that. But the Kiplinger report has been essentially America's leading economic publication since 1920. And so I always go to them as a source to find out, a little bit unbiased of just where we are financially.
Mm-hmm.
And one of their most recent stories was on really how little impact, surprisingly enough, that the president being elected can have. And when you look statistically, especially since 1990, this was shocking to me, is that the Republicans' financial growth under Republican presidents is roughly 3.5% a year.
Mm-hmm.
But under Democrats, it's over double at 6.7%. So this is just a fascinating thing that happens in America. We so always think that the Republican leaders are better financially, but since 1900, that hasn't been the case. And especially since 1993, when we really started to move into the modern age and all that, the way we worked changed quite a bit.
Well, it is quite fascinating to hear that from the Kiplinger report, because quite often these kind of reports are slanted a little bit. They look at certain areas, and you can always cherry pick a little bit and pick out what data supports your story. But definitely interesting when we think of Republicans being pro big business tax cuts, that they actually see less growth.
Yeah, that was absolutely fascinating to me. And the difference since 93 has really been impressive. It's 14% for Dems versus 3% for Republicans. Although I must say, and Trump is actually behind Obama in almost every financial indicator after his first 4 years. Although part of that challenge obviously is what's happened over the last year with COVID. And that's just the asterisk. Yeah.
He won't compare where he's at today to where he was at 4 years ago. He would prefer to, compare where we're at today to where we were 6 months ago.
Absolutely.
Those gains.
Good point. Yeah. I mean, that's the curveball. Where would we be without COVID? Would these trends would the positive growth we were having be continuing to go?
Exactly. It's very difficult to project that. As we've seen, projections have been all over the place. We really can't tell what we would have been, what the actual financial cost of this pandemic has been.
And one of the most fascinating things is in resort communities like the one we're in now, a lot of them have actually been up since COVID has come in. A lot of small businesses in America, if they're in the right place, if they're in places where people have wanted to safely travel, whether it's mostly driving this year, obviously flying's been down, have done fairly well. Ski resorts all over the West had great summers, which is sort of surprising.
After so much isolation, there are people, they want to get out, and they don't want to go to a big city. You're looking for a small retreat that you can make, and so it's really helped them to bounce back.
Absolutely, get out, get into the mountains. I mean, this was a good year to be in camper sales.
Absolutely.
And the Recreate Responsibly movement popped up this year too, because of how many people are now out hiking and camping and mountain biking that we didn't see. So as tough as COVID has been, there has been some benefits. Getting people outdoors, and some businesses have thrived. I mean, like I spoke earlier, I do a lot of fishing writing, and the fishing guides I know are having their best years ever,
Absolutely. And alternatively, though, if you don't have the correct location, it's been devastating to you.
Great point, yeah.
Businesses across the country have shut down. It's been difficult to compete with the larger chains, larger markets. In many places, the small businesses were forced to shut down while larger stores were allowed to stay open.
Absolutely. And online shopping has gone crazy. So that's just a, you know.
Jeff Bezos has done well for himself
He
this year.
sure has, yeah. But that's a bummer too, because we do lose part of the flavoring of America when we lose all the mom and pop stores. And so hopefully people will continue to shop local and not just, you know, before you go online, you'll try to support your local business owners who are your neighbors and your friends. And one of the things that's come up during this crisis is that, you know, these small businesses, they're the first ones we go to when we need help to support our Little League team or.
Absolutely. They're far more ingrained with the communities.
Absolutely.
You know, a Walmart or a shopping center isn't plugged into the community like a hardware store that's been part of the community for 70 years.
Absolutely. And there, you know, when you're having the PTA fundraiser, unfortunately, we're not having the Walmarts and the Amazons showing up of the world. We're having our local branches of ACE. And so I hope we keep that in mind. I've loved that messaging going on. It's time for us to give back to those businesses. And if you did get a stimulus check and you're in a good position, I hope you were able to use that locally, and that continues with whatever kind of packages we have after the election.
Absolutely. It's one thing that we kind of lose sight of as we're isolated, that we still are a community, and
absolutely,
there's nothing like being able to support your community. Bring those people, you know, whatever you can to help their livelihood. If you've got anything you can support, it's a wonderful thing to do.
Absolutely. And I have liked a lot of the messaging. I'm sure most folks have seen it on social media today saying, hey, no matter who you voted for, we're still neighbors, we're still Americans, we're still doing our thing, and we've got to look out for each other. So our most influential election that we have had in our own personal lives. Well, I think for me, it was actually when the first President Bush came in after Reagan, and I was living in Boston at the time, and Boston Harbor was absolutely disgusting. You could walk across the trash of it. And I remember Bush had said during his first election campaign that he would clean up Boston Harbor. And I lived and worked in downtown Boston, and I remember arguing with some buddies. He never cleaned up the harbor. I don't care about his other policies. I'm sick of this harbor being disgusting. And I'm not sure who gets the credit for that, but I will say that harbor's beautiful now, and there are harbor seals swimming around in there, and it's not the same world.
Well, I can say that, okay. Myself, the first time I was allowed to go to the polls was Obama's first election.
Oh, wow.
And I remember at the time, just the message of hope and change. You know, I don't know if any of it happened or not, but at the time, he just seemed so powerful. You know, the message that he sent seemed so unifying. He was eloquent and seemed like such a change from what we'd had for the previous 8 years with Bush. And I just remember kind of being swept up in the momentum that was Obama's campaign. It was refreshing to see just how much positivity was enshrouded in it. No mudslinging or anything, you know, like we see too often.
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That was a positive, hopeful time, and it was a little tough watching the battles and watching that first debate, which was really rough. One thing that has come up so far, luckily, we haven't seen any of the feared violence. We spoke a little bit about this earlier. It seems like polling places have been peaceful, and Americans are showing what we're really made out of. We might argue, but the bottom end of the day is we're still going to treat each other with much respect.
Well, and we do expect that it will continue to be a peaceful night. We hope that all of these reports and concerns are more fringe. You know, there's no mainstream concerns about actual violence happening. And we certainly hope that there are no issues. You know, especially as the polls are closing across the country. Let's wrap it up peacefully.
As an American who has served your country, how do you feel about that? I mean, you fought for our freedom. Does it frustrate you to watch people fighting about their opportunities to vote?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that anybody should be denied their constitutional right to vote. There shouldn't be denied. There shouldn't be pressured. It's all part of our process. Let's keep it going the way that it's meant to be.
Absolutely. Well, on behalf of everyone, thank you for your service, and I'm going to let James jump back in. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Mike. Okay. We have a call coming in here, and we need just a moment to.
I'm going to set that up. Hi, welcome back to Waking Up Jacobin 2020 Special Election. I am James Jacobin, along with Matthew Stone. Yes, because we need the mic. We want to be always fair and accurate with the audience here. Thanks for hanging with us. We've had some severe technical difficulties, especially in the first hour of the show. So here pretty soon we're going to recap a lot of that and re-update some of that. If you're having trouble getting through on the 830 Jacobin text line, that's 830. What's not on there? 830 Jacobin text. Refresh your YouTube channel.
Please make a clarification that the text line and the calling line are not the same line, so that's an important distinction to make.
Well, we're not giving the calling line to these people.
Okay. Okay.
The number is to this cell phone.
We have technical difficulties. We can take calls now.
Okay, welcome back again. We're momentarily waiting on Ted Carlton, publisher of Sheets Online publication in California, longtime journalist and newspaper person down there in Central California, I believe in the Mammoth Lakes area. We're trying to get him back on the line as a special treat for all the viewers tonight. And as soon as we get that hooked up, we'll get going with that. Now, when I was offline, I heard from one of our viewers in Florida. And
Oh, do you have Mr. Carlton on the line here, James?
yes, Ted, are you there?
Yes.
Good evening, Ted. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hey, sorry that other number didn't work. So I just called James on his go-to line.
Yeah, and we're going to publish that number online so everybody can call. Now, Ted, we're just recovering from some technical difficulties, so you're going to have to carry us along here for a minute. Why don't you take a minute and tell the audience a little bit about you and where you're calling from and what your forte is?
Well, first of all, I hope you'll forgive me for being a Californian, but I'm calling from Mammoth Lakes, California. I publish a local paper here, which I've done so for the last 18 years. The guy who was on there, I didn't recognize McKenna in a tie, but Mike McKenna was the first employee. I've been in journalism total for 29 years. I don't know, I've seen it all.
Well, and I think what you're seeing tonight is a lot like 2016. It's looking like, according to local reports in Florida, and one of our viewers has been tracking this, it appears one of the major cable networks is ready to call Florida for Trump. What do you have on that, and how would you see that reframing tonight's election if that is indeed the case this early at going for Trump, if indeed that is the case?
Well, I mean, isn't that just holding serve for Trump? I don't think that's really the part of the country up in the north, in the Midwest, excuse me, that Biden's targeting. So I'm not sure that Florida is a bellwether at all. Plus, I mean, Floridians are notoriously a little bit weird. So, I mean, are they really a larger indicator?
Well, they're not a larger indicator, and you're right. Trump, just like 2016, he doesn't have just one path to victory, but he did not expand his electoral map. So he has to hold Florida, otherwise it becomes very, very difficult. So, yeah, he would be holding serve. It was not, if indeed is ready to go, what would you think that says about a lot of the other polling where he was consistently behind in Florida, and to have it done this early in the night, if indeed that's the case, he holds Florida. Could you prognosticate out what then happens up in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan? As of now, Biden's up in Pennsylvania pretty big, but only a few percent of the Republicans.
You know, a lot of those, when you're looking at the electoral map, a lot of the counties that, you know, say the number was Trump 55, Biden 45 in 2016. It might be Trump 52, Biden 48 right now. He seems to be around the country doing a couple points better in most of the places around the country as compared to 2016.
He is, and one of our key bellwether counties came on the central Gulf Coast of Florida. It was Pasco County. And in Pasco County was a huge indicator in 2016 that Trump was going to take Florida, only no one knew it at the time. And so we track that tonight, and Trump is up in Pasco County by 20%. At the same time, 4 years ago, he was up by 17. So that answers the question for Florida. And it also highlights a bigger theme. This could, instead of this being a state or a regional vote, this could come down to a county vote in a lot of states.
Well, for sure, yeah. I mean, look at Texas, where you got those four big metropolitan areas. I mean, that depending upon the margins, Biden could carry Texas, and that would be the first Democrat to carry Texas since 1976.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter. You've had two Democrats take it since World War II, and that's Lyndon Johnson in the landslide of '64, and also Jimmy Carter, the last real Southern Democratic governor before the voters started trending heavily Republican. So.
Exported a ton of Californians to Texas. Maybe we're just skewing the numbers like Idaho.
Well, since you bring up Idaho, I think we have a graphic to put up about Idaho. So give us a second on that. We'll come back to Idaho. But it does speak to, Mr. Carlton, a larger theme in these rural states that have one big population area, such as, say, Nevada, New Mexico. Colorado doesn't really fit the mold, but Nevada does. Nevada has 16 counties. Trump won 15 of them 4 years ago and got pasted in the state because of Clark County, which is Las Vegas. Now, this is not a positive outlook for Republicans, and we'll get to Idaho just a minute. Okay, do we have Nevada? Can we get Idaho up, please? So we've got Idaho up on the screen behind us, and if you look at the state of Idaho is unique in nature. It is very rural and very deeply red in every single county except two. One is the county I'm broadcasting from. I'm broadcasting from the shadow of Sun Valley, just up the street from the Sawtooth Mountain Range, heavily blue. This is due to the influx of Californians, and also it's a massive tourist attraction, and people end up staying, and they bring with them their political views from other states. Now in Idaho, it is yet to make the difference and turn it blue like it did in Nevada. But if you look at Blaine County, as its population increases, now let's raft over to Boise. And if you picture Boise like Las Vegas 10 years ago, just last year at the Department of Motor Vehicles here in Idaho, 50,000 driver's licenses were swapped from different states. About half of those were California. Now the question then becomes, Mr. Carlton, do those people bring their voting views with them, or do they embrace the lifestyle of the region they've moved to? We don't know.
Well, for your sake, I certainly hope that they don't bring their politics with them.
All is fair in electoral war.
Look, I mean, I'm someone who, I don't even know what my political party is these days because I can't stand Trump and his race baiting, and honestly, Governor Newsom is a disaster. So I'm stuck between these polls. I might ask you, maybe I need some political therapy.
Well, I think the whole country needs political therapy, but you're right. You're talking to a room full of nonpartisans, meaning I myself am a nonpartisan, neutral political analyst. My partner here is a millennial libertarian, more or less. Not sure where your friend Mike McKenna comes out, but he sure is doing a great job for us tonight, so we appreciate that. Now, we're coming to the close of our time here, but when it comes to California, because I lived in California for a long time, lived in Los Angeles and also the Bay Area, is the demographics of California wasn't so much that you sent me some notes about Prop 13, right? But that was so long ago. Do you really think that still has an impact in California? Or is it the fact of the demographic shift, the fact that Republicans have not reached out to Latinos, or the fact that Republican voters just moved out of there?
What's interesting this year, so Prop 13 has had various challenges over the last 4 decades. The most recent challenge this year is they have something called Prop 19, where you're going to tell older Californians, hey, you can bring your low property valuation and move to another part of the state. So if you live in a rich area in LA or San Diego, you can take your property valuation up to a rural place like Bishop, California, and settle in and still pay those low property taxes. The issue with that is, honestly, in Idaho, you should be thrilled by this, because if California passes Prop 19, that means that older Californians might actually stay in California versus litter Idaho.
Well, one thing I can definitely say.
Look, Prop 13, we used to have the university system that was the envy of the country. California university system's in shambles. The pension system is bankrupt.
Sure. Back in the night.
California is a bellwether in a lot of ways that you don't want to be.
Well, certainly back in the 1980s, you could go to a state university in the UC system, such as the San Jose State, not even a well-known one, for $3,000 to $4,000 a year. That same cost now, and I'm not kidding, is $300,000 a year. Now, let's get back to Governor Newsom. Now, you're in California, so you know a lot more about this than I do. They've been on lockdown literally the entire time. I did see some of Mr. Newsom's press conferences, and it did seem that he enjoyed the camera quite a bit. But again, I'm not there. How would you, as a Californian, rate his performance in accordance with the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, Governor Newsom is pretty consistent, and he wets his fingers and he puts them in the air and he tries to figure out what he should do next.
Fair enough, Mr. Carlton.
We shut down. We kind of controlled the virus, and then he wanted to open up too early because he was criticized to go. It seems like he's 2 steps behind in every chess match.
And I would tend to agree with that from afar, but I'll take your word for it, being down there in California. I want to say a couple things before we have to wrap up. We've run out of time. One, you definitely sound like that old school news person that I so gravitate towards. So keep that up. It's a dying cause. And secondly, please tell the audience where they can find your work at.
It's the Sheet newspaper in Mammoth Lakes, California.
Okay, so they can just Google the Sheet newspaper in Mammoth, California, and they'll get your work.
TheSheetNews.com, or you can just call Mike McKenna. He'll figure it out.
TheSheetNews.com. Mr. Carlton, happy Election Day. Thank you for participating in Waking Up Jacobin. I hope to talk to you again in the future.
You too. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Any thoughts on Mr. Coleman's comments before we move on?
No.
Coming up next, I believe, where are we at here, Matt?
Well, James, just before we move into generational politics, I don't know if we have time for a couple messages from our text-in line.
Yes, and I want to remind
everyone,
keep texting in. It's not your fault. It's our fault. We're getting our stuff together here. I believe the first one comes from near the Bay Area, California. What's that question?
Okay, James, we have a question here. It says, I know most states got an early start counting their absentee ballots, but which states will not start or have not started counting until Election Day?
Okay, and again, that comes out of California. California is a big topic tonight. I think we have a big audience out there. Okay, the answer to your question, this circles back to the beginning when we're having technical issues. Most every state was not allowing, due to their state law, not due to any shenanigans, that they cannot count ballots until Election Day. Now, the exception to this is Florida. And within Florida parameters of their laws, which they're allowed to make, they started counting the votes as they came in. And we're hearing reports now, not confirmed yet, that there's a major cable network getting ready to call Florida for one of the candidates because of that. So Florida is the only one that I'm aware of that did it. We'll double check our facts on that. But the reason being is the other states' constitutions prohibited them from counting those votes until today.
Well, very well said, James. I think that about covers that topic. Are we going to continue on with this text line?
No, but I'll take the text phone.
Absolutely. Well, I guess we'll move on into generational politics then.
Okay, generational politics as presented by my colleague Matthew Stone.
By myself. All right. Here we're going to delve into some more patterns that we can look for. Like we talked about, we want clues for what to look for tonight. So at this juncture, we're going to look for what generational differences may affect this election. So far, the greatest generation, those who fought in World War II and earlier, is dwindling. Statistically, they account for a negligible portion of the population, negligible portion of the electorate.
Sorry, Matthew, I'm getting my stuff together over here.
Oh, okay. You were giving me that look, James.
You're doing a great job.
All right.
I can't give you any looks. Let's tell the audience, these lights are blinding.
You feel like a deer stuck in the headlights?
Something like that. Let's keep going.
Okay. So, the baby boomers, who have long controlled the majority of the population, are beginning to be challenged by the millennials, who themselves have shown reluctance in the past to appear at the polls. Generation X, you may know a few things about, James, are largely known for being apathetic in their younger years. However, as you've aged, you moved into the group that controls politics.
I was definitely one of those.
Yeah. Currently, though, you
just a simple
hold the age group that...
Just simply a normal video YouTuber. I'm not controlling anything.
And now you could be elected president, James.
Okay. I got nothing.
Anyways, Generation X currently holds these positions in government and has their turn to enact and shape current policy throughout the country. The millennials, on the other hand, the idealistic youth, are now grown up, starting their own families. They've been a large part of the workforce for the better part of 10 years now. Have they grown up and have their values changed since the last round of elections? Bringing up the tail, we have Generation Z, of whom the oldest will participate in their first presidential election this year. It'll be interesting to see how Generation Z turns out at the polls, because as we know, young people have long been known for not exercising their constitutional right of voting, James. All of these groups have different key issues and the values that will influence their decisions today on election night. One key factor that may come into play is that millennials and Generation Z have no generational representative in this presidential race, James.
True.
Will this age gap draw young voters to Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, as she's currently the youngest candidate on a major party ticket?
Well, I have to tell you, Kamala Harris actually is in Generation X now, but because of the nature of this campaign, where everyone kind of had to shelter, Miss Harris was not afforded the same opportunity, say, a Sarah Palin was or a Paul Ryan.
Well, absolutely, James. Like we said, Generation X is heavily represented in the government today. However, the millennials and Generation Z are the ones that we're saying are not represented. Will they be drawn to her?
You know, it's hard to say. I think in this election, because Mrs. Harris was not able to get out there and make her case to the voters minus that one debate, I think that the generational aspect won't come into it. And furthermore, if the Biden-Harris ticket goes down to defeat in this election, there will never be a Generation X president or vice president. It will skip to the millennials. Now, how the millennial voters are feeling, according to the polling, is all over the place. I myself would like to wake up tomorrow and read actual earnest data, crisp data, that millennials decided this election, because your generation is the ones who have to solve all these problems that the boomers created for you.
Well, absolutely, James. And I think we're going to delve into that deeper later on tonight. I don't know if we want to use that all up right now. So we'll move on. We know that the economy, as always, is a huge factor for all voters. However, generationally, the things that we're looking for can vary largely. For instance, baby boomers, who are largely very comfortable and doing well in life, having come up during a period of great economic prosperity, will differ greatly from the millennials, who look for economic policies, frankly, handouts, some would call them. Look for more liberal policies, more social services is what tends to be important to this generation.
Well, I wouldn't think that this generation would be looking for it. I think these plans were instituted starting in 1964, the Great Society attempt by Mr. Lyndon Baines Johnson, and then you had, let's switch to Republican, George W. Bush teamed up with the late Senator Robert Kennedy, the liberal lion of the Senate, and they created the current Medicaid plan that gave all the prescription drugs for the elderly. So the creating of these big entitlement programs has gone from party to party. Now, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the liberal tag there, but I would agree with, if that's all you know, if you grew up thinking, okay, college is going to be free, I'm going to go there and get a great job, or, oh, okay, well, all these benefit programs are there. What they'll realize as they get older is that they're the ones that have to pay for them for the group behind them.
Well, absolutely, and there's some sense of when is it my turn? We watch corporations and banks and all sorts of entities receiving bailouts and government assistance, and it's natural that people want some of that for themselves.
And this is why the Bernie Sanders campaign of 2016 was so effective, because Bernie Sanders highlighted that over and over and over again. That's why he wanted to make college tuition free, and that's also why he wanted to waive college debt, because people in the age category, you're in between 25 and 30, that have went to college are buried in debt, and the ones that aren't are buried in debt because of the Credit Card Reform Act of 2009 that made it easier for credit card companies to give credit cards to 18-year-olds with no credit history.
Oh, that was a wonderful move.
It's a bipartisan act. A bipartisan act. So I think you're spot on here, and I think there's a bomb coming from millennials, an inflation bomb, a debt bomb, and again, it's why, like I said, Bernie Sanders was so appealing. In 2016, Bernie Sanders was pretty much saying the same thing as Donald Trump, just from the other side of the political spectrum. Donald Trump was focused on nationalism, border security, isolationism, and Bernie Sanders was looking to expand those entitlement programs. Now, we won't know how that election was turned out between Mr. Trump and Sanders because he did not get the nomination. But he spoke to those issues and he spoke to those values. The question tonight is, are the Bernie bros and the Bernie girls, as they're referred to, are they going to hang with Biden and Harris far more than they hung with Mrs. Clinton just 4 years ago? That's the question.
Well, we would think that they would have to. What alternative do they really have? Which is honestly what has caused a lot of resentment in those voters towards Bernie. You know, they feel abandoned. Truly, they didn't have a representative after he left and were forced onto the Democratic Party, which many of them truly didn't want.
Sure. Now we're starting to weave into, why don't we have any third parties or a viable third party? I mean, we have information tonight that we want to present about the Libertarian Party. You know why we're not? Because nobody cares.
They're irrelevant.
And it's not, Libertarian candidate, fine, Mr. Jurgensen, great person, you have some good ideas. But the reason we can scrap that whole segment is because A, no one's going to know what we're talking about or who these people are. And B, the Libertarians themselves don't assert themselves. So we'll have to wait and see if a third party comes out of this mess this time. What do we got going
Absolutely,
here on
James. It seems like we have some updates here. I'm not sure if these are projections or if they've been called, but at the moment it appears that Colorado is leaning towards Biden with 60% of the vote.
That's not a lean towards Biden, that's a blowout. And if we go again to the original Waking Up Jacobin map, every other map in the entire country, from every other media outlet, YouTube broadcast, had Colorado as a swing state. That is not a swing state. That is a blowout.
Absolutely, James. That is a commanding lead for Biden at this time. I don't know if we can get confirmation of these been called or these projections. Okay, I'm getting word that these have been called. Colorado will take its electoral votes and send them towards Biden.
That is not a good sign for Corey Webner out there, the senator out there that's looking to hold on against Hoppenlooker.
Absolutely,
that's not
his affiliation with President Trump bodes.
If his opponent could tie him to Trump, when you look at the ticket, okay, Biden, anyone but that senator, right? Let's track this. Can we get an update on the Colorado Senate race, please? What's going on in South Dakota?
Well, alternatively, James, to Biden's blowout in Colorado, Trump has swept South Dakota, currently at 68%. So he is
again
completely taken South Dakota.
Again, no surprise. And also Alabama's coming in for Trump at 54%. That's actually, is that 54 or 64?
That is 54. That's much closer than we expected, isn't it?
That is much closer. We're going to have to keep an eye on that because, again, Georgia's right there. Georgia's right there, just up the street, just one state over, or two states, excuse me, or Mississippi's in the middle. But if the South is starting to not bring the numbers for the Republicans, not Trump, down the road they're going to have all sorts of issues. But the question here is, if these numbers are not as solid as they were 4 years ago, that tells me the religious Christian right is not coming out in force like they did 4 years ago for Mr. Trump. What else could be the answer?
It is certainly an interesting topic to follow. Which candidate will claim the moral vote?
Right. Well, mind you, though, and I've talked to several people in the South about this. Southerners who are religious and Christian do not claim the moral vote. They claim to vote their values. Right? Now, from the outside looking in, it could appear that way.
Absolutely, James. It's an important distinction to make. Also, we have an update that North Dakota has been called for Trump. Another narrow victory there, where he carried 53% of the vote.
I thought the prompter said North Carolina at 53, and I was like, "Whoa, already?" But okay, so maybe the Trump people didn't make that same mistake.
Anyways, back to Colorado. We have Hickenlooper taking Colorado with 57%.
Yep. See that number right there.
Another commanding lead.
Right. Biden at 60, Hickenlooper at 57. That means they're not splitting the ticket. They're not doing what they did 4 years ago, saying, okay, I'll take this guy for president and this man or woman for Senate. So
Colorado turning their back on the Republican Party and going blue across the board.
Yeah, and if that holds, that's one pickup for the Democrats. They're 2 seats closer now.
Absolutely, and we continue to have updates come in. Looks like we have the polls in South Carolina have been called. We have Trump taking South Carolina with 56%.
Okay, let's stay on this. Let's stay on this just for a minute. We've got, I believe, I keep getting these messages because we're having some technical problems. I may have to take a call here in a minute. But until that call comes in, we'll keep continuing on here. You're watching Waking Up Jacobin, special edition 2020 election. I am James Jacobin here with my co-host, colleague, and friend, Matthew Stone. We've been joined tonight by Ted Carlton of the Sheets publication in California. Mike McKenna is handling news breaks. Here shortly, we're going to hear from Angela Birdsong of Radio Justice Los Angeles.
Well, James, while we're waiting for Angela to call in, should we recap what key states we're still looking for?
Well, I mean, look, we're looking for all of them. We're looking for Michigan. We're looking for Florida. We're looking for Iowa, Wisconsin. I mean, it's just the same thing over and over.
So far, the only one we have any indication on is Florida.
It's Florida. And Oh, okay, I think this is the
Oh,
call.
appears we have a call coming in.
This is James Jacobin. This is James Jacobin.
Hey, I'm trying to track down Cousin Ed.
Oh, hey, no, Cousin Eddie's he's with me.
He's with you. Well, what are you doing with him?
Is this my one-time co-host, Mark Jacobin from my Truth and Other Lies podcast?
Well, yeah, James, I think you would recognize my voice.
Well, why do you need Cousin Eddie?
Well, I want to put together a day after episode of Truth and Other Lies. Eddie has the website passwords. Speaking of which, what's your availability?
Mark Jacobin, I'm a little busy at the moment. What can I help you with immediately?
Well, I suppose you're asking at somebody about the election.
As a matter of fact, I'm doing a live election show right now on YouTube, so you're right.
A live election show on YouTube? Whose show are you on?
I'm on my show, Waking Up Jacobin, with yours truly, James Jacobin.
James, if your microphone didn't have a cord on it, you wouldn't know which end to speak to. How are you doing the show?
Well, I flew Cousin Eddie in to produce it. He handles the nerd stuff, and all I have to do is smile and talk about politics.
You mean teaching people the meaning of didactic the hard way? Or should I say Pontifex Maximus?
Mark, I got to tell you, I have absolutely no idea what that means, and I think that's probably why you weren't invited on the show.
So what is the name of your show?
It's called Waking Up Jacobin.
I don't think so. That matter hasn't been adjudicated.
Adjudicated, schmudicated, I'm doing it, and you can't stop me.
If you don't cease and desist forthwith, I'll tell everyone about your little habit with the librarian.
Oh, and what habit is that?
You know, the one where you spend your Saturday nights at the library reading history books and sweet talking your way into the reference section.
Well,
These are scandalous allegations.
they really are. I feel like Roy Moore at this point.
I'm serious. I will get an injunction issued faster than you can say femtosecond.
Listen, I have no doubt about that, but I don't see your show on Spreaker anymore. So, I mean, what's that about?
Well, I don't see your show on Spreaker either.
That's because I'm on a much bigger platform now. I'm streaming live on video YouTube with a production team, co-hosts, and calling guests. Jealous much?
Well, you'll be hearing from my attorney, and sooner than you think.
Wait a minute. Isn't Cousin Eddie, our Cousin Eddie, isn't he your attorney, and he's here with me?
Hence my witty retort.
All right, everyone. That's Mark Jacobin, my podcast partner on Truth and Other Lies. You can check us out at jacobinbrothers.com. Mark, I have to get back to work. Okay, that was not the phone call I was expecting.
Oh, that was certainly an interesting change of events.
I don't think Thanksgiving at the Jacobin household this year is going to be all that comfortable. Trademark issues going on, I think.
Truly on that thin of ice, James.
Okay, we're getting some information now that no Senate seats have flipped, but we're getting this stat that the former governor of Colorado is crushing the current Republican senator. So let's check on that. Florida's at 51% Trump, which is exactly what he won this state with last time, 51-49, just like 170,000 votes. And 45, is that 48% Biden?
Yes, 48 Biden, and at this time, 93% of the ballots appear to have been counted.
Isn't it amazing? We spent a lot of time setting up Florida in the year 2000 to try and draw a parallel to see if something would be created like that either in Florida itself or in these other states. Florida's taken a lot of heat over the years, Matthew, about that 2000 election, and rightfully so. But they seem to have their stuff together. They have their votes counted. 93% is in. From all the information we're getting, there's no controversies. There's no lawsuits. This looks to be a clean vote.
Yeah, at this point, it seems that everything is wrapping up very cleanly there. We don't see any kind of controversy happening in Florida.
No.
So far, that all seems to be happening in Georgia at this time with their ballots being unable to be counted.
Yeah, well, it's got to happen somewhere. And I think if it doesn't happen naturally, I think one of these two campaigns or both, probably the campaign trailing, is going to create that controversy maliciously if they have to. What do we got here?
Well, this is an update, I believe, on the Colorado race where Hickenlooper is at 54.9%, and so that's a seat for the Democrats.
Is he just ahead, or is he taking that seat? He's the projected winner. Okay, so that pretty much by the systems that they have in place, he's the projected winner. And 54.8%, he'd have to lose 5% in the week. That's not going to happen. I want to correct some information. Earlier, I said that he had won that at 57% and equated that to a blowout. I want to take that back. 54% is a decent win. It's not a blowout. But again, there's no ballot split in there. So,
well, James, that combined with the seats flipping in, was it in Mississippi, Alabama? That does help Biden and the Democrat chances in the Senate.
It does. Coming into the night, it was 53-47. Now we go to 52-48. And if Doug Jones is hanging on, then the Republicans don't get their easy pickup. So the Republican Senate got those 3 judges, and that may be all they get for quite some time.
And James, can you update us again? How many seats need to flip for the Democrats to take control?
Well, if former Vice President Biden and Senator Harris win the White House, they would have to flip 3 seats. Now only 2 because of what's going on in Colorado. And if Mr. Trump holds on, they would have to flip 4, but now only 3. So the Senate Republicans were not playing with a huge margin of error here, and they were playing with fire with what they did in the judicial process, which we'll still go back to later in the night. But we have too many updates to get to here now.
Well, so far the only real update we have is that the Democrats are up 1 seat from where they stood earlier today,
and we're pretty far here in tonight. So again, I'm in the Jacobin newsroom here at Studio J, so I'm not following the election everywhere like I normally would be. Is if there was going to be a blue wave and a Biden blowout, or the Republicans were going to get run out of the Senate or lose, the 20 governorships that were up, this would have been happening by now. Florida might not be for Trump if there was a blue wave, or excuse me, it still could go to Trump, but it wouldn't be over this early. So again, we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to find out that the polls were wrong again. This does not guarantee Mr. Trump re-election, nor the Republicans holders, but this is not going to be a realignment election.
Absolutely, it is important to state that while we can make calls and projections tonight, easily these matters could not be settled for days or weeks.
Yeah, maybe even months. What's our update here?
Right now, we have 40 Senate seats being held by the Democrats and 37 to the Republicans.
That would make sense if we were living in the year 1920, but by my count, there's.
Well, I'm assuming that those are the seats that have been called so far, James.
Well, there's only a third of the Senate up. Coming into the night, I think we have the graphic from 2004 up. Coming into the night, you have 53 Republicans, 47 Democrats. 2 of those Democrats are independents, but they caucus, which means they team up for committee purposes with the Democrats. One, of course, is the now very famous and popular Bernie Sanders. So again, 2004 graphics coming back to bite us. The ramifications of where this election could be going tonight is, now it's way too early to call anything, is if you get the narrow Trump victory, if he pulls the inside straight like he did in 2016, he holds Florida, he holds North Carolina, and the blue wall becomes the red wall in the upper Midwest, and gets reelected, what's the headline tomorrow? Will there be
4 years?
Will there be a headline tomorrow? Well, and the headline, I think, would be it fall into this realm that you would have the publications that have been supporting Mr. Trump continue to support him, the conservative talk shows, the conservative media, the internet, and so forth. And if Mr. Biden holds, you would have everyone feeling validated and vindicated that they removed Mr. Trump from office by the only legal means outside of impeachment, which is at the ballot box.
Well, certainly, James, I think that at this point, there would be great shock if President Trump were to be reelected. We've spent the last several weeks being told that Joseph Biden is ahead in the polls, that he's leading. So it would be an upset if, at this time, President Trump remained in office.
It wouldn't be an upset in an epic proportion because he just did this 4 years ago. And if Mr. Trump has done anything, he's proven that he's outside the norm. You can't put him in a cookie cutter political box. Now, but you just asked, it would be great shock if he got reelected. The people who wouldn't be shocked. Now, I've been conducting a survey of my own, a Waking Up to Jacobin survey. It's not scientific, but it's seeming to be more accurate than what we're getting from people who do this for a living. I've talked to well over 100 people. And 2 people wouldn't tell me. but the rest would tell me who they were voting for. And then I asked them a subsequent question. And in that poll, Joseph Biden wins the election by 4 votes. But that's the popular vote, not the electoral vote. And then I asked one other question. I asked 2 questions. Who are you voting for? And do you just want them to win, or do you think they'll win? Every single Trump supporter said, I think he'll win. Not I want him to win. So the Trump base is solid. Like I said, he walks into the night with 40% of the electorate in his pocket. He just needs to get that 5% back. Looks like Representative known as AOC out of, I believe it's the Bronx in New York, got reelected probably rather easily there in New York. I imagine Ms. Cortez is setting herself up for a Senate run. Probably she's going to run to the left of Chuck Schumer, who is up for re-election in 2022. Mr. Schumer has been moving to his left, anticipating the move by AOC, because AOC wants a bright future in politics. She can't get what she wants by sitting in the House of Representatives there in New York City. Looks like Mr. Cuomo is going to be governor for a while. AOC's only option is to take on Schumer, unless she makes the run for president in 4 years, which very well may be. But being that we've never, ever elected anyone from the House of Representatives to the White House, I doubt that's going to happen. But congratulations. I'm sure she fought a good campaign.
Absolutely, James. What do you tell us about Amy Coney Barrett
Well,
tonight?
let's circle back this. Before we lost our YouTube connection, we were discussing recent Associate Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney
Barrett, James. Can you say that 3 times fast?
With all apologies to Mrs. Coney Barrett. The interesting situation. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, known as RBG. When the Supreme Court justices are getting nicknames like, LBJ and Robert James.
We love 3 initials in this country, don't we?
We certainly do. So getting back to this, Amy Coney Barrett was a protege of the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. She clerked for him. Mr. Scalia was known throughout the 80s and 90s and up until a few years ago upon his death as the most, not conservative, that's not a word that they would use to describe themselves, but a textualist or a constitutionalist, meaning that the original interpretation of the Constitution is what it is, that what is written on that document is the law. Now you've got this other theory that the Constitution is a living document to be interpreted in that time and era. And this is where it sounds like a little thing, but this is a massive fight. It's been going on since the 60s in the Civil Rights era. Coney Barrett gets pushed through on a nomination, as it's the Senate's right to do, because the Republicans have their majority. But was it the right thing to do? Because a short 4 years ago, when Antonin Scalia passed away at a ranch in Texas, Barack Obama nominated a man by the name of Merrick Garland. Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans would not give Mr. Garland even a hearing, as is their right to do, because they control the committees, they control the Justice Committee, they control the judges. Now, at the time they said, it's an election year, the next president is going to decide, either Mrs. Clinton or Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump gets the victory. He's now picked 3 conservative judges. But the fallout from that could be that if the Democrats win the Senate, that they reapportion the court. It's called packing the court. Mm-hmm. In the Constitution, it does not set the Supreme Court justice at 9 justices. It's to be determined by the legislature. Now, it has been stuck at 9 forever. The last president to try and change it was Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1937. And when he tried that, his own party revolted. His former vice president ran against him because Republicans and Democrats knew that that was political overreach, that it was trying to usurp too much power. But however, Matthew, take one guess of what presidents have added or taken justices away from the Supreme Court. Because we keep hearing this has never happened before. Take one guess.
Well, I would guess that George Washington added some justices to the Supreme Court.
Check.
Beyond that, it beats me, James.
These are some little-known presidents. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant.
A long list of early presidents, James.
Now, it hasn't happened in quite some time because once FDR tried it and he felt so much blowback from his own party, no president ever attempted it again. But because of the state of politics and this long fist fight between former Senate Majority Leader out of Nevada, Harry Reid, and now Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell out of Kentucky, they've constantly changed the rules in the Senate, more or less by a margin of 51. And you go ahead.
Well, James, I want to get to a point why this third appointment by Donald Trump is particularly important. It's a very rare occurrence, but there is a possibility where the presidency could be called by the Supreme Court. Is that not correct?
Well, that is correct. If we have a situation in 2000 like Florida where neither candidate has acquired the necessary electoral votes, in this case 270, to ascend to the presidency, you could find all sorts of legal actions in numerous states, from Ohio, Wisconsin, Arizona. It doesn't look like Florida's there, possibly Georgia. And if this gets to the Supreme Court, you now have 6 justices, 6 to include Miss Barrett, nominated by Republican presidents. You only have 3 by Democratic presidents. Now, the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice, Mr. John Roberts, appointed by George W. Bush in the mid-2000s, consistently votes with the liberal wing of the court, if you will. He's become more moderate. He sometimes sides with the conservative view and sometimes with the liberal view. But even if you add him in with the liberals, it's still 5-4.
Well, James, we can get back to that. But we do have an update from Pennsylvania. The race is getting tight there. We have 52% of the vote going towards Biden and Trump holding at 46%.
Do we know how much percentage of the raw vote is in Pennsylvania? Are those coming in from the suburbs around Philadelphia, or are those coming out from the outlying rural areas? But yeah, keeping with that, 52 to 49. This is the first time I can say this. At this time 4 years ago, Trump was beating Clinton, and now we've flipped it. So I have to talk personally to numerous people who've been to Pennsylvania recently, and they were convinced it was going to Trump just based on yard signs. Now, I don't know if that's very scientific, but then how can I really judge that when the scientific polls aren't that very scientific either?
Well, James, they might not be scientific, but historically, they have proven to be accurate. Just because in the last election the polls proved inaccurate, that does not mean it's the new norm. An outlier does not create a new norm. So it's the question, do we believe the polls or not?
Well, the thing with that, and we're going to be running out of time here, we're going to have to switch up to something else. And I do promise everyone, we will get back to these polls. I've been promising this all night. I've been promising it in the marketing. I'm going to talk about these election polls, or these exit polls and these voter polls, and where this all started, and that there's a missing ingredient to these polls.
Well, James, I hope that your polls are not as empty as many we've been promised on the campaign trail.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and step out for a minute, and you can discuss that with Mr. McKenna.
Absolutely, James. Okay. What is this? Are we expecting another call coming in, or is this
This is Newsbreak with Mike McKenna. And now, Mike McKenna.
I'm well. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm wonderful. It's shaping up to be a interesting night. The traction's starting to pick up. We're getting in some more results.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we head into hour number 3 here, pretty much they're saying each candidate at this point has 7 states each. Is
Okay.
the latest news I have for you, and it looks like in electoral votes, Biden currently is at 131, Trump is at 92. Of course, as you guys just mentioned, Pennsylvania is a big one, so we'll see what happens there. A couple other news briefs is pipes burst in a Fulton County, Georgia election spot, which is the home of Atlanta, biggest city in that state. But they do say that the votes have not been damaged, but that will slow things down a little bit. Just an odd thing to happen on election night, having the pipes burst, especially in a place that's not that cold like Atlanta.
Absolutely, that is a strange event. Hopefully there was no foul play. It was simply an accident.
Yes, absolutely. As soon as I saw that come across, I went, "Oh, is that an accident or what's happening there?" So
A little
fascinating
bit of
stuff.
espionage happening down in Georgia.
Yes. Another piece of news is the Nevada State Supreme Court refused to halt mail-in ballots in Clark County, which is the biggest county in Nevada. So that's a big break for the Democrats there to make sure that the vote's going in the biggest city in that state, or that has the biggest city in that state.
Absolutely. In Nevada goes as Las Vegas goes. So that is very important for those races down there.
Absolutely. That just came out. The polls are closing now in a bunch of key swing states, so we should start to get a lot more information over the next hour and get a little bit better clue what's going on. Another interesting piece of news is in Delaware, Sarah McBride became the first trans transgender state senator. They've called the race for her, that she's winning easily, which is really fascinating here in modern day America, where we're so on one side of the fence of the other. They have that come across the news desk.
Absolutely. If nothing else, it marks how far we've come as a society in the last 20 years. Certainly not that long ago, something like this would have not been possible.
Oh, absolutely. To not even have a chance to run, but to win in a state like Delaware is impressive stuff there. She becomes the second transgender person to take a federal position. Virginia's Danica Rome was named as a congresswoman 3 years ago. A little bit interesting note too, since I am a big sports guy, is they just announced the Gold Glove winners for baseball season. And what made it interesting this year is that they didn't, usually the managers and coaches can vote, but they didn't have that happen. So it was based solely on statistics. And one thing, I mean, it is in the political world too, although the statistics, as you guys just mentioned, they can't even get the polls going properly. But it's kind of a bummer that we're going so far statistically to someone like me.
Absolutely. Baseball has been taken over by analytics in the last few years. Some are about it. Some wish for, a little bit more of an old school approach to happen.
As a little league coach, I can tell you I'm more of an old school guy, but it does help. One other piece of news is that the president is expected to speak tonight from the East Wing of the White House, regardless of how things look. So he is. Kellyanne Conway just announced that a little while ago. She's back. She's back in front of cameras after disappearing there for a while. So that should be interesting that he's going to speak one way or the other, if that holds out to be true. And then the other big thing we talked about earlier is Mitch McConnell is holding on in Kentucky.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even though there was a lot of money came from outside Kentucky to try to help him, it certainly did not help him. But the big question now is he going to be able to hold the majority seat as this election plays itself out?
Well, certainly as the majority seat leader, it would have been big news if you were not to hold on to that. That would have been a huge upset coming out of there.
It was interesting too that Kentucky is bottom 10 in almost any statistic you want to look at, average income, ranked in education, but that state just keeps supporting him. So it's an interesting place. I know I have some friends who are from Kentucky, and I think they were a little surprised. They're going to be surprised with this. I think they felt Kentucky was ready for some change
to move forward. But looks like they're ready to stay the same for a little bit longer.
Absolutely, yeah. And what's interesting to me about the McConnell thing as well is that he kind of ushered in. He contradicted what he had said 4 years ago about not pushing a Supreme Court appointment in 9 months before the election, let alone a week before, but that clearly did not impact him at the polls negatively.
Well, also, it appears some exit polls have shown that Latinos in Florida are overwhelmingly supporting Trump. A little bit of a surprise. The Democrats like to lay claim to the minority vote.
That is very surprising to me. And there was a story, and I'm not sure which publication it was in, about why some folks do vote for minorities will vote for Trump, and it has to sort of do with his personality. They like that, a little
bit of that bravado,
a man's a man kind of world, and the patriarchy styling that he has. So that is interesting. I'd like to hear what the reasons why some of that were. These were it was a former leader of, I believe, the NAACP had announced, that was interviewed and shared his opinion on that.
Well, absolutely. It's all a matter of perspective. The things that may, be disagreeable to some can really boost you up in other people's minds. That brashness can, lend itself to an air of power to some.
Oh, absolutely. And then I wonder if that same thing we're seeing from Florida will translate into Texas and some of these other states with big Latino populations.
Well, Mike, it's my time to take a break. I'm going to let you continue on this conversation with James.
Oh, thanks. I'll switch on over. $10 p.m. on the East Coast. It's getting late early. I just cracked a Coca-Cola instead of some coffee. I'm feeling pretty good.
I got prank called by my former podcast partner.
Well, that's always nice. Well, you had my former publishing partner on here, and he texted me all the jokes he was going to tell you about me. So luckily, we didn't have to have those on here. Absolutely.
He seems to be speaking about California, but the way people outside of California speak about it Now that's a little interesting because I lived there for a long time, but California is always very proud. But
Absolutely. Good point.
Now I don't know if he's just being a neutral, journalist, or if that's his personal feeling. We'll follow up with that on another time. But I was a little surprised by the tone of that whole conversation.
Well, as a former California resident myself, who still does do some work for newspaper down there, I think he's kind of on the pulse of it. It does seem like there's a lot of frustration within the state, not just those who are exiting to come to places like Idaho.
You guys were professional coworkers for many years. I don't want you to speak for him, but if you could maybe infer, is he speaking for himself, or is he giving me a wide swath here at Waking Up Jacobin of what the sense is of California?
Good question. I would think it's a little bit more of the sense of California. I mean, where he is, Mammoth Lakes is one of the busiest ski resorts in America, one of the biggest tourist spots in the country. So especially for Southern California, not so much Northern California because Yosemite blocks San Francisco from coming over. But, a lot of Southern California's playground, and that is part of his market. And so I think he does have a good sense on that.
Fair enough. We thank Mr. Carlton once again. Let's do some housekeeping here. It is now just after 10 o'clock on the east, 7 o'clock in the west, and I do believe the polls are now closed in California. If I could have someone double check me on that. If the polls are closed in California, I believe the only people still voting would be Hawaii. So this means at this moment, Mike McKenna, this election's been decided.
Wow.
We do not know who will take that oath on January 20th in just a few months.
So I do wonder on that, though, if you're in line, and the polls have closed and you're in line, you still are allowed to vote.
Again, we're getting a lot of questions, both from the viewers and now you, that
good for something.
And I'll just keep reiterating this. There are 50 states, 50 sets of rules. Now, some of your legal challenges, and maybe Matt could look this up right now for us, is some states, the polls close when they close. Other states, if you're in line. Some states, judges will grant an emergency injunction. I guarantee you right now, all over the country, if there's lines, Republicans and Democratic attorneys everywhere are getting injunctions to keep either the polls open or to let everyone in line vote. Now,
or to shut them,
or to shut them, right? And I think it's better for everyone if the most people vote possible.
Absolutely.
Because if you're not emotionally tied to who the victor is, and I'm emotionally tied that there's a process. Right? I'll live with whoever the winner is as long as the process isn't corrupt, like we had in Florida in 2000, or like the poor exit polling in 2004, or the allegations of Russian interference. I just want a clean election.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, it looks like California still has an hour to go.
California still has an hour to go. Maybe we can get Ted back on the phone.
We could. He's never.
Unfortunately,
comments.
I could tell. So given where we're at now, Hawaii and California, I think, are the only ones open. Now, I'm pretty certain, as you can tell by the board we made up, these coastal states, Oregon, California, Washington, they're blue. I'm banking that Hawaii is going to be blue because every single county in Hawaii voted for Hillary Clinton.
Wow.
And on the other side, there's only one red state where every county voted red. That's Oklahoma. So coming into this, when I was doing my research for this, I was like, okay, I think Oklahoma and Hawaii, not swing states.
Oklahomers, they're staying home crowd. They're staying on their team.
What are we looking at next?
2 minutes left until 2020 events.
This is you just like the guy in Anchorman. You just read with something teleprompter.
I did. I love Lamp. Just kidding.
We're going to come back here as soon as we can. We're trying to assemble a bunch of information. We have a lot of updates to give. We want to find out what's going on in Georgia, Minnesota, get the state of the race on these key Senate races. Also, we're looking for, will the House stay the same? Will Democrats retain their pretty big majority, or will Republicans pull some sort of upset, which I think that's highly unlikely. What's next?
Well, this is confirming that you can vote in California as long as you're in line. And this is a problem in inner cities, right? Where
sure, I know you're going with that,
spots tend to have longer lines, much longer than in other parts of the country. So it is great that, part of the process here is saying if you're there and you're waiting in line, you should be allowed to take your American right and vote.
If you've taken the time, some people have to take time off of work. Get childcare.
No doubt.
And if this is that important to you, now I'm not saying go against the law, right? But if you're in line, right, do you know how upset I would be? To not be allowed to vote. So, but again, see, here's kind of a little bit of the baloney, though, Mr. McKenna. These states have 4 years between presidential elections to address these concerns.
Yes.
And they don't do it. Why?
Out of sight, out of mind, right? It becomes an issue on that day or that
now,
week.
Now, California's become pretty much a one-party state. The Democrats control the governorship. They control the federal Senate. They're going to go for Mr. Biden by a record 5 million votes at the least. The state legislature is 75% Democratic. So this is where these moments come to me.
Mhm.
This is why I love being a neutral broadcaster. Why in the most liberal democratic state in the country could minority voters be being not allowed to vote, and why don't they have more polling stations? This is a completely democratic state.
Fascinating. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't live in California. I think I have a lot of questions for Mr. Carlton, though. So because you've got the Republicans making the accusation, or excuse me, Democrats, that the Republicans are suppressing the vote. Tell me how they could do that in California. What major political office do they hold to where they could do that?
Is it just because it doesn't matter? They know where the vote's going one way or the other. We do have some fascinating breaking news that's just swung into us about Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
It looks
Wow.
like Trump has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania,
Wow.
51-47, which is quite a big flip
I knew
from
it.
the last
Those
one we
rural
saw.
counties were taking a long time because at the same time, about an hour ago, I looked at this and I'm like, yeah. But the rural vote just came in late. Now, this doesn't mean it's over. Once again, Mike McKenna,
though.
guess where we are once again?
Total state of confusion.
Not state of confusion. We're in the state of the United States of America, the 59th time, people voting. And I do think the people with interests, such as media companies, who 6 of them own all of them, they make more money saying a certain thing. And other media companies.
Interesting.
And then there's people like us who try really hard to get the right information and put it out properly. This is a photocopy of 4 years ago.
Well, you know what's fascinating is the Washington Post reporter 4 years ago toured Pennsylvania the week before the election. And he wrote a front page story and said, Trump's taking Pennsylvania, he's going to win. And a lot of people thought he was way off.
Right.
He has, I heard him on, I believe he was on NPR last week. He's done the same thing over the last week. And he called it much more of a toss up this year.
Right.
So even the guy who had the first inroads into what was going to happen last year isn't quite sure.
Well,
so it's fascinating that they were all saying it's so strong Biden, when the guy who was on the ground is
looking in the backyards, talking to the folks on the ground. Now, you know who else called this like this? Documentary filmmaker Michael Moore. No fan of Trump. Probably one that despises Trump.
Absolutely.
Called the election and said it again this time. He's probably going to do it. The only other than the Washington Post guy that I know of that called that election properly was my former Truth and Other Lies podcast partner, Mike Jacobin.
Wow.
We first started our show. And this show never aired because of technical problems. We made a commercial out of it. And I called him, and this will sound familiar, in the morning I said, Happy Election Day. And now I get to do it on YouTube.
Well, I will say, too, Ted Carlton, newspaper publisher of decades, called Trump. In fact, I'm not sure exactly how he placed a bet on Trump, and he won a bit of money last time around. And I would have been interesting to find out who he was, and I could check with him.
Here at Waking Up Jacobin, we do not advocate illegal gambling.
He might have just been betting with his buddies. I don't know.
Now, with North Carolina being dead even at 49.4% for each candidate.
With 86%.
Oh, now, see, this is where your legal challenges are going to come. Right here. I think we've got our first indicator, Mr. McKenna. Now, this state was also decided, and I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, I believe by less than 200,000 votes, by just 1.5 points for Mr. Trump 4 years ago. We're right there again, Mike.
Wow.
And so there's, let's take a minute before we get to the overseas stock markets. Before we get to that, I think we're at the point in the night where we can start discussing why this is happening. What are the matrix of this election that seem now to be performing relatively closely to just 4 short years ago? Why is this happening like this? I have my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
Well, one thing I'm always curious as to how accurate they are at 86% reporting, right? What are they? These are exit polls, or these are actually counties closing and
let me clarify that. The exit polls, they come from the networks based on a formula.
Yes. This
right here is raw vote. Every Secretary of State in every state is charged legally with counting the vote. And when you say 88% reporting, that means they're reporting to the Secretary of State.
So those are closed. Those are not the guesstimations.
Right. The Secretary of State doesn't. Right. The Secretary of State doesn't say we predict this. The Secretary of State puts out raw numbers, and this is where they had all those problems in Florida in the year 2000. So when you see that, when you see 88% reporting, that means they're just counting a few more votes. If you see XYZ Network predicts, they're taking what's going on with the Secretary of State, and also like we're seeing here, yes, some people count the votes by county, depending on the state. I don't have that list in front of me. It's either the county or it's the district. There's voting districts.
Yes.
And with that, these exit polls, here's how they're tabulated. Right? and we'll come back to this later because I'm not sure much how much time we have here together now, is if the network talks to 100 people coming out, and 75% say voted for Mr. Biden, okay, they take that, they count it. Then they check with the Secretary of State to see how much vote has come in, or they check with the counties to see how much vote has come in, and they do this formula, and then they look at all the past elections on how Republicans and Democrats performed in those counties.
Okay.
Going backwards. Okay, going backwards.
Yes.
And then they make their prediction based on that. It's not necessarily scientific, but it is predictably predictable. But before, I'm not going to give away my big thing on polling yet. We're gonna tease that. Mike, you have background in several different industries. You promote and successfully help organize and make small businesses here in the local area vital.
Yes, sir.
Thrive.
Mm-hmm.
This state lives and dies on small business that supports this tourist industry. But you also have some other skills. You have some other, not just an author and a writer. You have a lot of background and expertise in the forest industry.
I do, yes. And it's been fascinating what's been going on with the politics handling forest fires over the last few years, and it's really interesting to break it down and to see what's going on, and the argument that we haven't been managing our forests well. And to start at the beginning seems like the smartest place to start.
I start at any point,
and then we branch off from there. Yes, that's usually how I talk, but not everyone's brain works like ours. But essentially, in the 1800s, we had a lot of fires, right? And the timber industry started getting concerned about it. So in about 1891, they started having government regulations and starting to protect forests from fires because they realized we're losing timber, and that's a big industry for us. So they started managing it separately. Then in 1905, thanks to, I believe, Teddy Roosevelt, we found the U.S. Forest Service.
That's correct. That's Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah.
Yes. And then they started to manage it from then. And there's always been this the challenge on how properly to manage. But what has happened over the last couple of years, especially this year, is some of the worst forest fires we've ever seen, right? California's seeing the worst fires. They're still on fire. Where Ted lives there in the Eastern Sierra has been hammered by smoke. Air quality has been terrible. We've had the same problem here in Idaho. In fact, here in the heart of Idaho, we now say we have 3 seasons: winter, summer, and fire season. August is not that fun around here. But right after the Forest Service started was about 1910 was another time where we had these huge forest fires in the West, Montana, Idaho, Washington, huge fires. And so they realized we need to start to manage this better. It took a little bit, and then eventually by 1944 we created Smokey the Bear, right? Because we wanted to watch out for. We wanted everybody to be fire wise.
What was the Smokey the Bear slogan? I forget it.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
And he needs to make a comeback, and we'll get into this a little bit more as they've started this Recreate Responsibly movement, which is in the West here and a little bit on the East. But then we started in the 70s taking this theory to let it burn, right? And it was kind of contradictory that as a kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, their philosophy was let it burn, but then we see Smokey the Bear out there all the time. We didn't. So we started to suppress fires more. And fire is a natural way of cycle. And so the most recent theory has been that because we have been suppressing them since the 70s and really since the 90s, we have had a lot of these big fires over the last few years. And you can bring in the arguments with climate change and all that stuff, but we just haven't had enough money to do fire prevention, right? 50% of the U.S. Forest Service budget apparently is now going towards fighting fires, but not necessarily preventing them. So we spend our summers putting them out, and then we have no more manpower or money left to help prevent, to help thin, to help, around in our areas here, we have had the pine, the bugs that were in all the, off the top of my head, I can't remember what they're called, but the pine needle bugs essentially. And if you drive around the forest around here, they look like matchsticks standing there, right? And so you knew sooner or later that was going to happen. But as far as most of us can tell, they haven't done as much for it. So it'll be interesting depending on who's the next president and how we're going to go about this, because we cannot continue to have the West burn as it has been. It's terrible for the timber industry. It's a financially bad move. But, and Trump has been arguing for better management. And so we'll see what happens. Is it going to continue to be rhetoric, or are we just going to continue to go where we're going? But ultimately, it's just been this endless cycle of we do suppression, we have big fires, we go 10, 15, 20, 30 years, we're fine, then we have another big fire.
Okay, I'm going to take this from the point of view of the audience.
Yes.
Political science, I know a little bit about that. Forest fires, nothing. So as you're speaking, a few things that occurred to me that I wanted to get you to drill down a little bit on.
Sure.
What does suppression mean to the average person out there? The suppression of a fire, is that after the fire starts or before? Or?
That's a good question. Well, a lot of times when these fires are going on, we're just letting them rage, right?
Okay.
And we've had a lot this summer. I happened to see one start right when we were hiking. It was frightening to watch the trees blow up and how quickly.
Right.
But they're really, the way the Forest Services are handling this is they're letting, if there's no man-made objects, there's no homes, there's no structures, they're going to just let it burn.
Let it go.
So they're not suppressing them. And some people feel like then you get out of control. You don't just have that small burn or that section where you have pine kill.
Now, again, to reiterate, we've had numerous Republican and Democratic administrations over all this thing. What comes to mind for me, and this could be a very naive question, and I'm asking this earnestly. When I hear about hurricane season and I see this, the entire town in Florida gets leveled, right?
Yes.
And then they rebuild the town.
Yeah.
Right? In Hurricane Alley.
Levees.
Or same thing with the Tornado Alley to the Midwest. Now, we can't just ask people to move, but sometimes like, well, if we know that we're going to have hurricanes and tornadoes there, why can't we restrict growth there? Because we're just going to cause all these problems. People could get killed, insurance prices, homeless. Now let's go out to California with fires. It's the same thing. If we know where these fires burn, but we're just, in California, they're just building from the cradle to the grave everywhere.
Absolutely.
And we can't necessarily be surprised if these big fires come and they just wipe down. Of course, we don't want to see that happen.
No.
Right? The question I wanted to ask you when we talked about doing this segment in off-air meetings is, Mr. Trump, I believe, had a meeting, I believe, with Mr. Newsom in California. And Trump talked about fire prevention. Talked about fire prevention. He talked about going in and clearing out, I guess, clutter or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Deforesting or prevention.
And I have seen some of that, yeah.
Okay. And the person said, well, science wouldn't agree with you. And then the president said, well, this and that. And the person said, well, science wouldn't agree with you. So I'm watching this and I don't know. I don't have an opinion either way because I don't know. But where do you come out there? Is it a mix of things? Is Mr. Trump onto something?
There's definitely nuggets of truth and great philosophy that he's throwing in there. For example, when I lived in Mammoth Lakes, it's right on the edge of the national forest, just like we are here, surrounded by public lands. For a couple of years there, they went around to the forest right around town and they cleaned them up. And essentially what they cleaned them up is they removed all the dead and falling trees that were leaning over. Because the idea was once the fire gets up into the canopy, then we can't control it. When it's running across the top of the trees, there's not much they can do about it. So if you could suppress some of those igniters, so to speak.
Are they called fire loads or?
I'm not sure if that's the term.
Okay. Wasn't trying to stump you, just popped in my head.
That's fine. And then we've got another breaking news here.
I'll let you take that, sir.
Well, so that seemed to help and made people feel safer, although they just had another big fire that.
Let's hold on the breaking news just for a second, because that's not necessarily earth-shattering breaking news. Oh, actually, we are doing the break. I've been told by my producer we are taking this breaking news.
One real quick point on this that has come up is the Recreate Responsibly movement, which is a national movement, and our forests all over the West, especially, and in the East Coast too, have seen so much more visitation this year. And just for example, Labor Day weekend, I did a backpack trip and I stayed in the sort of front country and the back country. I talked to Forest Service rangers in both places, and they both basically said the same thing. It has been a nightmare with people having fires everywhere. Even when we had a fire restriction, there were fires everywhere. And I mean, fire pits, but not only when they weren't supposed to be burning do they keep those going, they wouldn't put them out. So.
Well, Mr. McKenna, we have to stop there. I want to pick this up next time you're back at the table, though.
Okay. Cool.
Because once again, this seems just to come down to politics. One side says this, the other side says this, and nothing gets done. And then the country burns, people get hurt, and then we're right back where we were.
We need a national marriage counselor.
Maybe Ted Carlton can do it. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Write it down. And we're back to Waking Up Jacobin 2020 special edition. I am James Jacobin, along here with our entire team. Mike McKenna has just stepped away. Matthew Stone, welcome back. Good deal. Just had a fascinating discussion with Mike McKenna about forest fires.
Absolutely. You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of all of those steps.
And I don't mean to keep taking shots at other media outlets, but I've never heard this anywhere. And I know there's a lot of media. I know they know what Mike knows. Why won't they
I
tell
tell
us?
you, Fox News is not covering forest fires tonight.
We don't mention the names of other networks on this program.
Excuse me.
That's okay, my young friend.
Yeah. How my good thing this isn't live. We'll just go ahead and cut that.
Oh, what happened?
No, it is. It is.
Are we live?
No, it's a joke, James.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and cut that part too.
Yeah. Can we edit that part out?
Yeah.
What do we got going on next, Mr. Stone?
If I'm correct, we should have a phone call coming in soon.
I think this would be Angela Birdsong, from Radio Justice Los Angeles. She's going to try and give us some updates on what's going on in California. Also, we're holding out hope that she gets some information from us about the Maxine Waters campaign. Maxine Waters, long-serving House of Representative Congresswoman from Compton, California, had one of her biggest challenges. She was challenged by a former member of the U.S. military. It does not appear that she's going to be upset, but I would like to get some more information out to the audience about it. And I hear something ringing somewhere.
I don't have any calls in, James, but we do have some YouTube viewer feedback that we can get to if we have a few minutes.
I would love some YouTube viewer.
Should we jump to the bio first, or should we take this feedback?
Well, let's take the feedback first, because if Miss Birdsong's not on the phone.
Okay, James. We have YouTube viewer Catherine says that, like fax machines and manual cassette tape winders, I occasionally have to explain hanging Chad to the younger set. James, do you care to respond to that?
Because we're going back to the 2000 election again.
Absolutely.
Okay, so in Florida in the year 2000, at about this hour, Florida went back and forth to being called for the Gore campaign and then the Bush campaign, and then it went into limbo for 36 days. One of the issues, and it came out of Miami-Dade County and Broward County, was the voting machines were really old, super old. And it was back with the old punch ballots. So you had to like take a needle and punch through who you wanted. Now, in some of those cases, the pin didn't go all the way through. Now, you've got a lot of elderly voters in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So normally it wouldn't matter. You just throw those votes out because you don't know what the intent of the voter is because it didn't go all the way through. But when you have an election decided by 549 votes in the Supreme Court, every vote matters. So then they had to go to the court to decide whether or not, if a ballot didn't have a hole all the way through it indicating the intent of the voter, whether or not to count those dimples. And apparently, I don't know where it came from, the term for that is Chad. It's a ballot that didn't get punched all the way through in Florida in the year 2000. My apologies to anyone named Chad.
So that piece of paper that was not completely removed hanging there is referred to the hanging Chad.
That's correct. And you'd have a Republican lawyer and a Democrat lawyer sitting there with thousands of ballots arguing over each and every ballot.
And so, James, is that term used to describe a vote that's held in limbo? Is that the?
I believe that term. No, I think, to my knowledge, that term is isolated to that election. Chad was the Karen of the day.
Okay. Well, we have an update. It is official. Tuberville has beat Jones in Alabama, and that Senate seat has flipped.
Wow. So Mr. Jones came out strong. That must mean that the counties from the bigger cities like Mobile had come in for Mr. Jones. And once again, in these red states, when you get out to the outlying areas, it comes in hard and fast red. Now, the fact of the matter is, that was not a surprise. What was surprising was that it looked like Mr. Jones for a while there was ahead. That was
absolutely. For a while, it looked like there would be an upset there. However, it falls the way that we expected it to originally.
Maybe the Counting Crows could write him a song. So that flips. So now it's back even. You had the former governor of Colorado, Hickenlooper, take a seat for the Democrats. Now you've had former Auburn football coach take back the seat that used to belong to Jeff Sessions. Somewhere Jeff Sessions is crying.
Absolutely.
So now we're right back to the same margin we had at the beginning of the night, which is we're at a 50-50 election.
That's correct. Well, do we have some more time to do some more feedback, James? Or
I think we need to get a note from our producer on. We'll do the feedback, but I'd like to figure out if we can get Miss Birdsong on the phone, or if we've missed the time, or.
James, I'm getting told that we're going to keep going on with our feedback here.
Okay.
We have Big Tom has said, let's see here. Ask them who Al Gore is. He and I invented the internet, you know. Common answer. Character on Futurama is most common, and oh yeah, that environment guy who had election stolen. Does this mean anything to you, James? It sounds like gibberish to me.
I think I'm about to put a moratorium on talking about Florida. Like, of all the things going on, all the questions and comments coming in about Florida from the year 2000. But it also tells me that the 2000 election, even though it was 20 years ago this week, still reverberates in the minds of so many people. That election caused so much political division and population division, and it's something that was never settled. I mean, it was settled. George W. Bush did indeed ascend to the presidency, but a lot of people felt it wasn't clean. And if Al Gore would have ascended to the presidency, a lot of people would have felt that wasn't clean. And that's why I keep saying tonight, vote for who you will, but hope for a clean election.
Oh, perfect. Just in time, James, we appear to have Angela Birdsong on the line. We'll go ahead and take this call.
Okay. You're going to hit it up for me. Waking up Jacobin, 2020 election. This is James Jacobin.
Hi, James Jacobin, Angela Birdsong.
Angela Birdsong of Radio Justice Los Angeles, host of Conversation Piece, which airs at radiojustice.org at 8 a.m. Tuesday mornings. Angela, how's it going down there in California? Is Trump going to pull it out there?
Well, it's still early for us to get results back. We haven't seen anything on our Los Angeles County voter county clerk live election results. They keep saying not to expect anything until 8 o'clock. So the only thing that we have live viewing of are the national happenings as far as the House, the Senate, and the presidential race as far as what is needed to take over the House or for electoral.
Well, I can give you an update because our crack staff here at Waking Up Jacobin can report that the Republicans have flipped the seat in the Senate, and so have the Democrats. So really, nothing's changed. And those were two of the 8 seats we're following. Now, California closes at 8. Let me ask you a question. We're getting a lot of feedback and a lot of questions about voting rules per state. Does California count the mail-in ballots ahead of time, or are they being counted only today?
Well, from what I understand, they have been doing counts for a little while because we started with walk-in voting on October 24th. And of course, we were able to mail them in sooner than that. But officially, I cannot tell you, but I would say unofficially, yes.
Okay. And obviously, we're following things here on RN the best we can. Anything going on the major networks about Florida? It looks to be very similar to 2016 down there with the raw vote at this point in time in the night.
Well, as far as comparing California to Florida, or just looking at Florida by itself?
Looking at Florida by itself, because the numbers here are similar to 2016 at the same hour. Doesn't mean it's going to hold like that, but have you heard anything new on Florida? Because I'm stuck here at the anchor desk.
No, I have not. So, yeah. I have not heard anything new on Florida. I don't know if it's going to be like 2016 or if it's going to be like Gore and Bush.
See, the Gore and Bush thing comes up in every single avenue of this night. The people that text in, you that call in, maybe one day that election will be over. Now, Angela, you actually appeared on our Truth and Our Lies podcast election show 2 years ago. The only difference was it wasn't on YouTube. And you had been checking into the candidate down there, Madam Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She easily won re-election. It looked like she had a little bit of a challenge this time, at least for a little while. Is Congresswoman Waters going to retain her seat down there in Compton?
Oh, she most definitely is going to. Wait a minute, you said where? Well, you said in Compton?
Well, in her district.
In her district, right? Because her district is very expansive. Her district covers most of the South Bay area of Los Angeles, and which includes our beach cities, such as Hawthorne, Lawndale, Torrance, Inglewood. Inglewood falls under South Bay. She also covers parts of Westchester and of course parts of Los Angeles City proper.
So she's not in any danger of losing them.
She is not in danger at all for her race. But what is happening, and just really looking closely, observing, is when you have someone who has been in their office for such a long time and running their district, when you think about when it's time to vote for them, you only think of them. Well, her former opponent was a young man named, I believe, was Omar Navarro, and that was the first time you started to look to the other part. It's like, oh, somebody's running against her. Who is this person? Because a lot of money went behind him, as it has with Joe Collins to market him and to promote him, to get him out there, to have his posters right next to her.
Right.
So now, when you look at her, you do start to look someplace else, and I think that's what the marketing plan is, to get her, maybe to get her out of office, is for you to start thinking about maybe somebody opposing her that may be viable. But Joe Collins is not that viable candidate.
I see. Well, right. The Republican Party is just letting her know that she's just not going to get a free ride every time, but she's pretty much not beatable. Did you by any chance have a chance to speak with her about any of these issues, any information you can relay to us?
I did not have a chance to speak with the Congresswoman at all. I did get an invite to something that she's having this evening, but I'm sorry to say that I did not look at it, and just it's been a very busy day, as you know. But as we're talking, I'm going to pull up that invite and see what's going on at Congresswoman. She has an election night drive-in party.
Got it.
What she's having, and a watch night. And this is COVID safe. It's going to be food trucks, only vehicles. And this is happening at her campaign headquarters in Hawthorne, California, at 2851 West 120th Street. If anybody is local and they're telling you must wear your mask and properly observe social distancing rules. So Congresswoman Maxine Waters is having an election night drive-in watch party.
Well, when you do get a chance to talk to Ms. Waters, pass on our congratulations on her being reelected, as we always congratulate everyone who gets reelected, no matter what party they're from. Question for you, Angela. You and I have talked politics off and on the air for years now, both on your show and my show, now here on the news show. I'm sitting in this cocoon here in Sun Valley, Idaho. You're down there in the big city of Los Angeles. To us here, it's the Jacobin newsroom, this election appears to be a lot closer than advertised. What's the sense down there? What's your opinion down there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? And let me explain why I'm slightly distracted. It's because I'm producing, I'm the technical producer for an election show that's happening right now.
Oh, wow.
And I'm talking to you.
Oh, well, okay, so let's do this.
But
well, thank you.
I'm able to do both. So when you hear a slight delay, it's only because I needed to let the host know that I am on with Wake Up Jacobin right now with James Jacobin. And I'm so happy and so proud of you guys' election show. I have it on my tab up where I'm not looking at it right now because I don't want to get distracted, but I am looking at it right now, and I see you guys' lovely ties. And but pose your question one more time, please. Sorry about that.
Well, I'm going to ask this just one question, then we'll wrap it up. We do appreciate you doing double duty, producing the show and giving us a little bit of time. We're up here a long ways away from the big city, and it appears to us here in the Jacobin newsroom that this election is a lot closer than advertised. What is the sense down there in Los Angeles? What are people thinking down there? Is it appearing closer, or are we just waiting for the vote to come in?
Well, I think we're just waiting for the vote to come in. I believe that people are asking the same questions like you. Are the ballots being counted ahead of time? How many ballots have come in the last few days? And how long is that count going to take?
Exactly.
It's more mail-in ballots than there are walk-ins as far as we know.
That's correct. Well, Angela, we look forward to you making an appearance on the Waking Up Jacobin YouTube show as we go forward. I want to thank you for your time. Good luck with your show, and feel free to hit us up on the text line with any new information. Angela Birdsong.
I most definitely will.
RadioJustice.org. Angela Birdsong. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, Miss Birdsong appears quite busy.
It's very impressive. She's working on 2 live shows at once.
Could you imagine our producers calling another show right now? I'd throw my coffee cup at them.
We'd be lost.
Angela Birdsong, actually, she's down there. The website is radiojustice.org. She's a longtime collaborator on the old podcast, and we'll be working with her again in the future. Maybe we can try and, if this goes well tonight, maybe we can get her back when she's not doing 2 things at once. Louisiana looks like it's going to Donald Trump at
64.2%, James. And as far as I know, this does not look like it has actually gone to Trump.
Oh, it's not. Okay. What about Utah?
Utah, James, has gone Trump at a narrower margin of victory with 54.5%.
Is it updated? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so Louisiana holding a commanding victory to go with Trump. Utah narrowly going Republican. Again, no surprises here. Exactly what we expected to happen. We have Kansas, another narrow victory for Trump with 53%. Right now we have Trump holding 92 votes. Are these Senate votes? What are these numbers? Okay, Trump currently holds 92 electoral votes.
Right.
Biden has 98 electoral votes. And although none of these votes are surprising, so we still can hold our current projections.
So at this time of the night, what are we looking at here? What, 10:30 Eastern? It looks like James Carville's prediction that the election would be called by now is not right. Mr. Carville. So here's what we've got. We have, was it 82 for Trump, 98 for Biden? And again, nothing on the board that we've been showing our audience all night has changed one bit. Not one bit. A lot of people had Colorado started as a swing state, but they call it in 10 minutes. It wasn't really a swing state, and they knew that. They just wanted to build the drama as if this election was going to be more widespread than it is. This election is going to take place the same place the last one did, in the upper Midwest, from North Carolina, just do an arc, up to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and that's where it's going to be decided.
James, is that a teaser to what you have written on your board?
No. But our research team is working hard to stay up to date on all the votes so far. They have only found one vote for Kanye West. If anyone wants to take a stab at where that vote came from, okay.
I don't know where that vote came from, but I'm sure that if our team were to look harder, they would find more.
I want to thank our crack research team for figuring out who voted for Kanye West. I was maybe hoping for an update on Michigan, but we'll settle for Kanye.
We'll look in the post office.
We'll look in the post office. Well, we have to keep it light around here to break the tension. This is going to be a long night, and it looks like everyone was wrong. We're going to be here quite a while because we've been here now. How long have we been on the air? 5 hours? We've been on 5 hours, and we've had 2 Senate races called. We've had no states flip. Everything is holding form, and we could just hit autoplay on the 2016 show because this is holding. Obviously, just because it's holding now doesn't mean it will continue to. Matt, why don't we move to something else while our research team continues to tabulate Kanye West vote numbers?
Absolutely, James. Let's move into what we call the millennial perspective here. We're going to explore the perspective on the political process that we're not only witnessing, but indeed are a part of here tonight. To begin, James, we all know the stereotypes and perception that millennials are entitled, self-absorbed, and have no worth ethics, and are a drain on the economy. James, I like how you stare at me as I, degrade this current generation.
No disagreement so far.
However, as this generation comes into its own, indeed the youngest being in their 20s, we are forced, or at least should be reconsidering these common notions. The millennials have grown up in a rapidly changing marketplace. Jobs they were preparing for no longer exist. The jobs that do exist, they weren't prepared for. The older generations, having a stranglehold on management positions, combined with the intense competition natural to being a member of the largest generation since the baby boomer generation, has made upward mobility exceedingly difficult. Institutions of higher learning have taken their crack at the generation, selling a defunct bill of goods, leaving the average millennial $30,000 in debt at the onset of their adult life. This is an exceptionally heinous con when considering that just in the last 30 years, the cost of an average tuition has raised 213%. It's raised from $1,400 annually if we adjust that for an inflation, we can say $3,190 to currently just under $10,000 a year. Effectively, the notion of being able to work your way through college is dead. The millennial generation entered the workplace in the middle of the dot-com bubble burst, which left the market in shambles. From the onset, experiencing hardship as the millennial generation aged, they experienced from 2000 to 2010, at a time they were attempting to build lives, careers, and families, they had to navigate the bank failures and bailouts, the crash of the auto industry and bailouts. They also had to navigate the housing market crash. It's no wonder so many millennials want to bail out of their own. This generation inherited a $27 trillion debt and a system that seems to have no interest in slowing the bleeding. In the last 30 years, wages have remained stagnant, while inflation has ruined the value of our dollar. From the end of the Cold War to Desert Storm, Kosovo, and the last 20 years of conflict in the Middle East, this generation has never known a world without war. It has been said that young men fight old men's wars, and these wars are fought and paid for with millennials' lives. James, I do indeed think it's time that we reconsider our perception of the millennial generation. James, just since 1981, we've had Reagan, Bush, Clinton, George W., Obama, and Trump, all accounting for 24 years of Republican control and 16 years of Democrat control in the Oval Office. This is just what has happened in the millennials' lifetimes, James. Since 2000, when millennials first hit the polls, we've had complete split control of the Senate. 10 years going either direction, 10 years of Republican control, 10 years of Democratic control. Throughout all this change, we've seen little evidence that either party has any meaningful difference. One could often wonder if they serve any real purpose other than as a distraction. However, James, every election cycle, we are told that we're in the middle of the most important election of our lives. Every election, we're told this, James.
It's the most important election ever. Forget your life, is ever.
Absolutely.
Life ever, yeah.
Not just our lives, the entire history of the world. Democracy depends on it.
The last one that's important is when the dinosaurs voted.
James, we're browbeat over our head with these campaigns. They are attempting to buy votes. They use empty promises, base pandering, and simply assure us that their candidate is not as bad as the other. James, they spend billions of dollars to elicit emotional responses rather than focus on any real policies. Perhaps we should talk about where all this money comes from, James. Or maybe that's a discussion for another night. I'll let you decide that.
Another night.
Anyways, James, in a nutshell, that is the millennial perspective.
Now, there's a lot to unpack there, Matthew. First of all, excellent work. That laid a lot of information out in a short amount of time. Do we have breaking news here before I respond to what you're doing there?
No, James, there's...
Oh. I want to talk about millennial perspective.
Continue on. That's what we're doing.
Okay, a few things I'm going to drill in there is Generation X was plagued with apathy for much of their 20s and 30s. The millennials have been plagued with a hectically chaotic, ever-evolving world that goes from one war to the next, to the next, to the next, to one financial crisis to the next, to the next, to the next. And in the midst of all this, just preceding when the millennials came of age in the late 90s, early 2000s, you had the United States government collectively, through all political parties, decide that debt and deficits don't matter. George W. Bush left Barack Obama with a $7 trillion debt. Barack Obama called him unpatriotic. Barack Obama left Donald Trump a $17 trillion debt. Donald Trump called Barack Obama some unrepeatable names here on the air. Donald Trump in 3 short years has ballooned the debt to $27 trillion. Yet, all at the same time, millennials still haven't paid off their college loans.
James, these numbers, they're hard to even wrap your head around.
It's monopoly money.
$27 trillion, that has no real meaning.
Just want to say bazillion, zillion, trillion.
These numbers are represented more in power than an actual dollar figure. The $27 trillion far more represents power structure of who controls.
Well, the banking system.
Exactly. The banking,
right.
Other countries, that's what it represents. It represents an amount of control.
Do you find in your travels and your research for this show that, and obviously, we keep hammering this home because no one else will. We're laying all the problems at the feet of the millennials.
Breaking the hard stories here, James.
I know. Breaking news here on Waking Up Jacobin is the debt's too big. Is the sense of resentment widespread from people in your generation towards the older generation, or is it something they've come to terms with? There's just nothing they can do about it, or they're apathetic.
Well, I mean, there's a little of both. I mean, certainly there's resentment for inheriting a mess that we had no part in creating. We're blamed for the results of choices we didn't make and expected to perform at the same or equal levels as previously. However, most of us know that there's really no changing the situation, and the best that we can do is roll with the punches.
Well, allegedly, they say the way to change the situation is to vote. And we're going to find out in the next several business days whether or not the millennials came out and had an influence on this election.
Absolutely, James. I expected that could have huge implications on this because, as we spoke about earlier, millennials have not turned out at the polls.
Not proportionate to the mammoth size of that population, of that age group.
However, they are not children anymore. The millennials are all grown adults. They have families, jobs, careers. Perhaps they find that the polls are more appeasing to them today.
Well, let me toss this out there. You just said this, they're not children anymore, but we do find out that millennials have a higher propensity to still live at home or return to home. And also, if of course, I'm not calling millennials children, but I'm just going to relay some criticisms that I've heard elsewhere, is when we take healthcare and let someone stay on their parents' insurance till 26, a lot of people think that's a good thing. A lot of people think that's a bad thing. I'm not going to present my personal view on it, but if we expect this generation to grow up and step into the leadership capacity with this mammoth population they have, this mammoth education, it's the most by the way, it's the most well-educated generation in the history of the world. But are we, the older generations, holding them back and not allowing them to grow up?
It's certainly a point worth making, James. Are we having hands held too much? They simply need to be pushed into the deep end and forced to sink or swim. That's a good question. What we do think is that people who are not well adjusted are more of a burden to society than people who have handouts. That's why these systems are in place. That's why social programs exist. The point is that social programs cost less than recovering people from debt crises. James, it looks like we have an update here.
I want to talk more about forest fires. You know what? Let's go to the Jacobin board here, the Jacobin map, which, as of right this moment, whoever created that map has been proven 100% right. I'm going to thank my production team for that. Did Missouri just go for Trump?
Yes, James, we have Missouri called at 59.4% for Trump.
Missouri used to be the ultimate bellwether, meaning Missouri has accurately picked the president more times than any other state, except I think Ohio. But ever since 2000, it has been going strong in the direction of staying with the Republican candidate, from W to McCain and so forth.
James, with Missouri being called, Donald Trump has now pulled ahead, controlling 102 votes. However, as we stated earlier, he has not made any upsets. We can still count on our current projections.
Yeah, and you know who else hasn't made any upsets? The Democratic candidate, former Vice President Joseph Biden. I'm going to go ahead and venture, and I don't have anyone on the ground with the Biden campaign, that they're getting nervous. That not nervous of a loss, but they have to start now probably feeling what the Clinton people were feeling 4 years ago. Why isn't Florida called yet? Why isn't Virginia called yet? Why isn't North Carolina called yet? Trump's now in the lead in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely, James. It'll be fascinating to see which domino falls first. One of these swing states could mark a change of the tides.
Well, more than anything, we haven't been able to change our doomsday clocks all night.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are the doomsday clocks?
Oh, they're sitting here gathering dust.
So we're going to go ahead.
Recap the doomsday clocks, James?
Let's recap the doomsday clocks. Okay.
Here, I'll give you Biden. Huh.
Okay. Well, I had Biden last time. I want Trump this time.
Okay, here you go.
All right.
We're gonna have to reset these clocks. We've
Well, let's keep Biden right at 15 and keep Trump at 7 because nothing has changed in 5 hours. You go ahead and explain the doomsday clock.
Okay, doomsday clock recap is based on the model from the Atomic Commission, representing doom for each candidate. currently, and it hasn't changed yet. Biden is at 15 minutes to midnight, representing that Biden still has the clearest path to victory. Meanwhile, Trump sits at 7 minutes to midnight. He hasn't gained any ground, but he also hasn't lost any ground.
That's true. And when we say Trump has less paths to victory, this was predetermined before the election by our crack team, and it is holding. Now, if Florida goes to Trump, we move him to 10 minutes and Biden to 10 minutes, because now it's a dead heat. It's a horse race just like 4 years ago.
Absolutely, James. It's going to take some upset for us to make any change to these clocks.
So let us talk about now what's going on in this county, because these polls all over here, these are all closed. All the polls in the upper Midwest are closed. Now, it's filling in red, but that's because the blue states are more out west. This is going to fill in blue. Every last bit of this. Maine, Vermont, Boston, all of this. The question is going to become what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota. And what our team is working on now is raw count updates on these states, such as how many people have voted in Minnesota, what the state of the races are there.
James, isn't there something unique to Maine and a few other states in the way that their electoral votes are counted?
You're right. Maine's one of 2 states that does not give the whole basket of electoral votes based on who wins the popular vote in that state. You have to win the district. And in the 3rd district in Maine, Donald Trump won that 4 years ago. The only other state, and took that one electoral vote, the only other state that does that, Nebraska.
And so, James, what you're saying is that in California, if you win 51% of the districts, you take all of the votes associated with that state.
No, it's popular vote, not district vote, popular.
Popular vote.
Popular vote for just a raw vote from the whole state.
Okay.
And in California, there's 55, by far the biggest hall in the country. And yes, if you win just by one vote in California and all 55 districts, just combine the vote, you get the entire hall. Now in Nebraska, you've got to win the Nebraska 2nd to get it. The 2nd district, and Obama took that in 2008, which was just historic. Now he gave it back. So it looks like where this election is going to be again. Let's talk a little bit about this region of the country. Okay? Some of this is coal country. Some of this is automobile manufacturing company. Wisconsin is cheese country. These places, prior to the shrinking of unions in America and prior to the offloading of jobs overseas, heavy union, Pennsylvania, union, the steel mills, Ohio, manufacturing, textiles, Michigan, the automobile industry. And it's not just the automobile industry, it's the downstream jobs. When I have a plant that pumps out 50,000 cars a month, well, you got to buy those parts somewhere. And Ford Auto Company does not make parts, so they go buy them from somewhere. So pretty much at one point in the 80s, you could take about 30% of every job in Michigan was connected to the auto industry. And go ahead.
Well, James, I was just wondering if you could enlighten us a little bit. What is so different about the Deep South and the Midwest? Demographically, they're very similar. Blue collar, hardworking. It's not Silicon Valley. All right. So what is it in the Midwest
How far do you
that
want to take
leads
this
us
back? Okay, let's start this at the beginning and I'll quickly fast forward. The difference between the Deep South and anywhere, even if it's demographically similar or culturally similar, these states here seceded from the Union. And they then were brought back into the Union in one of the most bloody civil wars in human history. These states down here did not vote for a Republican candidate for 100 years. 100 years. So the difference is you have 5, 6, 7 generations. Like you
So it's almost a cultural shift. Is that right, James?
You know, Abraham Lincoln is not looked at as a hero in the Deep South, I'll tell you that. And so although the jobs seem similar, but out here, Matthew, you've got more farming, right? And a lot of the folks that live here, the older generation families and tradition, came after the Civil War. Go west, young man, right? Populate Kansas, populate Nebraska. They didn't come with these old resentments like you have in the Deep South.
Well, James, let's go ahead. We have an update here. The polls are not complete yet, but right now, Florida has 51%. Okay, nope. Okay, getting back to our update, Florida currently has 51% of their votes going towards Trump. So that's big news for the Republican campaign.
51% of the raw vote is going for president right now.
Absolutely, and they have not been completed. I don't know what we were in, somewhere in the 90 percentile last time we checked.
I think 88% was in just an hour ago. Do we know how much of the vote has been certified in Florida, has come in? And Trump is that 51-48 still? Oh, so he's increased the margin. Would that represent about 350,000 votes? Because I think there's 12 million voters. That would. Okay, if we could get this, the last time this happened, Miami-Dade hadn't been pulled in yet, and there's millions of voters in Miami-Dade. If we could find out what counties are outstanding, so minus a big county being out, we got 94% in.
Also, James.
Wow. What's this county right here, Matthew? Lake County. So Miami-Dade is in. Broward's in. Miami Beach, Broward, Dade, they're all in. Now, those are huge pocket centers of traditional Democratic voters. And as you can see on the screen here, they went deep blue. They went deep blue. Right up here in the I-4 corridor. Again, Trump crushed it.
Absolutely, James. This is what we talked about earlier. The urban centers have gone blue as expected. Meanwhile, the more rural counties all seemingly going for Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, you know what? Let's stick with the counties. Could we get Wisconsin up here with the counties? Oh, Pascal. Go ahead.
Before we go on to that, let's hit on this one other update real quickly. North Carolina currently is trending 49.9% to Trump. Now, is that a lead for Trump? Okay, 49.9% to Trump.
It couldn't be much of a lead because the other number would be 51%. Now, you could have 49 and 2% voting third party there.
Absolutely, that's what I was looking for. Absolutely.
So Trump is slightly ahead in North Carolina. He's significantly ahead in Florida. Now, we talked about earlier, right? Several hours ago, I came up here and I pointed to one county on the Gulf Coast, Pasco County.
Absolutely, James.
And he's looked to have won that again by 30%. Because what one county does in an area like that, a lot tend to do. Because you're not just going to win one group of people and not all of them. Like, Biden just didn't win Dade County. He won Miami County because people cluster together.
James, let's move up into the Midwest a little bit here with some of these numbers we have. Right now, Michigan is 54.7%, James. Michigan, 54.7% for Trump.
That's for Trump?
Yes, James.
Now, he was
Michigan, right in the middle of the blue wall, 54.7% to Trump currently.
He was 11 points down in the last Clear Real Politics poll. 11. Now, again, can we bring up how much of the, can we bring up?
Yeah, James, we're looking at Michigan right now.
Okay. Do we have the percentage of the vote in here?
Trump, 54.5 to Biden's 43.7. We currently have 39% of the vote in. There's a lot of room for changes here.
That is probably why. This would probably mean, you see down here? See, this is Detroit, right? Detroit's not in yet. Okay, so Detroit's not in yet. Now, Detroit historically
will control the state. Michigan goes as Detroit.
It doesn't, actually, no. Detroit used to control the state until 1980.
Okay, James, we need to wrap up our update here. We have some more things to get to. Also in the Midwest, Wisconsin has 50% of its votes towards Trump currently. Minnesota, 58.7 to Biden. And Ohio, 52% to Trump. James, what does these numbers mean to you?
In Minnesota, 58% to Biden means they've only counted a handful of votes because Biden only won that, Mrs. Clinton only won that state 4 years ago by just a handful of votes. And I don't know anything that's happened in the last 4 years that would get that kind of blowout. But let's go back to the table and keep working. We'll get back to the Reagan Democrats a little later. I was so rudely interrupted.
Absolutely, James.
You know, a little bit earlier, Mike and I think, were talking about the forest fire industry, but the issue, the huge problem of forest fires around the country. We had gone to an update that we didn't get to do about the stock markets overseas. Do we have anything on that?
All right.
Well, looks like Mike McKenna is going to be joining us back here at the table in just a minute. Things are now starting to pick up after several hours of very little activity. Mike, I'm begging you to give me some breaking news.
This is Newsbreak with Mike McKenna. And now, Mike McKenna.
Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you.
We've had, since you and I were last here at the Jacobin News Desk, a lot of things have happened.
Yeah, it's getting exciting.
I think I could have just done this show in 2016, recorded it, and replayed it today. Saved myself the trouble.
You wouldn't have had so much fun, and you would have gotten a lot more sleep, and who needs that?
Yeah, exactly. So talk to us about stock market.
The Asian stock markets are stagnant. They are waiting for our results. So that's sort of interesting that the poll we're having, the other side of the world's already up and about, and we still haven't even come close to making a decision here.
Sure.
So that's interesting. A couple of other pieces of news that are interesting right now. Looks like Lindsey Graham is going to win re-election and somewhat easily, which I think will surprise a lot of people, but he's back in.
If I could jump in there. For months and months, when we were putting together the key Senate races, Lindsey Graham was on the top of it. You notice we pulled him out of the show. We haven't mentioned Lindsey Graham because the work I put in, he pulled away at the end.
And that looks like
he's not on any of our in trouble lists. So again, a lot of people see when you dig behind and do the blue notes of politics, it's easy to see a lot of things.
Yeah,
Lindsey Graham wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah,
the people of South Carolina are not ready for a liberal Democratic senator. Maybe one day they will be, but not this year.
Absolutely, yeah. So that even though that did get a lot of press, and both he and McConnell, it looks like they're going to win.
It's because he's so high profile. Yeah, and he's again the judicial nominating system where he came out so heavily for Kavanaugh a few years ago.
Oh yeah, that didn't hurt him ultimately either. Yeah,
it did at the time. But that's 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
We've already had another judge get placed on the bench.
Yes, absolutely. And I think you like your senators to be strong, even if you don't agree with everything they do. As a guy who grew up in Mass, I mean, a Kennedy could never lose, no matter how great or poor they were in office. We stuck with them. They are now predicting that Washington, Oregon, California, and Illinois will all go for Biden. So that's interesting. Trump has won Wyoming and is predicted to now take Nebraska. Wyoming isn't a shock. Nebraska really probably isn't a shock, but I know you guys were just discussing those chances over there as well. Right now, as it looks with all the places that are reporting, is Trump actually leads the popular vote, something he lost last time around. And I think a lot of Americans would find that a little surprising.
But I have an answer to that. They called California very early this year, going back to 2000, 2004, 2008, because the polls closed so late on the West Coast.
Yes.
California normally would come in after Florida.
So all those votes will come in later.
We now have California being called now before Florida for the first time in my memory.
Wow.
Right? But that means you can call the state and not have the raw vote. So they've done their calculation. They've called the state. The raw vote's going to come in at 5 million upside down for Trump. I bet if we pulled up the raw vote now, it's like the 10% reporting, maybe 20%. Right? By the time California is done, it's going to be a 5 million vote deficit, and Trump, by my calculations, will lose the popular vote. But this is not a popular vote game.
Yes.
Yeah. Because there's a difference between basketball and football. Yeah. You don't throw the football through the basket.
No.
But the difference here is California got called so early, which leads me to believe that blowout for Biden in California, which is going to be massive to me.
Yeah, they're saying only 5% are. The vote in California is reported, but we know what
Let me do an impersonation of the Secretary of State of California. The polls are closed today. Biden won. Because every single vote that they've counted probably said Biden.
Sounds like a pretty easy job.
And I don't think there's anything nefarious going on there. I just think that Trump never went to California. He's lost popularity there. And like I said, he lost by 4.5 million votes last time. Not a surprise.
Cool. A couple other news of notes for you. Puerto Rico is actually voting not for the president, but whether or not they'll become a state. And they are having electronic issues, so their website's been down, and no one knows what place they're in right now. So that's fascinating.
Now, Puerto Rico has voted over and over again not to become a state.
Yes.
So the process there would be if they did vote to become a state, right, then we'd have to ratify it. All the other states would have to ratify that. There'd be a ratification process because you can't just vote to I want to be a state. Otherwise, Blaine County here would just be like, okay, we want to be a state. It's got to get the approval of the entire apparatus.
Absolutely. One more news of note that's interesting is that U.S. cybersecurity is reporting no issues at this point, and there was a lot of talk about that going in. So the fact that at this point of the day they have reporting no issues is good news.
That actually is good news. You know, the overriding thing here is this. It seems to be a lot calmer day than a lot of people expected.
Absolutely. Good way to put it.
From the cybersecurity issues to people not being harassed at polls to violence not breaking out anywhere. Yeah, good for us.
Although Canada is trending on social media, it sounds like with the way the election's going, you know, Bruce Springsteen and the boys all want to move up to Canada. So we'll see how that turns out. Thanks.
They say that. Thanks, Mike McKenna. Will you be joining us again this evening, or is this it for you?
This may be it.
Well, why don't you sit back down and say goodbye to the audience?
Goodbye, audience. Thanks for having me.
Mike McKenna. And Mike McKenna will actually be my first guest on a regular Waking Up Jacobin broadcast. So thank you very much, Michael, for your
Awesome.
efforts.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Have a great night, you guys.
Okay. Do we have any more Jacobin text we can jump into here? Oh. And in just a minute, we're going to be moving on. We're going to do one more little update. Mark, is there anything we do about these lights?
James, I do have a text here. Would you care to address it?
I certainly would.
Okay, we have a question. It says, why do the electors from all 50 states consist of 538 electors? Why aren't there more or less?
That's a great question. Who's that come from? Where's that come
That's coming from Scarlett in California.
Oh, okay. Great question, Scarlett in California. So the question from California is, why does the Electoral College only consist of 530 members? So as I do the explanation, I'm going to help my co-host come up to speed. I've brought him a present tonight for his efforts. It's a book for kindergartners on the Electoral College. So if you want to scan that, I'll talk to the audience.
James, did this come from the public library?
It did. That's where they keep books, sir.
Generally, it's not where you get presents from, though.
Yeah, I want that back after the show. Okay, to the person in California, here's how this works. The Electoral College sets up like this. Every state gets 2 senators, right? 2 senators. Now, the representatives you have in your state are dependent on the population. So California has 30 million people, so they get the most House of Representative members at 55. Places like Idaho and Utah have the least population, so we get 3. And the way you determine it is, if you have 2 Congress people in Idaho and 2 senators, you get 4 electoral votes. Now, in the early 1900s, they capped the House of Representatives at 435 members. And the reason they capped it is, if the population keeps going up, eventually we can end up with 10,000 people in the House of Representatives. So what they do is, when people move out of California, if people start leaving California, California will no longer get 55 electoral votes. If their population goes down, they could go down to 54. And then a place like Utah, if they collect that population, their electoral votes will go up to 4. So they're capped at 538 for that reason. And that makes up your legislative body of the United States government. Great question, Scarlett from California.
James, there's a second part to that question, but before we get to that, I need an update. Are you doing this next segment on your own, or am I staying here for it?
You're staying here for this part of it.
This following part.
We're going to alternate. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. The second part of that question, which you covered the most of it, we discussed how we got to 538. But why is it, James, that the president and vice president are elected in this way and not the popular vote?
Okay, that's a very simple answer. When the people who organized the country some 250 years ago, they set it up this day for one reason. Now, whether or not it's outdated or not, that's not for me to talk about tonight, but here's why they set it up. When they had the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, they decided that the reason you make it about the states and not the population is you never wanted mob mentality to take over. You didn't want a single event to influence every voter to determine who the president was. The second reason, America's not a country like other countries. When the 13 colonies became states, there was 13 colonies, and they were all subjects to the Empire of Britain. When they became states, they were independent states, almost independent countries, and they formed a union. America used to be referred to as the Union before the Civil War, a union of separate countries. Each had their own constitution, each had their own rights. So the popular vote for the president didn't matter. You wanted the big states, like California, to have a say on who the president is, and you wanted the small states, like Idaho, because they want to try and make it as equal as possible. Does that answer the question?
I sure think it does, James.
And here we go, 200 years later, it's still up for debate, but it's the only system we've had, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Thank you to the person in California.
Absolutely, James. That brings us up to date on our text line.
Okay. We've come to the portion of the show. What time is it on the East Coast at this point? It's 11:10 on the East Coast or 11:10 here? If it's 9:10 here, it's 11:10 on the East Coast. It was in the 11 o'clock hour some 4 years ago when things got interesting.
James, it looks like New Hampshire has been called for Biden at 54%.
So this is again holding. I mean, there's nothing different about this year.
Absolutely, we all knew that New England would be a Democratic area.
Absolutely the only possible, actually never mind, I was just about to say that the only possible outlet Trump has there would be New Hampshire, but it looks like Biden is up 54% to 46%, and so Trump better not lose Arizona and Florida, because he's not going to get New Hampshire. He probably won't get that one electoral vote up there in Maine. We're sitting here 4 or 5 hours into this at the exact same place we were, at least with the presidential election 5 hours ago.
Absolutely, James. We haven't had any upsets, but also as these states keep rolling in, it does decrease the paths to upset.
Well, it certainly does. Well, it minimizes the paths to victory. And now Trump, again, but we have to speculate on whether or not he's going to lose Florida or Arizona, because he lost New Hampshire last time and still won.
Absolutely.
So if he does lose one of these swing states, this would narrow his path to victory, but it wasn't really going to go there for him anyway.
Right now, Trump is in no dire straits. As we said earlier, he still has a lead in Florida. And
I'm sure someone from, the Gallup Purring Survey, Gallup poll, and the Rasmussen poll, and the Real Clear Politics poll, and the 538.com poll, I'm sure they're all either scratching their head right now or someone's giving them oxygen, because they're all wrong again. Now, coming up here in just a minute, we're at the point in the night where we've been talking about at the opening, and we kept reiterating that the year 2020 has been a year literally like no other, at least in a long, long time. There's been so many things happen, a lot of them not good, some of them good.
Absolutely, James. Generally, during a given year, we have a handful of defining moments at most. But it seems to be a rolling system in 2020, one after another, constantly being hit with new catastrophes every day.
Well, sure. I mean, these are of enormous proportions. In the 60s, you said you had some civil unrest, right? And in the 2000s, you had a housing collapse. Yeah, you've got all this together now. Okay, so in the late 1980s, pop singer Billy Joel, the Piano Man, wrote a little tune talking about the events of the world that took place from 1959 to 1989. So from the Truman administration to the George W. Bush era. And what we decided to do here at Waking Up Jacobin was, how can we do the best way to encapsulate this train wreck, this titanic, just adversarial, difficult year for all of us into 3 minutes?
Obviously, James, the answer to that is to rewrite a pop song.
Yeah, where's your glasses at? Are you going to do the drumming? Dun, 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 dun. So my colleague Matt and I are going to go ahead and more or less, the Billy Joel song has been rewritten, not for commercial purposes, YouTube, by the way. This was rewritten and worked on by Big Tom. Big Tom rewritten and worked this. It's going to be presented by Matthew Stone and myself. And just picture the Billy Joel We Didn't Start the Fire soundtrack in the background.
It's important to note, James, before we get started, that neither of us are singers, so this will be a spoken word rendition.
I'm going to rap.
Oh, well.
Do we have the green light? 2020 starts out strong. Election can't go wrong. Heisman Trophy playoffs. LSU is strong. Donald Trump, William Barr, virus spreading afar. Kobe and his daughter die. Everyone says Michael Cohen lied. Meghan and Harry quit the crown. COVID starts to come around. Mahomes and the Chiefs get the win. Bernie Sanders back again. DC impeachment time. Look out for Weinstein. Lock up for Weinstein. Democratic primary. Sanders has to go away. We didn't start the fire. It's always been burning since the world's been turning.
George Floyd, I can't breathe. Justice Ginsburg had to leave. Protesters burning towns. Black Lives Matter all around. LA Dodgers get the prize. Joseph Biden starts to rise. Dr. Fauci says be safe. Kamala Harris is in the race. Jared Kushner makes the news. Kylie Jenner selling shoes. Tom Hanks got sick down under. Hurricanes bring us thunder. COVID has us stuck at home. All the old folks die alone. Keep your distance, stay inside. We don't get no Disney rides. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it.
Portland tents, Army sent, Black Lives Matter, marchers vent. Zoom classes, parents teach. Obstructing justice, Trump impeached. Amy Barrett gets the vote, businesses are going broke. West Coast fires leave a smell. Rescue checks are little help. Uber Eats, DoorDash, SpaceX, rockets. Matthew. Fair news.
Star Trek, fake news, TikTok, Twitter feed will never leave. Disney Plus and Hulu streaming. Netflix brings us Tiger King. Mail-in ballots coming in. Try hydroxychloroquine. Breonna Taylor was gunned down. LeBron James, another crown. Masks off, masks on. Debate about it rages on. PS5 and Xbox 2. iPhone 12, they are new. Hummer Bronco trucks are back. Auto sales are now on track. Protocols, vaccine, curve will flatten, we will see. Vote is on, election day. What else do I have to say?
Well, the millennials certainly didn't start the fire. Thank you, Matthew.
Absolutely, James.
That's quite a year. And the year isn't over yet. We still have, I believe, 59 days this year. We don't know who the president is. We have no cure for COVID. There's no resolution in the George Floyd case. There's no resolution in the Breonna Taylor case, or there actually was. I think they're not being charged. And I don't want to just isolate those incidents. Those things really highlight almost historic issues going on in the country all combined at once. And when you put it up like that succinctly and combined, that's a lot for any country to deal with at any given time.
Absolutely, James. It's more has happened in this year than I can remember in the last 10 years. It's amazing how many things, and it leaves us to wonder, as you said, 59 days. What also happened?
Sure, we don't even know what's going to happen.
We can't think that this is over.
Well, even with all this, though, if these numbers hold, if these numbers on this board hold, Matthew, this means that everything we just did there. And by the way, all apologies to Billy Joel for butchering
massacring his
but also
song.
Thank you to Big Tom for writing it. I think it puts in a big circle what all the problems are. But if this electoral map holds, it means this whole year no one's been swayed. No one's been swayed.
Well, absolutely, James. All of these events, when taken in a vacuum, there's still tragedies. There's still huge events happening. When we pack them all together, is it a sign of a greater trend happening?
Well, it almost seems that if indeed this election stays very close, which it is at this point very close, at some point we're going to get the national vote count. But if this stays, Matthew, then it just goes to show you that all of this stuff didn't matter, because coming into this election, there's two things going on. Usually if the economy crashes as bad as it did, and everyone knows it's because of COVID, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is the president's always held responsible. See Jimmy Carter, see Herbert Hoover, see George W. Bush, see them all.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter what it is. If the economy is bad, we have to get rid of the president.
And also, although I think a lot of people are willing to give the president the benefit of the doubt on the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which causes COVID-19, he's taking a lot of heat from that, from his left-wing flank and from the media. So if any one of these things happened to a president in a term, they'd be gone. Right? George Herbert Walker Bush in 1992 lost to Bill Clinton after having a 90% approval rating the year before, after winning the first Iraq War, called the Gulf War. The economy tanked, and he's gone. Now, on the other side of that, usually when you have civil unrest in any capacity, especially widespread civil unrest, the right-wing candidate wins. So we have all these things going on at once where you can look at one election for a marker, like the 68 election with Richard Nixon. Okay, that's the civil unrest. Okay, the economy crashes. Okay, that's 2008. You've got COVID as a big, massive issue. That could be compared to Vietnam. So maybe it's not a de-alignment election or a realignment election, but quite possibly the country's just standing pat right now because of everything going on.
Well, James, what's interesting is that among all of these events, we've still been able to maintain some sense of normalcy. Mm-hmm. Now, does that speak to the amazing resiliency of the people, or have we been pacified? Should there be more response to everything that's happened?
In what sense?
Or can it both be true? Should we be louder about all these things that are happening and also have incredible resiliency?
Well, I think there's a lot of very vocal, very loud voices and in large numbers speaking to the social unrest.
Well, I suppose what I'm saying is we have had lots of voices, but little action at this point.
Well, that's right, little action. And I think a lot of people were waiting on the results of this election to see what would happen based on that. If there's any takeaway from this, I know everyone has their favorite candidate and they have their ideology and their belief and their moral system, right? Is they're waiting to see who wins the election as if that will solve their problem. But I assure you, whether or not it's President Trump is reelected or former Vice President Biden takes the office, COVID will be here tomorrow. The economy is still hanging by a thread. We'd probably need another bailout. Inflation could hit any day. None of these issues that were presented and brought to the forefront by the killing of George Floyd have been resolved. So whoever wakes up president tomorrow, they've got a tougher job tomorrow than they did today, whoever that might be.
There are a lot of unresolved problems still happening. James, during this year, we've been pushed closer to the edge than I've ever seen this country. There were times that I didn't know if we could come back off that brink. We seem to be a lot stabler than we were.
I mean, you've got the instances in Oregon and Kenosha, Wisconsin, where you've got American citizens shooting it out in the streets.
We have police precincts in cities being taken over.
Sure.
Power being wrestled away from the state by private citizens.
And what this does do is it takes the light off of where it should be, which was the reason these protests started in the first place, the peaceful nature of them. But once it got out of that, it hasn't gone back. And we're going to go ahead and update you on the popular vote. Donald Trump has
47,421,334 votes that have currently been turned in for Donald Trump. Biden sitting a little bit lower at 44,800,135 votes. However, with 66 million odd votes still outstanding, there is plenty of room for that to flip.
There definitely is. Now, we can definitely say at this point, since all the polls are closed, that we now have the next president of the United States. It just matters how we're going to get there. Are we going to get there through a vote counting process, a revote counting process, a recount counting process, or are we going to get there? Are we going to get there through a legal process of likes of which this country has never seen before?
Absolutely, James. That's the question on everyone's mind tonight.
And coming up here in just a few minutes, Mark Matthews from Seattle, Washington, a media mogul, a real estate investor, a young entrepreneur, is going to be calling in to talk to us about his views on the election and how he sees it going. And we're going to try and squeeze out of him who he voted for. Which again, that's another thing too. People do not want to, in many cases, speak to you about who they voted for. And it's not just Trump supporters, because there's a lot of Biden people who are getting heat too. I mean, Trump people get a little more heat, but people, I mean, the vote is anonymous. You shouldn't have to disclose who you voted for, but voting for one kind or the other, voting for Trump or Biden, all of a sudden I hear all these stories. My listeners and the people involved in my show always talk to me about these fights that they have at their homes, in their living rooms, with people of their political party. Like friendships are broken, families are split up. And then you talk to one side and they play this moral equivalency game, right? Where they say, well, this, and this, you've got to like Trump. And the other side says, well, this, and this, so you have to like Biden. And here in a few minutes, I think
James, it looks like we have a call coming in.
This is going to be Mark Matthews.
Oh, I don't see the call coming in.
Did we miss it, or did we just hear it somewhere?
Is it on one of our other phones?
How many phones does it take to run a video YouTube podcast?
We had some update, but it was not a call, at least not on my end, James.
Okay, well, maybe Mark's not calling. You know what? Let's get Cousin Eddie on this. Let's have Cousin Eddie sort out the phones. As I was saying before, we got off track there a little bit. Is there's this moral equivalency test, right, that people want to apply to each other, right? But they don't ever point out the good of the other candidate. Now, let's take Trump for instance. There is no good of him, right? None, zero. Zero. He is irredeemable as a person, as a president. It's really hard to find common ground in that situation. Now, on the other side, they don't like Biden. They don't despise Biden the way Trump is despised. They despise what they feel is the progressive, liberal, and/or socialist agenda, right? And so, but you've got this refusal to see the other side, and they've somehow positioned themselves where everyone wants, as they say, the high ground.
Well, James, what often happens in these arguments, particularly in the case of Donald Trump, is that his detractors focus on his personality and not on his politics. Now, certainly, it's difficult to defend his personal life and choices. However, should those things come into account when we're considering him as a politician? Should his personality be a part of that decision, or should it simply be his politics? The changes that he has actually done, the steps he's taken while in office.
Are you asking me that question, or are you just putting that out there?
Both. If you care to respond to it, then
I'll
yes.
answer that in two ways. Why should we let his personality come into it? I would say it like this. When we elected John F. Kennedy, when we elected Ronald Reagan, when we elected Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, the positive traits of their personality had people vote for them, because the policy differences between Nixon and Kennedy were minimal. In fact, Kennedy, as the liberal Democrat, was running to the right politically of Richard Nixon. It was the person and the personality that swayed some voters. So if it's fair to say that a lot of people liked Barack Obama, a lot of people liked Ronald Reagan and voted for him for that, you'd have to flip it and say, well, if they didn't like him, it's okay not to vote for him just because you don't like him.
Well, absolutely. Wasn't that the argument with George W. Bush? They said he's a guy you'd like to drink a beer with.
Yes, and when he was in college, he did a lot more than that. But yes, because that's a great... Al Gore was looked at as very stiff, a bureaucrat, very astute, take a lot of words to explain things. And George Bush is over here just with his feet up throwing popcorn at people. And so, yes, if the likability factor of a George W. Bush can be counted as a vote for, then why can't the dislikability factor for Trump be counted as a vote against? Because voting is not rational.
Absolutely, James. It goes back to what we talked about. They're looking for emotional responses. That's what a lot of these campaigns key in on. It's much easier to sell someone on emotional than on facts.
Well, absolutely. I'll put it like this. If you're walking down the street and someone's playing basketball or football or golf or cricket or soccer in the street, right? You probably walk right by. But if you're walking down the street and you see a fight, what do? Most likely you stop and watch.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter who you are, right? And the point is, people love the rough and tumble. And, you know, this poster or this USA Today headline couldn't be, again, we'll show this again. It looks like the two of them squaring off, getting ready to fight. Right? America loves that. For dozens and dozens of decades, the number one sport in this country was boxing. Now MMA is working its way up. Football, right? That competition.
People in this country love gladiatorial sports.
Yeah. I would also transition to something else at this point. Isn't that breaking news?
No, James, that's not breaking news. Do you have something to go on with, or should we move on to?
I can go all night, brother.
Okay, well, James, we're going to move on a little bit here. We're going to talk about what effects all these shutdowns have had around the country. You know, the quarantines, shutdowns, distance learning. You know, the world has changed a lot. Children not going to school, and affects parents working at home.
You know, what does that say?
It's not important, James.
Okay. Well, I would answer this in two questions. I'll answer this as someone who's observed a lot of this, and then answer it as a father. Is if you take a dog and put a dog in a backyard, right, and just lock them there for a week, come back after a week and see what that dog does. It's the same with people. You isolate people like it's why in prison the worst punishment you can do is be thrown in the hole, in isolation. Because it does things to the personality. It changes.
Absolutely, James. We're social creatures, you know?
Absolutely. And so whether or not you agree with the lockdown policy or not, the effects on the human psyche are the same. It doesn't matter. Because remember, this just isn't happening in America. This is happening in Iran, Italy, Sweden, and Australia. It's happening everywhere.
We discussed this 8 months ago at the onset of all this, James. We said, what are going to be the lasting effects? And depression is one of the things we kept coming back to. And we may not see the actual effects of that for years to come, but I guarantee that it will be one of them.
Well, it definitely will. And also, the amount of relationships that have been shattered because of this, because people are now
Mhm.
forced to like be home with each other, and then maybe they're having financial issues. Because I know
Mhm.
there's been the supplemental checks to come, but that doesn't pay the bills for an extended period of time, and it certainly
Mhm.
doesn't help you get along with your partner that you're living with, or help you explain to your kids why they can't go to school.
Absolutely, James. Financial problems is already top of the list of
Sure.
divorces.
Well, the number one cause of divorce in the country is stress. The number one cause of that stress is financial problems. So,
James, I can also tell you if we're talking about long-term effects here, with the schooling, we have a generation of kids right now that are just essentially missing out on school. I've
Mhm.
seen a lot of what the online schooling is. They do their best, but kids are falling behind across the country. There's no way to get around it. It's simply not the same. So,
well, probably by and large, yes, because it's probably pretty impossible because they're sitting.
most kids
Go
started back in March. They didn't finish last year. We had a 6-month summer absence from school, and many places kids still haven't returned to school. Nearly a calendar year coming up on
Mhm.
without formal education.
Mhm.
That's bound to have effects, James.
Well, you'd have to. I think what you'd probably see in the next few years is the test scores go down, the amount of students being held back a year, and also violence. Kids acting out. I mean, because these are their developmental
Absolutely,
years.
James. They don't have an outlet.
They don't have an outlet, and a lot of people don't have supervision at home. I mean, not everybody can have someone watching their kids all day, a family member, a friend, because people have to work. Now, if you're on lockdown, maybe a little bit. But these lockdowns are going to start lifting.
Mhm.
And in some states, there's lockdowns have been lifted. So now the children are going to school. Or excuse me, the lockdowns are lifted for the work, but not for the kids. So now you've got all these people with kids
Mhm.
that they have to work, and their kids have to be at home to learn. There's just not enough childcare.
Absolutely. You have parents that have to go to work, children that can't go to childcare centers because they're closed down. The
Mhm.
schools are closed down. They're left with little choice besides to leave them unsupervised and untended to.
Well, I couldn't agree more. And again, this is another example of the country paying attention to all the wrong things. People think the biggest question that's going to affect their lives tonight is whether or not Mr. Trump or Mr. Biden takes the Oval Office. That's actually what's one of the most least important as far as your day-to-day life right now. I understand the long-term policies of it all.
Was that another call we didn't get?
Let me.
Okay, well, James, speaking of Mr. Trump or Biden hitting the Oval Office.
Okay. Oh, you know what? We had a little technical issue. We're going to call Mark right now.
All right.
Okay. Would you please call this number? Right there. All right, and we're rolling on here with Waking Up Jacobin 2020 Special Edition Election. I am James Jacobin. Let's recap where we are. No swing states have swung.
No, James. Actually, we just had an update. Can you take me back to that update? James, correct. Arizona has been called to Biden at 53.5%. Our first swing state has fallen.
Now, wait a minute. Is that official or is that projected? Where are we getting this from? So NBC is saying that the state of Arizona, and that went by a wide margin, 53.5% to Biden. What do they have Trump at? Okay, so what they're projecting is that 25% is not coming. So okay, so he's lost Arizona. Let's go up to the board.
James, does this call for us to adjust our clocks? Does this move the needle?
Yes, this absolutely does. Where's the Trump one?
James, you have Trump. I have Biden.
Okay.
Biden can't move farther away, so I don't doubt he'll be updated.
Now, I believe I could be off by one or two. But Trump took the election in the Electoral College last time with 305, 304 electoral votes. Now we're going to take those 11 Arizona votes away from him. That takes him down to 293. He loses Florida. He then has to flip something. So this is exactly what he did not want to have happen. Now, he can replace it with Minnesota because it's roughly the same amount of votes, but we're going to put him at 4 minutes to midnight. 4 minutes to midnight, because he's now lost something that he had. He had it, and he had it by a wide margin 4 years ago. So not good news for the Trump campaign. The Biden people are ecstatic.
Absolutely. This is the first news we've had tonight that moved the needle.
It certainly did. So where is our Arizona swing state balloon? So we're going to take the air out of one of these swing states. Now, Mike McKenna earlier tonight at this desk, we're talking about this. is the southwestern portion of the United States slowly but surely creeping to a Democratic stronghold. First went New Mexico, then went Nevada, then went Colorado, now Arizona. If you look at that board, the southwestern corner of the United States is blue. So Matthew, you want to tell the audience what these are?
Well, as you can see, these are balloons. Arizona has been called, so we are going to go ahead and get rid of which one, James?
I think the one of the person who lost. So, and at the end of the night, the one with the most balloons left is president. Some people have the Electoral College. We have carnival balloons. There's no helium. All right.
Gender reveals caused too many fires. We had to go with balloons.
Okay, we're going to take that phone call now.
All right, James, let's see if we can get Mark on the phone. Is that who we're calling indeed?
Mark Matthews. Or just let's call some random people.
Okay.
Hello?
Mark Matthews.
Hey,
Hey, this is James Jacobin. You're on live at Waking Up Jacobin 2020 election special. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How you guys?
We're rolling right along. Have you checked out any of the show so far?
Yeah, I checked out a lot of it, man. Me and my guy Rob was sitting there listening to it, and now I got the whole family watching it right now.
Oh, I appreciate the support, Mark Matthews. As we just reported, according to NBC, the state of Arizona, the first swing state that we had identified as a swing state, has gone pretty easily to Joseph Biden and taking the 11 electoral votes with him. This is the first change from 2016. For most of the night, it looked a lot, Mark, like nothing was going to change, at least early in the night. Arizona going is huge. What's the reaction where you're at about that?
Man, I'm surprised because Arizona's usually a red state. So
Yeah.
if they swung to Biden, that blue, that's a big change. That's
Well,
a game changer.
It is a game changer. In addition, the polling in Arizona had Mr. Biden up by 8. For now, I'm looking at here, Biden's ahead by 7.5. So that the polling there was accurate. Now, the polling was not right in Florida, at least as of now. But as of this polling, we can all get off the pollsters' back for a minute. Mark, the reason we wanted you to call in tonight is obviously, if you've been watching the show, we've been highlighting a lot of the kind of hectic, frenetic, crazy, strange events that have happened throughout the whole calendar year. And we're trying to get feedback from people from around the country on how it's affecting them. Now, you're in the music business, correct?
Yes.
Why don't you tell the viewers a little bit about what you do?
Well, I run Duper Self Records. It's an independent company based out of Seattle, Tacoma, Washington. And we put out music, we do shows, we tour around the world. And that's basically pretty much it. You know, we sponsor tours and put out independent dope music.
So a lot of revenue from your media company would come from touring, yes?
Yes, a lot of it does. A lot of it is shows. I mean, because right now you're not really getting that many album sales off of music like that. It's all going to streaming now.
Right. So a lot of the revenue comes from touring, packing the houses, the small shows and the bigger shows. How is your company and how are the people you work with, your acts and groups, how are you guys surviving?
We're surviving off of basically the streams right now, what little the streams do bring in. So, you know, that's one thing. The streaming has went up because of the lockdown and shutdown and things like that. So, you know, a lot of people are streaming more music. So, you know, we're getting a little money from that. But the bulk of it is shows and touring and stuff like that. And so you're not really getting any money like that. So it's really hard to survive.
Yeah, there's a lot of downstream jobs there. All the people that work at the venues, all the people that work at the stadiums, the people that sell the concessions and the T-shirts. None of that money's coming in.
None of it. It's like a complete stop. It's like the music industry is on hold right now. All you can do is record and put it out there for people to listen to, but there's nothing live, nothing, that you can go to and get the actual feel of physically, you can go to a concert and you can physically, enjoy the music with people that you don't know, people that you do know, and actually see and touch the bands and things like that. You can't do none of that.
Right. And if there was ever a year for entertainment, this would be the year, because that's an outlet, not just sports and music, just recreational activity. All right, Mark, here's the big question. We've been asking, not everybody, but most people, did you vote today?
Did I vote today?
Don't worry, you're not live on the air. No one's going to know what you say.
Yeah, I did, but I didn't. I didn't partake in the presidential vote, but I did vote for state issues and things like that. You know, a few state issues I voted for. But as far as the big election where we're all, you know, rallying behind the seat, I didn't vote for it for the presidential election.
You'd fit right in at this table. I don't think anyone at this table voted for the presidential election either, Mark. Any big upsets in the state of Washington? I don't think there was going to be, but everything holding par there. Nothing breaking out of Washington that we should report.
No, nothing that I can see so far. I mean, not that I know of. So,
well, Mark,
everything's pretty chill here.
We are almost out of time. However, I have one last thing for you. This is kind of the main reason I've talked with you a lot off the air, is with all this negativity or supposed negativity, there's certainly negativity going on, and there's certainly very serious things afflicting the country. How do we as a country go forward from here, no matter who wins the presidential election? What are your thoughts on that?
Moving forward, I think we all have to learn how to get along. I think that's how you move forward. Treat people with respect and kindness, or, you know, treat people how you would like to be treated, you know, first and foremost, no matter difference of opinions, views, or whatever like that. So, you know, we should all move forward and treat each other with respect, because it's been a lot of, you know, bickering back on both sides, a lot of people not communicating with people who have different views of the other and things like that. And you know, everybody seemed like they, you know, chose a side and all of that. So, I mean, I think, you know, learning how to get along, you know, is the main thing. And it's been like that for years, as I can see. So
that's well, very, very, very well said. Well, Mark, we've come to the end of our time. Do you have a website where people can find your music company at?
Yes, you can go to JMARD is in David, AASIK.com, JMARDASIK.com, and you can find our music there. You can sign up to our website and subscribe. Send your email address. We'll send you some music so you can check us out.
All right. Do for Self Records. Mark Matthews, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for having a viewing party. Thanks for calling in. Text us if anything else comes up big. You enjoy your night. Good talking to you.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark. Get that website up if we can. Okay, Mark Matthews. Did you hear anything there that you resonated with?
Well, James, I think the key thing that we should look at there is what he said. We need to look for unity moving forward. It seems we say that all too often. We're too often divided as a country. Some unity, bring ourselves together, find common ground, start making bridges with our neighbors. Don't listen to this overarching narrative that we keep hearing that we're more different than each other. And get outside, talk to your neighbors. We're closer than we all think.
Yeah, definitely. Well, how can you get to know your neighbors and go outside? I really like what you said about we have to learn to get along, but that's been the way it's always been. This isn't just a new thing. So once again, we thank Mark Matthews of Do for Self Records out of Seattle, Washington. Coming up next, after the big news that Arizona has gone to Biden. Arizona Biden. Now, we talk a lot about path to victory for Trump. Let's talk about a path to victory for Biden. First of all, he entered the night with 218 electoral votes. So, by my count, has he almost gotten to that number at this point? Do we know how many I was finding it. Okay. The
JFK time, James.
JFK time?
Yep. I'll go ahead and give you the stage, James.
Okay. Can we get these lights? We'll be getting back to our electoral updates and our coverage of the 2020 presidential election in just a few minutes. a little earlier, we got a little off schedule. We had repurposed, Big Tom had repurposed a Billy Joel song for us where we highlighted probably most things we can all agree on that have gone wrong in the world this year. And I want to tag on what Mark Matthews just said, that we all have to learn to get along better with each other. And as I knew that this point of the night would be coming, I thought and conferred with the people I work with on this show, how can we best deliver a message to the American people that when everyone you talk to privately, everyone that calls in or emails in or you talk to, they all want to move forward. You and Mike McKenna talked about it, Mark Matthews talked about it, but it seems that's just not the way things go. But we haven't, this is not the first time we've been here. The 1960s and early 1970s were a very volatile time, both politically, socially, and in the world. And in the 1960s, at the height of the Cold War, what inspired these doomsday clocks, the world was on the brink of destruction. In 1962, there was nearly a nuclear war caused by the Cuban Missile Crisis. And that crisis did two things. It backed both countries way down because it's one thing to threaten, it's another thing to actually have to do it. And no one actually wanted to destroy the planet and kill hundreds of millions of people. So what happens in the aftermath? What did we learn from that? And the president then was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And he was greatly moved by the Cuban Missile Crisis. And less than a year later, he went to American University in Washington, D.C., and delivered what has become known as the peace speech. And in that, he talked about bringing the problems of the Cold War and world destruction to an end. And he talked about them in very high-minded, affluent tones. And at the time, a lot of people were like, I don't know about that. Those Soviets over there, they just want to kill us all. But it took a lot of courage to deliver this speech in the time that he did. There was also a lot of social unrest, but I would ask you to think about it in these terms. When John Kennedy delivered this speech, which was written by his speechwriter Ted Sorensen in 1963, there's no Vietnam War at that point. He had not been assassinated yet, obviously. There was no Watergate affair. There was no stagflation. There was no discord in the country. There was no civil rights movement. Martin Luther King was a well-known figure at the time. He'd become far more well-known as time went on. Then he himself was assassinated. Then Mr. Kennedy's younger brother himself was assassinated. These were very volatile times. Although politically we're not seeing that right now, we're seeing the theme and the tone become like that. So what we've done here at Waking Up Jacobin is try and express a personal message to you about where this could all possibly go. And a lot of times to learn things, you have to think, okay, how did we get here? Why are we here? Where can we go? And sometimes reaching back into history to others' works and others' words is a good way to go. And in this case, this speech was put together far better than anything I could ever do. But what we've done with the 1963 American University John F. Kennedy speech, myself and Kendra Olson have reworked it, changed a few words here and there to make it a little more modern and a little more apropos to the current times. And in between the verses, the segments, we've added some commentary on what we think John Kennedy was trying to say. So we're interpreting his work to our own ends. Now that was a 30-minute speech. This is not nearly that long. This is just a few minutes long. But we went through it and we tried to find the most things relevant to today. So without further ado, John F. Kennedy, 1963, at American University. First, examine our own attitude toward peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war, inside of our borders or outside of our borders, is inevitable. That mankind is doomed. That we are gripped by forces we cannot control. We need not accept that view. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man. And we can be as big as we want to be. No problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable. And we believe they can do it again. Now, regardless now of our current beliefs as a nation, peace is indeed possible. I think this is really what Kennedy was going for then. And so I'll continue on with his words. With such a peace, there will still be quarrels and conflicting interests, as there always are. And there will be quarrels within families and within nations and within communities. World peace, like community peace, does not require that each man love his neighbor. It requires only that we live together in mutual tolerance, submitting their disputes to a just and peaceful settlement. However fixed our likes or our dislikes may seem, the tide of time and events will often bring surprising changes in the relations between neighbors. Now, next year, JFK takes a minute and he provides a warning or a caution. I call it Kennedy's warning about the dangers that unrest can cause, or that in our current campaigns are so full of mudslinging and unease that we as Americans can become blind when it comes to choosing a new leader in every direction. Both in not wanting to see the faults and successes of the other candidates, but as well as the initial reaction. Now, this is us talking about Kennedy as how we think he might see it today. So let's continue on with Mr. Kennedy's words. But it is also a warning not to see only a distorted and desperate view of the other side, not to see conflict as inevitable, accommodation as impossible, and communication as nothing more than an exchange of threats. However, JFK does offer a solution. JFK offers unities. Again, JFK's words. So let us not be blind to our differences, but let us direct attention to our common interests and the means by which those differences can be resolved. And if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet, we all breathe the same air, we all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal. Moving from there, JFK then talks about the importance of having peace at home inside our nation's borders. And he closes with this. Finally, my fellow Americans, let us examine our attitude toward peace and freedom here at home. The quality and spirit of our own society must justify and support our efforts abroad. We must show it in the dedication of our own lives, but wherever we are, we must all in our daily lives live up to the age-old faith that peace and freedom walk together. In too many of our cities today, the peace is not secure because freedom is incomplete. This generation and all generations afterwards of Americans has already had enough, more than enough war, more than enough hate, more than enough oppression. We shall be prepared if others wish war. We shall be alert to try and stop it, but we shall also do our part to build a world in an internal nation where the weak are safe and the strong are just. We are not helpless before that or hopeless of its success. Confident and unafraid, we labor on toward a strategy of not annihilation, but toward a strategy of peace. We'll be right back. And by right back, I mean now. Thank you to those who contributed in reworking the John F. Kennedy speech. I think that goes in concurrence with what a lot of the theme has been around here tonight. And it seems like the country I think, is not as volatile and uneasy tonight as a lot of us were expecting. So maybe they all read the JFK speech. Absolutely. I've got to check something real quick, if you wouldn't mind giving the update.
Absolutely. Let's see here. James.
Yes.
We don't have any update here.
Oh, the 1980 election if Biden sweeps. Okay, well, we were looking at our teleprompter. Biden did not sweep. We wanted to compare. We can compare it either way, Matthew. Is if we sat down here at 5 o'clock and Arizona was called and Florida was called and Pennsylvania was called, which only Arizona has been called, we would then have a situation like we had in 1980 when Ronald Reagan at 5:30 went to dinner and he was already the president of the United States. So, but the comparison to 1980 is such in one way, and that is this: that there's a surprise going on here. Reagan really surprised the country by his walloping of Jimmy Carter, and I think Biden is surprising the country by not sweeping as a lot of outlets and a lot of people either wanted or predicted. Now, again, I'm neutral on all of this. I said over and over again, this is going to be a close election. And I said the only way it's not is if Biden sweeps, but that's highly unlikely, and here we are.
Well, absolutely, James. It's already too far into the night for this to be considered an early sweep. None of, as you said, only one of our key swing states has been called. It would take him pulling a significant amount of those to make this an early prediction, wouldn't it?
Well, it would have already happened. It would have already happened because again, Arizona and Florida are very similar. The way they're made up of the different populations. You've got your Latino populations in both states. You have your big cities. You have your elderly, retired, right? Then you have your non-college educated whites. You mix that all in. Arizona and Florida are very similar demographically. Arizona, I'd like to find out what happened in Arizona to the extent of what worked for Biden in Arizona that didn't work for him in Florida.
Well, James, in your expert political analysis, would you say that the results in Arizona can give us any indication as to what we should expect in Florida?
I would have if the whole night Trump was trailing in Florida, but he's not. He performed the exact same way. Now, the mistake I made is I didn't put together the same presentation for Arizona because I thought it would be much closer than that, and we wouldn't know for quite some time. But it's a decisive Biden. A 7-point victory in a state that's flipped is huge. So, we're all hit and miss.
Absolutely, James. How can you expect all of the unexpected?
Well, if you'd asked me before the election, if Arizona goes, does Florida go? I would have said yes, and I would have made that case for that. Clearly, I would have been wrong. So, the Florida might stand on its own. The other thing too is the text line is still open at 830 Jacobin, 830 Jacobin, and go ahead and text in. We'll get some of those comments read on the air, and furthermore, I thought we were done with the call-ins. Oh, okay. Great. What's going to happen
this time we have no text, James, to go to, so...
Yeah. Well, we might have some. Let's just start calling random people out of my phone book. Okay, the IRS.
I hear you have a close relationship with a certain law enforcement officer that you'd like to interview on air.
The 2020 Obama re-election. Excuse me, the 2012 Obama re-election is significant only in one way, is that he was facing Mitt Romney. Now, Mitt Romney was not loved by the Republican base. And when I say base, I mean your blue-collar, hard-working folks. And then also he was not liked by the people at the highest end of the scale. Mitt Romney is similar to Joe Biden, and no one's really excited about Mitt Romney. They just didn't like Obama. Right? His perceived policies, his perceived way he wanted to handle the country. And the reason to bring that up is when Trump comes along in 2016, the Republicans were just about to concede defeat and move to the center. What Trump didn't move the Republican Party right? He just moved it up like a sledgehammer and smashed down. And anyone that didn't go home, did I just see that correctly? Okay. Anyone that didn't get in line with President Trump, and even if they did and ran afoul of him, President Trump did two things when he was in 2016. He changed the Republican Party forever, and he changed the Democratic Party forever. So for everything else he'd be remembered for, if indeed we do write his political obituary here this evening, he should be remembered for changing American politics forever. I'll let others decide whether or not that was for the better. We have breaking news.
James, this is certainly news here. If this is correct, Ohio is being called for Trump. 53.2%. It's being called for Trump currently.
That is the exact, if we could look up, I believe he had 53 or 54% of the vote 4 years ago. He's just done it again. And again, these polls were even. Real Clear Politics, Rasmussen, they had this even. He holds the same line. So in the end, the only thing that's changed between now and 4 years ago is Arizona. Now, Ohio, let me go to the board. First of all, with Ohio, never in the history of the Republican Party was founded in the 1850s, and Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president. It's now known as the GOP, the Grand Old Party. But what I can tell you from 1860 till where I sit here now, no Republican candidate has ever been elected to the White House without winning Ohio. Now, you can lose Ohio and not become elected president. But the last time in the last 100 years that Ohio has not predicted the president was 1960. It went for Richard Nixon. Kennedy wins the close victory.
James, would you say that the results in Ohio are significant enough for us to update our doomsday clocks?
Not just yet. Not just yet, because again,
James, do we have a call coming in here? Is this the Jacobin hotline?
Let's see who this is.
I believe we should take it.
Fine. Let's see here. Put it down. Waking Up Jacobin Special Election 2020. This is James Jacobin. Who am I speaking to? Okay, you're live on the air. I think you're calling for the link for the show. How you doing, Joe?
Good. How are you?
How's the election going so far on your end? You watching us on? You obviously you're not watching us because you don't have the link. Is it going the way you think?
No, I'm sitting in a tractor digging potatoes.
Well, we are in Idaho, man. Well, listen, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have someone text you the link so you can watch it while you're doing your farming. I do appreciate the support, and we'll keep you updated the best we can, okay?
All right, thank you.
Trump just won Ohio. Go back to tractoring. Will you please text that guy that just called the link or somebody? Okay.
Well, James, while we're here, are we updating the clocks or not?
No, but I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Let's go back to the board. Will someone text him the link off this phone? His name's Joe. Okay. The reason why we're not changing the doomsday clock because Trump won this one, because Trump won it last time. So all he's done here is hold. Now he lost Arizona, right? So we changed the doomsday clock. Hillary Clinton lost Ohio, but she had no backdoor to get out of. Joseph Biden's trying to create a backdoor. So now again, no Republican ever wins the presidency without Ohio. Trump just won Ohio and he won it pretty significantly.
So it does keep his hopes alive.
It doesn't just keep his hopes alive, because the difference between Arizona, which sits over here, right? Arizona was already getting surrounded by blue. California to the west, New Mexico to the east, right above it to the corner is Colorado, Nevada this way. There's this trend happening, right? You might say that there's a cultural significance and similarities in this area, but there's also one here. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin. All of this from the upper Appalachians, from West Virginia, all the way up and around the Great Lakes, very similar demographics, very similar job, very similar culture, very similar voting interests. Now, the point I'm making here is you can win Florida as a Democrat and you won't win Georgia and South Carolina. Different demographics, different voting culture.
Absolutely. So you're saying, James, that by taking Ohio, it points to more states falling his way.
It does point. It points to the fact that this blue wall may just remain a red wall. Now, this could be an outlier. This could be an outlier. But see, the people in Pennsylvania that live in eastern Pennsylvania are very similar to the people who live in eastern Ohio. Okay? So if these folks are happy with him, then these people probably are too. Then you get further away, more towards the tri-state area, towards the Garden State and the Empire State, then in the bigger cities of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania over here, you're going to lose that heavily. Right? That's look at that small piece of the state. Now they're going to vote the way their neighbors do in Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. These people all tend to agree on a lot more. You see that right there? Getting up this way, these people here all have a lot in common. These people have a lot in common. These people have a lot in common. Just like these people have a lot in common. This is a huge indicator for Trump that he's still alive, but by no means has he improved because he's behind with Arizona.
Absolutely, James. And to top that off, Idaho has also been called for Trump.
No, I'll tell you, the Rockefeller Center in New York City, where NBC broadcasts from, the Kodak Center, I think in Los Angeles, and now we have Sun Valley, Idaho, is the third biggest media empire. Our state, the state of Idaho, at 54% for Trump. And is there a third party candidate, or is this just going to be 54-46? The interesting thing about this is, if this is indeed only 54-42, the interesting thing about this would be if once we get 100% of the vote in, because Trump should be carrying 70% of the vote in this state, and if it holds at 54, this is where we can start talking about a Nevada type situation, where you've got an entire red state with rural farming, as we know this because one of the farmers just called in to talk to us about farming, right? But you know who Joe represents? Joe, who called in? Joe represents thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hardworking people in the states of like Idaho and Montana, where when the industry is good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's bad. There's no way out for them if it's not.
Well, James, it looks like we have an update. It hasn't been called. It appears that in Idaho, 56% of the votes are in. So we still have room to increase that margin.
Right. Well, okay. So 56% of the vote of Idahoan is Trump. NBC News has just called the state of Idaho for Donald Trump. Again, not a surprise, but the surprising thing won't be for this election or the next one, but come 2028, when we're sitting here doing this again, right? Is Idaho still red? Or does it go the way of Nevada, New Mexico, and now Arizona, where you take this rural state with one or two big cities and it just dominates the electorate in the state, the counties, excuse me. Any thoughts?
It's a pretty fair statement, James. It's interesting to see how many rural states are controlled by the large city within their state. I know that the people in cities love it. The people in the rural counties are not so pleased by it.
Well, exactly. It goes back. It goes back to the whole idea. We just have to learn to get along with each other.
Absolutely.
Coming up here in a few minutes, we're going to get an accurate electoral count of where things stand now, because I think we're almost to the point in the night, where the voters have caught up with the Jacobin map, where we've come upon close to the numbers where I predicted the night was starting. Then we had our set of swing states. Trump has taken one in Ohio. Mr. Biden has taken the other in Arizona. I believe Ohio comes with 18 electoral votes, maybe 19. It used to be 20, but a lot of people moved out of there. You know what we have to do? We have to pop Biden's bubble in Ohio.
Yeah.
We got to pop his balloon. And here pretty soon I'm going to put on my political analysis hat. Now, a lot of people were predicting an early election night. So this would be normally the point in the program where we have a winner. But we clearly don't yet. Let's speculate. What would be next for these candidates? Depends on who wins or loses. If President Trump is reelected to the Oval Office, what is next for Joe Biden? Retirement, or does he hang around and run again in 2024?
Oh. Here we go, James. Ohio. Huh. Republican.
These young kids these days. This worked out a lot better in rehearsal, I think. The electoral vote update. 205 for Biden, 136 for Trump, 205 for Biden. Now, at the start of the night, we had Joseph Biden at 218, I believe. No, 223. Now, he's at 205 now. He took Arizona, so there's now only 124 swing electoral votes left, if I have that right. And so he's now on his way to, he's going to get those 223, there's no doubt. And he just got 11 more, so 235. Joseph Biden, unofficially, 35 electoral votes from becoming the oldest president of the United States. Kamala Harris, the first African-American to sit in the highest.
James, we have a correction here. It says 216 electoral votes are in for Biden.
216 for Biden. Now, at the beginning of the night, we started him with 223 based on my projections. Now, if we add in Arizona, right, to this right here, that puts him at 229. That puts him 6 more than where we started him with the add-on of Arizona. He's 40 some odd electoral votes away from being president of the United States.
Well, James, I'm going to just mention that I think that those 11 votes are already included in this. But
What I'm counting,
you're saying that he is already closer than we projected.
he's already closer than Hillary Clinton. He's already far closer than Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton, by this time 4 years ago, had lost Arizona, had lost Florida, had lost North Carolina, had lost Ohio, and Pennsylvania was drowning. Now here we are 4 years later. It's not a complete repeat, but Mr. Biden has won Arizona. Florida is too close to call. North Carolina is too close to call. All we can do here is be honest and accurate. This is now different. Trump has slipped from 4 years ago. These are just absolute facts. 4 years ago, he'd nearly wrapped up the election by this very time of the night. At this point, either he's going to slip and give it all back, and I don't know. What do you think Trump does? What does Trump do if he loses?
I think that we'll still hear from Trump quite often from his Twitter account. I don't think that he completely leaves the public eye. Maybe he'll come up with a new reality show.
The only corporation in the history of the world to survive solely on the efforts of one person who doesn't work for them. If you took Trump off of Twitter, right, Twitter collapses.
Kylie Jenner would beg to differ.
Well, maybe she should run for president. I predicted on my old Truth and Our Lies podcast, which you can check out at jacobinbrothers.com, that if Mr. Trump was to lose this election, and a lot of people think he's going to go away, the Republicans, some of them are like, okay, we lost, but at least he's gone, and we can just move on to Pence or Ted Cruz or whomever. And of course, the Democrats want him gone, and in some cases, calling for him to be tried, and he's facing, I think, several civil lawsuits. However, I don't think Donald Trump goes so quietly into the night. I think if he did lose, he would vacate the presidency as constitutionally required. I think the guy just goes and gets a TV show at Fox News and campaigns against Joe Biden for the next 4 years, and he'd have the highest rated cable TV show in history.
Absolutely. I think that he would move into what the kids call today an influencer. He wouldn't be tied directly to politics, but put him on a TV and he'll get ratings.
He would wake up do you remember Donald Trump, before he was candidate Trump, before he was President Trump, before he's now trying to be reelected President Trump, he was go around and he was bashing Barack Obama for years at every level. When there was any crisis, the birth certificate issue, bash Obama. What was the out of Africa, the Ebola. Every single thing Obama did, Trump just buried him for it. Can you imagine what he would do to Biden every day?
Without the filter of the presidency that holds him back. As audacious as he is, he was much more audacious 4 years ago before the election.
Well, I think he's, Thomas Jefferson remarked at one point that the man you are when you enter the office is definitely not the man you are when you leave. And I don't think Donald Trump is even immune to that. He's aged. He's had COVID. He's been humbled a couple of times. He was humbled in the 2018 midterms. He was humbled by Nancy Pelosi on a few political things. He's had his political achievements, certainly. But he's had his setbacks as well. And for a person like this, who probably hasn't lost it much his entire life, to lose the midterms, to not get Obamacare repealed, to lose the House and not get to push through the rest of your agenda, to not be able to, and I can't blame him for this because the guy's not a wizard, to not being able to handle COVID in a way towards it's gone already. The frustrations of a personality type like this have to be enormous.
Well, absolutely, James. Alternatively, on the other side, what is next for Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris if they do not emerge victorious tonight? Do they return to business as usual, or are there major changes for those two?
Well, I would say, given Joe Biden's age, and that Joe Biden has been running for president since 1988. He ran a campaign in 1988. Didn't do that well. He ran again in 2008, and he garnered 2.6% of the Democratic primary before bowing out to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Now, Barack Obama resurrected his career by picking him as his vice president. I think it's been a long career for Joe Biden. He can look back and have some accomplishments, probably some regrets. I don't see him running again. I think this was his swan song. Kamala Harris, 52 years old, successful prosecutor in the city of San Francisco, senator from the state of California, former attorney general of the state of California, could potentially, as a national candidate, because of the fact that, in a way, she's centrist, because if you think about a lot of Democrats, they're pretty anti-police at the moment. Am I right?
Absolutely, James.
Now, what's the top cop in any state? The Attorney General. So maybe the Democrats are making a long-term play with Ms. Harris that she then could then try and squeeze some of those law and order Republicans away from Donald Trump and away from the Republican Party. Again, not a lot known about her as a campaigner or as a debater, given the nature that how COVID has closed everything down. But
James, I think that Kamala Harris is the big winner here in any scenario, regardless of the results here. This will be huge for her career moving forward. Either she moves forward as the vice president, or the exposure propels her career moving forward.
you would think so, but in 2008, Sarah Palin, governor of Alaska, was in the same position. Well, they lost. She decided not to move forward with politics in any way. I do think you're right, though. I do think Kamala Harris would indeed move forward with political career, even if they did lose. But we can pull the plug and put the pin in that conversation right now. They've got 223 electoral votes. They flipped Arizona. They're going to win the popular vote. I think before we write that political autopsy of Ms. Harris before she gets started, we should let this election play out first. Again, some historic things in this election. I believe about 140 million mail-in ballots started coming in about 2 months ago. Lots of states are still counting. To bring you completely up to speed, the Senate appears to be just as gridlocked an election as it is in session. There's been no flipped Senate seats since Doug Jones lost to Tommy Tuberville down there in Alabama, and former governor of Colorado, Hickenlooper, defeated the incumbent Republican Kerry Webinar by tying him closely to Donald Trump. But also, Colorado at this point is a solid red state. We're going to look up on what other Senate races are going on, if any seats are changing hands, and also update you as soon as we can. Yeah.
I have a call coming in on the line. Are we prepared for a call right now?
Do we? Well, it looks like we're going to have a surprise guest. We also have some legal analysis coming up. The law firm of James and Matt. Well, we can't do any worse than real lawyers, because see, the difference between Matt and I is we don't take an oath and then break it. We just talk about this as novices.
I think we lost him. Let's see if we can get James back on the line here.
Are you calling him?
I just tried. We went straight to voicemail. James, if you're still listening, go ahead and give us a call back. I think we solved our issues here. We're ready for calls.
Okay. Well, back in 2000, the Florida election, Bush versus Gore. Now, I think we've talked the 2000 election straight into the ground.
You've complained about it at every step of the way.
But with Florida still out there, and apparently there's no movement on Florida. By this time in 2000, they'd called it for Gore, pulled it back for Gore, called it for Bush, thus the presidency for Bush. Gore conceded, and then a couple hours went by before Gore took it back. So Florida not that interesting so far this year.
James, we have you here on Jacobin Brothers Live. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing?
Wonderful.
Welcome to Waking Up Jacobin. This is James Jacobin. You're live on the air. How's the election going for you, sir?
It's going good so far. It's just something else. I have a good question for you guys, though, especially you, Jim. With the technology being computers and everything nowadays, and kids and everything else have their heads into the phone.
Okay.
Where do you honestly think that this country's going to go with presidents and the generation the way it is, where, I mean, they don't even say hi or hello or nothing like that. Don't do yard work or anything. It's nothing like it used to be. Where do you honestly think that we're going to go in the next 10 to 15 years?
Well, 10 to 15 years is first of all, thank you for the question. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for watching the program. 10 to 15 years, James, is a long time to predict, because if you'd have asked me in February before COVID, where do you think the presidency will be in November, I'd have said, well, I think Donald Trump will win. Right? So let me answer that question in a different way. I do believe with the lockdowns and the social unrest and the pressure on parents in American society these days is what's leading kids to come off possibly as seeming a little more aloof or distant than generations before. But what I can tell you, the generation that I'm in, Generation X, heard all of these same criticisms in the late 80s and early 90s, and we seem to turn out okay. I think just as we all age, we forget that we as a generation went through our trials and troubles as well, and that we were allowed to grow up and improve and learn from our mistakes.
That's very true statement. I'm really impressed, and I'm really enjoying what you two are doing.
Well, thank you. And let me answer your other question, where I think the country will be in 10 to 15 years. I think the country in 10 to 15 years will be in a similar place as it is today, as far as economics, as far as population, but as far as presidentials, I think if Trump does win this one, you won't see a Republican president for 8 to 12 years. And if Trump loses this, you'll probably see a Republican president in 4 years, because it's going to be a rough 4 years no matter who sits in the chief executive office. So if it's Biden, the Republicans will come back in 4 years. If it's Trump, you're going to see the American public probably want to take a break for a good 8 to 12 years after that, just historically speaking.
Now, do you think it's rough because all the news shows anymore about the president, anything else, just all negative stuff, just to keep everybody hyped up and all that? Or I mean, what do you honestly think about that?
Well, I started my own media show because I don't like the way that the cable television presents the information on any side. I think that's a big part of it. I think the people, their anxiety goes through the roof because they're stuck on social media and they're stuck watching cable news programs, and they just get locked into one idea or the other. And that leads to anger and frustration.
Yes, it does. And that's quite.
All right, James, we've run out of time, but we do appreciate you calling in to Waking Up Jacobin, our special 2020 election show. We do look forward to hearing from you again in the future.
I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. Happy Election Day. Okay. Well, that was James from Washington State. We do appreciate his comments. And I think James does speak for a lot of people with the worry and the anxiety. And I think you could hear that worry and anxiety in his voice. And when I'm going out and I'm talking to people, to include earlier today, when you're polling people in the business, when you're talking to them, I'm not necessarily talking to them the way you would talk to them. I want to know what they think so I can report it to you. And I want to talk to as many people as I can. And I'm glad that James called, and you could hear it in his voice, the worry. You hear that everywhere. You hear it, everybody's worried about tomorrow and the next day and the next 10 years. And we've created for ourselves this cycle of political dysfunction that bleeds over into our daily interactions with other people. You literally right now, out of a country of 330 million people, you have half of them worried sick that if Trump wins, their life is going to be ruined. And the other half worried sick that if Biden wins, their life is going to be ruined. And this level of anxiety and discord, you see, we have an adversarial political process for a reason. We're not supposed to have an adversarial human-to-human community process.
Well, James, I want to get to a point that I thought our caller was nearly going to make. He went a different direction, but it keyed me on to, as he said, the kids these days all have their faces buried in their phones. With mail-in voting becoming a new thing, what do we think the chances are of electronic voting becoming a thing in the future? Would this bring out more voters? Would that be a good thing?
Well, I think that'd be challenged to the Supreme Court. I think if the Republican Party is not happy with mail-in voting, what do you think they're going to do about computer voting? The biggest thing with voting as technology moves forward is fraud and manipulation. Because right now, if you want to steal 30,000 votes, you've got to go somewhere, get a truck, get a crew, break into a building and steal them. Now, but in the future, you could just hack that.
You just burst a pipe in Georgia.
Burst a pipe in Georgia, allegedly. Now, especially given what happened 4 years ago with the accusations against Russia and President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, and their intelligence services on them infiltrating our social media to attempt to influence the opinions, if through marketing, if nothing else. I think there'll be a long time. You'd have to figure out a really rock-solid process. Now, that's not to say that there wasn't always voter fraud and manipulation in the past, but you could do it on a much bigger scale if it was all electronic.
Well, alternatively, James, is mail-in voting here to stay, or is this a special COVID year election?
Well, mail-in voting has always been here to stay in the state of Oregon. State of Oregon, the only way you can vote is mail-in voting. And it's just going to be, again, states have high latitude, according to the Constitution, on how to conduct their voting. And so it's just going to depend on those state legislators. And they're going to take a look at what worked and didn't work. And I think you'll see some states pick up mail-in voting for practical reasons. And you'll see some states get away from it because they do not want to take that risk of fraud. They want to know that the person is there in person voting. They want to be able to verify it. Now, two things can be true at once. This could be to encourage certain groups of people not to vote. But also there's a valid point to be made that although IAQ is known as fraud, there is a case to be made that it's a sloppy system. It's just a sloppy system. Look what just happened in Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Well, James, so we're on the topic of what the future of voting could look like. Are you familiar with a thing called instant runoff voting?
Instant runoff voting? I know what a runoff is.
So it's a proposal that where you could cast multiple votes, a first and second place vote. The idea is to encourage third-party voting. So say you want to vote for Jo Jorgensen. You cast your first place vote for her. As soon as she...
Who's Jo Jorgensen?
The Libertarian candidate. You know this, James. Anyways. As she falls allegedly to third place, then all the first place votes of hers are wiped off and they move to their second vote, removing what we call a wasted vote, where people keep calling third parties a wasted vote. This is a way for you to cast a third party vote and also have...
Cast a third party vote, but like a backup plan.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean... Okay, no, I'm actually, this is the first time hearing this. Let me make sure, I'm going to repeat this. It's like a plurality of your first, second, third choice, and the loser gets kicked out, and then your second place choice goes. The concern would be your vote not mattering.
Okay. Exactly.
Let's go back to the 2000 election. Ralph Nader, an activist, he wrote a book in the 1960s called Unsafe at Any Speed. That led to the regulation of the automobile industry, seatbelts, airbags, and so forth. And it's one of the few instances where you can look back and say that these things probably really helped and really saved people's lives. So that's Ralph Nader. In the year 2000, he ran for president in the same election as Albert Gore Jr. and George W. Bush. And he garnered 7% of the vote, I believe in Florida, but not quite 5% nationwide. I could be wrong on there. It's going back a few years. Now, think about it like this. If Ralph Nader gets 7% of the vote in Florida, Al Gore gets 41%, George W. Bush gets 41%. So let's add that up. 41 and 82, that's 100% of the vote. It could be looked at like this. No matter the small number of votes the candidate gets, that vote is not wasted. Because you could say, well, you just took those votes from Gore. What I would say is, well, Gore took 41% of Ralph Nader's votes. It's a competition. You put it to the people and let them decide. Now, it's either we're all taking votes from each other, because I assure you, if Al Gore or if Ralph Nader won the presidency, he would have been president, and George W. Bush wouldn't have been able to say, well, you took my votes. The votes belong to the American public. The votes do not belong to the political parties to convince other people who want to vote for a third party and have a third choice. The biggest people, I imagine, if I looked into this, behind this kind of scheme would be the major political parties. Look, okay, we're going to let you think there's an option behind a Democrat or a Republican. But if that option doesn't work out for you, come on home. It's like if you're married. Right?
Well, James, one benefit of this system could be that it would draw out more voters. If you're sitting there and you think, I live in a Democratic state and those electoral votes are already cast, my vote's not going to change that. A system like this may encourage more people who do not carry the majority thinking to come out and vote.
It could, but I think you're rewarding lazy behavior on one end, and on the other hand, is the encouragement to come out and vote needs to be laid bare by the campaigns and the policies and the vision and the goal of the candidates. If Donald Trump and Joe Biden can't get you to get off your couch and go vote, well, then you haven't earned that vote. I mean, the idea to get more people to vote, I'm all for that. But the idea of changing the voting process towards you kind of vote and then this kind of gets tabulated somewhere else, it's easily corruptible. We can't even get people to count votes right now. Imagine we add another step to the process, what a mess it would be.
Well, I'm not saying that it would be an easy process, James. We're just talking about ideas that could happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Joe Jorgensen could win the presidency tonight. It could actually happen. Probably won't happen.
I think that we can conclude so far that it won't happen.
You know what we can do, though? I think this would be a great episode for a podcast to follow up on. Because not having all the details of that plan, on the level, it sounds like a flawed plan, and it sounds like it would actually hurt third-party candidates. Could be wrong. Okay, there we go again. Now, moving late into the night as we're here, we're coming upon, it is now 12:30 on the East Coast. 12:30 on the East Coast. At this point, 4 years ago, Donald J. Trump had been elected as your president-elect. We have 3 agencies in the breaking news. Matt, we have breaking news.
It's not so much breaking as an update, James. As we reported earlier, the Arizona had been called. We see that NBC has not called Arizona yet. So there are some out there who are still considering it up in the air.
Okay, that would make sense because NBC was the main culprit on election night in the year 2000. Tim, see, because it was Tom Brokaw that kept making the calls, and Tim Russert had kept come slide back in and be like, "Nah, man." So, and good for NBC. All you can ask is for people to improve when they mess up the integrity of the United States presidential election. The provisional balloting is not going to be an issue this year, as we've discussed throughout the night. Provisional balloting is if you show up at the polling place and you're not registered, then you register on the spot. They put your vote in a special box, and then they confirm who you are later. And if that vote isn't needed to decide either the issue or the election, they just throw it away. I do not think that'll be happening this year with any vote, be it absentee, mail-in voting, or even provisional voting. Provisional voting, really mail-in voting is provisional voting, because really if you wanted to try and confirm who all these mail-in voters were, it would take years. So it's not necessarily the honor system, because these are going to registered voters. And there's steps in place to protect against voter fraud. Of course, you're not always going to. It may shock the public that there's voter fraud in every election. You just don't hear about it because it normally doesn't affect the outcome of an election.
Huh.
Now we
James,
have
I think we have a special guest here. I'm going to go ahead and clear the table.
Is Mike McKenna back? It looks like